Hey guys, welcome back to the One Nation of Gamers Geico PAX South booth. We've got 4 heats for you today with more tournament action. We had a great day yesterday with some really fun stuff, and joining me today is Sottle. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going good, man. Had a great day yesterday. Looking forward to some more high quality Hearthstone today, and I believe we have one or two slightly more well known players possibly being involved today.
Yeah, we got a combination of casters. Some of the Tespa guys are going to be playing, so we got a nice mixture, I guess, of skill levels going into this tournament. And of course, if you're at PAX, you can enter these heats as well. So if you want to get involved, check out, grab someone and see what's going on. But coming up today in the first match of the first heat, we have Brandon versus Chance. Don't know who these guys are personally, but I see a warrior, and a recurring theme of yesterday was Control Warrior showing up. PAX seems to love the Control Warrior and the Doomsayer.
Yeah, we have just had a little bit of info come through. Chance is one of the players from the TESPA tournament that's taking part at PAX at the moment. He is from UC Santa Barbara, so he probably has a pretty comfortable understanding of what he's doing. Brandon. Not too much information on him, but hopefully he can have a decent showing here. But yeah, as you mentioned, Control Warrior was very, very popular yesterday. But saying that, Admirable, of course, ended up taking, crowning himself as the day's champion yesterday, if you want to put it that way. And he, of course, brought the Patron Warrior instead. So although Control Warrior was more popular, Patron Warrior was the one that made the big splash for Admirable when he took home the day.
And of course, Secret Paladin started to show up a lot more during the later heats. It's a bit vacant at the start. We saw kind of slower decks, more creative control decks with a lot of greedy cards like Archthief and Faceless Manipulator. But as we went kind of further into the heat, it seems like people saw a lot of Control Warrior and thought, you know what, let's put some more mid-range Druid into the mix and
Right.
some Secret Paladin. So yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the interesting things about this format because it's such a long format over several days. You definitely have that chance to kind of react to what everyone else is doing and tech your decks out or change your lineups completely, that sort of thing from day to day. But yeah, Chance, the UC Santa Barbara player, is bringing Priest and Warrior. So it looks like he's gone for a very control-heavy lineup. There is the possibility that that Warrior is Patron and it's slightly less controlling than it appears to be. But seems like he'll have decent answers for what Brandon is going to bring, assuming that is a Secret Paladin. He has one very reasonable matchup with the Priest for sure, and then another excellent matchup if it's a Patron Warrior, a slightly more tricky matchup if it's Control Warrior. But then if it is Control Warrior, there's a chance that maybe that is a Freeze Mage from Brandon, and we're going to see all sorts of trouble.
Yep, we had Jason got to the grand finals yesterday with Freeze Mage, but fell to Admirable. Jason had a really good run, considering he bumped into quite a few Control Warriors along the way. His Druid did a lot of work. For those guys who are joining us for the first time, this is the Geico One Nation of Gamers booth at PAX. 48 players who are at PAX will participate in 4 separate heats, and then the winner of each heat will go into a single elimination bracket at the end of the day, where they have the chance to win $200 and then move on to a 3-man round robin on Sunday, where they have the possibility to win $500. So, a lot of prize money on the line for people who are just at PAX enjoying themselves, want to play a bit of Hearthstone, and, maybe get some pocket change while they're there.
Right, and that is very much the idea of this sort of introductory tournament from One Nation of Gamers, is that they want to give people the opportunity to really show themselves, have a chance to like experience what it's like to be a pro Hearthstone player, playing a tournament with some prize money on the line. We saw yesterday, a bunch of relatively unknown players getting a chance to go up against Admirable. None of them quite managed to take him out. Admirable proved his worth as the pro Hearthstone player that was around yesterday and ended up vanquishing everyone in the bracket. But that's the idea of the tournament, to give everyone that opportunity to come up against players like Admirable and to play on Twitch and to experience the feeling of playing in a high pressure situation. So very successful from them so far.
Yep, nothing to lose, guys. You just turn up, you play, have a bit of fun, and maybe win some money. You don't have to pay any entry fees or anything, completely free to participate. And now Geico last year, they did the summer circuit, which was really successful. And in 2016, they'll be doing exactly the same thing. 10 open tournaments, which anyone can enter, with $1,000 prize pools, which give you an opportunity to qualify for feature tournaments with invited professional players of a $6,000 prize pool. And if you qualify for the feature tournaments, you will go to PAX Prime. They play in the finals for $25,000. So there's a lot of money coming from the Geico One Nation of Gamer tournaments in 2016. So if you'd like to know more about that, go to geico.onog.gg, I believe, and you can find out more information there.
Yep, absolutely. Huge circuit for One Nation of Gamers, and with the help of Geico. Of course, Alienware also supporting this event as well by providing the PCs for the players to play on the PAX floors. But I believe the players are sitting down and just getting ready. So we just have a little more time to go, but hopefully they'll be ready as soon as possible. Ah, look at that. Perfect. And it looks like we are about to see Control Warrior versus... Ah, that's an Emperor, though. Well, actually, does Emperor suggest more Patron or more Control Warrior at this point? It's kind of rare to see in either at this point.
Unless he's running the really old Patron decks before the nerf, and we see Warsong Commander come later.
he just hasn't played Hearthstone in like a few months. He just, oh yeah, this Warsong Commander Grim Patron deck is pretty sick. I'll play that. We do see the Patron come into hand there, so it is a Patron deck. He's still running Emperor. I'm going to hope for his sake that he is aware of the Warsong nerf and hasn't just queued up his old net deck Patron. But I'm pretty sure Chance knows what's up, since he is the UC Santa Barbara player from the TESFA tournament here. So pretty sure he's just still favouring Emperor Thaurissan for a bit of increased tempo in the Patron Warrior.
Yeah, and he's participated in a tournament yesterday, I believe, the TESPA. So he has brought tournament decks. He does have tournament experience. Brandon, a bit more unknown to us. Probably one of the guys at the PAX, just enjoying his time there, entering the Hearthstone tournament. And we saw Freeze Mage almost take a win against Control Warrior yesterday. I think it was Jason's, wasn't it?
Yeah,
and we were counting Freeze Mage out. But Jason had a very impressive run with Freeze Mage, even in its worst matchup. So maybe... Wow, is that a Raging Worgen?
Yeah, so this is a deck that some people have been experimenting with, trying to put the burst combo back into Patron Warrior, where it's basically a combination of the very, very old school Worgen Charge deck, with Rampage and all that stuff. But they've now sort of hybridized it with Patron Warrior, so that explains, of course, the Emperor Thaurissan being back in the deck. So you have all the patrons and stuff for board presence and for card draw with Battle Rage, and then you try and end them in the same way that the classic Worgen Warrior did, with Raging Worgen plus Charge plus Rampage, etc., all that good stuff.
Wow, that sounds like a really tight list, fitting all that stuff in.
Yeah.
Oh, well, so Ice Barrier is going to pop here, 8 health. Not going to really make much of a difference at this point. The one thing is with this matchup, Admiral yesterday, we talked yesterday about Admiral playing against this matchup with his Patron Warrior, and we discussed 2 different ways you can approach the game. You can either go for the aggressive kind of tempo play, just overwhelm them and win, or you can stall, hit the armor button, wait for a good Armor Smith Patron turn, generate loads of armor. And Admiral went for the more aggressive stance, and he won the tournament with that strategy. But this deck is a little different. What would you do with this? I guess you stall because you are looking for a combo.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say, because one of the reasons why the fatigue strategy became so much more favored, conventional wisdom does usually say now that Patron Warrior versus Freeze Mage, you're supposed to fatigue them as the Patron Warrior. Admirable threw that out the window because he likes hitting face, and it worked out really well for him. But part of the reason why that is now true is that you don't have those burst damage options so much anymore with Grim Patron to be able to pop the block multiple times. So you kind of have to engineer the situation where they just die through fatigue, and that ignores the ice block, and you don't have to worry about dealing damage. But now if you're putting burst back into the deck with the Raging Worgen, you then have more options to try and go aggressive and actually go for a pop. The problem with that is you only really have the one chance to go in. You only usually play one copy of Raging Worgen Charge. So if you spend all your resources to pop one block and then a second block comes down, you might find yourself just lacking the resources to do so. So it will certainly be very, very interesting to see which line Chance is going to take to seal out this game. But Emperor on an empty board on turn 6 is a nightmare for Freeze Mage to deal with. They usually have to Fireball it to deal with it, and once a Fireball is gone from your hand that hasn't gone at a warrior's face, that's just damage that they get to soak up with their armor, right? That's just more damage that you don't have in your deck.
Yeah, it's an issue for Freeze Mage when they have to use fireballs and frostbolts and stuff like that to take out minions, big threats like for us and against warriors. Because like you said, you need that damage to hit the face because they just keep generating health. And then like the Priest Hero power, you can go over your max health. You can just keep armoring up snowball your health out of the range, out of the damage range of Freed's Mage, and then they very much rely on cards like Antonidas and their own Thaurissan to make like 4 or 5 fireballs if they can. But even then, the warrior can still get enough armor to soak that many fireballs with a good armor smith or enough patrons down. And of course, once you've got an armor smith and patrons down, you need to remove the board because it's a threat. But then you have to remove the armor smith before you do an AoE because he gains more armor. So that combination creates a couple of problems for the Freeze Mage.
Yeah, absolutely. Just getting news, actually, our player cameras are the wrong way around here, I believe. Brandon is supposed to be at the bottom and Chance is supposed to be at the top. But no, well, other way around. The player cams are reversed, but I believe... Oh, no, okay, we're just getting news that the names are in fact reversed. So Chance, the UC Santa Barbara player, is actually the Freeze Mage player here, and Brandon is the Warrior player.
Okay. So Chance... Yeah, Chance, Freeze Mage for Chance seems a bit more realistic, right? As a competitive player, Freeze Mage is quite popular in the meta right now. If you're going to go into a tournament, you're more likely to take a Freeze Mage than you're going to take a Worgen deck. Worgen deck is something I'm more expecting from more of a casual player, someone who just enjoys having fun with the game.
It's certainly a deck that people have messed around with a lot recently. When I say messed around with, I mean sort of people have experimented with at High Legend. It was a deck that people thought might be very effective for a while. I don't think it quite caught on. So I certainly wouldn't have ruled out seeing it from a more experienced player, but I agree with you. It makes more sense that way around.
So the battle plan for the Freeze Mage here is, I guess, try and get a good Tony down. He's got double Ice Lance Frostbolt, so a Thaurissan would be really good for Chance. He'll be able to generate a lot of fireballs that way. However, Brandon does have a shield block there. He's already on 11 extra armor on top of his health. This is going to be a bit of a slow game. The one who's going to take initiative first is probably... Who do you think's... Depends if Chance draws Thaurissan, right?
Very much so, yeah. If the Freeze Mage player draws Thaurissan, that kind of kicks the game off, if you like. Sort of, you know, it starts a chain of events where suddenly, like, the Emperor has to be dealt with, so you're forced to make a play as the Warrior, and then obviously with this Antonidas Frostbolt double Ice Lance hand, if Emperor does come down and hit this, then we're going to see some fireworks the turn after. So Emperor could definitely be the catalyst to make this game go off. But it looks like the Warrior player here is going to blink first. And it looks like this is going to reveal his overall strategy for this game, because it looks like he's going to set up a patron board here in order to battle rage and draw himself some more resources. So since he's activating a big battle rage here, that indicates that he's not really planning to go for the fatigue plan. It looks like he's trying to get the resources he needs into his hand to activate his necessary combos.
I mean, like you said, if he was going for the fatigue plan, he would have just sat back, drawn a card a turn, armored up. But it looks like Battle Rage come down, try and find a way to get that Worgen down, pop a block, start putting some pressure on. And there's the Armor Smith, very important card if you go for the fatigue strategy. Combining that with Whirlwind and Death Spite generates a lot of armor overboard like this. However, Brandon doesn't have a good clear part. Well, he has has a Doomsayer. He has Doomsayer Frost Nova, but Execute answers that pretty nicely.
Does, yeah. Getting an Execute used on one of your Doomsayers is honestly kind of a win for the Freeze Mage player in a twisted way, because one of your win conditions is having either Antonidas or Emperor stick to the board for more than one turn. Emperor, Antonidas, or Alex. If you can get one of those minions to stick to the board for more than one turn. So the Executes are kind of rationed out to deal with those minions specifically from the Warrior player. So if you get an Execute used on a Doomsayer, it's often not the end of the world. But obviously in this situation, he's just desperate to find an answer to this patron board not having the Flame Strike in his hand. So the Execute is very, very much worth it here from the Warrior player.
Goes with a ping on the face instead of taking out, say, the 5-1 patron. He's banking on this Doomsayer sticking around and taking out this board. Let's look at Brandon's options. So can he get away with not using an Execute here? I don't think so.
No, I think he's forced to. He can use the Fiery War Axe. He could use 2 Inner Rages, which would be horrible value anyway, even if it did do the 2 extra damage. So yeah, just like popping the Execute there, gaining another 2 armor, and I think you can surmise from that Frost Nova Doomsayer play from your opponent that they don't have the Flame Strike in hand, so protecting this board at all costs seems fantastic.
And Blizzard isn't a good answer to this. It'll generate more patrons, it'll just kill a couple. You need Falnos to go with it for it to become an efficient way to deal with a board like this, but at the moment, it doesn't look like Chance has anything else going on. He can drop a Blizzard, but the patrons who get spawned don't get frozen, right? So then he has to deal with those guys.
No, the patrons get frozen.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Oh.
So Blizzard, basically you have to read Blizzard as deal 2 damage to all minions, then freeze all minions. So the minions don't have to take damage to be frozen. It's the same thing, like if a minion has Divine Shield, you don't deal the damage to it, but you do freeze it. So the damage and the freeze aren't reliant on each other, they're two separate things.
It's a very strange interaction, I think. Like
I think it makes sense. I've heard people complain that doesn't make sense, but I actually think that one makes sense as the way the card works.
It's like two parts. It's like the parts of a card interacting with each other midway, rather than Blizzard resolves and then Patron's effect resolves. It's like bit of Blizzard resolves, bit of Patron resolves, and then the other bit of Blizzard resolves. It's kind of a strange thing, right?
Yeah.
If you look at it from a physical TCG point of view, which this isn't, so half can get away with it.
Yeah. So now Chance has to make the decision as to whether he wants to commit more resources to this board. Again, you've got a pretty solid read that your opponent doesn't have a Flame Strike in hand. We saw Flame Strike not being used, then one card has been drawn, but that card was the top deck Blizzard if he was paying attention to where the cards came from. So you can be pretty solid in knowing that your opponent doesn't have Flame Strike in hand. And if your opponent doesn't have Flame Strike, you're just perfectly happy with this board right now. So I kind of agree with this line not to play anything extra. And he's starting to build up that Worgen combo in hand. He does have Worgen, he does have double Inner Rage. He's just looking for the charge activator and then maybe one more source of damage to really be able to push through a ton of damage.
Yeah, there's no reason to be greedy here. You're gaining armor. He's not dealing with that armor. You have board. You're drawing cards. As far as you're concerned, you're pretty happy. He doesn't have an answer to this. So there's no point committing anything else until something like Alex shows up, and then you can start using your resources to deal with something. Another shield block as well. So that makes things even tougher for the Freeze Mage, gaining that extra 5 armor. It's not
in a very, very long game, though, Shield Block will actually be net damage to the warrior because it will accelerate the fatigue. But again, as this is a combo deck, it doesn't feel like this is a game that will push all the way deep into fatigue. It feels like one of them is gonna push for the kill. But he is a long way away from being able to kill Brandon. We can see that the second secret poking out from under the overlay there means that he has Ice Barrier and Ice Block in play right now. So a lot of work needs to be done before any combo kill can be achieved on the mage.
Yep, that's true. And this Alex cut his life in half, but he's almost at full health anyway. So it just feels kind of bad for the Freeze Mage. And this is why the matchup kind of sucks, because of this armor stacking above the health. And, Chance has many ways he can deal with this. Is he committing a Whirlwind?
I think he might be, yeah. I mean, this is the issue we run into because he lost the execute using on the Doomsayer, which, I was totally fine with. The Doomsayer had to be dealt with to protect that insane board of patrons that he had, but because he doesn't have a clean execute for this Alex, he needs to commit some of his board into trading with it. And so I like him using the Whirlwind there, just to maintain the size of his board, because you are aware that your opponent does not have the Flame Strike and has not had the answer for multiple turns so far.
What do you think about playing Armor Smith as well with that extra 2 mana? You would have gained a lump of armor.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. I'm not sure what this Armor Smith is waiting for at that point. He would have gained an amount of armor from the Whirlwind, and then the trades into the Alex would have gained him more armor as well. So it seems strange that, especially after the Alex has gone, you kind of need to go into emergency mode and make sure you're gaining as much armor as possible, so that you can survive all the burst damage. So a little bit strange that Armor Smith is still sat in hand right now, but maybe he's just waiting for a big double Armor Smith play later in the game.
Yeah, potentially. And Loatheb finds his way to his hand as well. A very key card in fighting up against this matchup. If things weren't already in Chance's favour, Loatheb definitely helped out. And there's the Rampage. So one more piece of the puzzle. He does need to find that charge, and then he can start upsetting the Freeze Mage player with a huge amount of burst damage.
Yep, and Loatheb, very, very important pickup as well. Loatheb, one of the most destructive cards in the game for Freeze Mage. Probably only defeated by Kezan Mystic in terms of how much Freeze Mages hate to see it. But timing your lower third is very, very important in this matchup. You need to either do it on a turn where there's just so much overwhelming pressure that you can afford to get away with it, or on a turn where you pop the ice block and you use lower third to reduce their options on the following turn.
A lot of different things you can do here. I mean, like you can hitting the armor button seems pretty obvious here, but what else? Like these Acolyte of Pains are not useful anymore. They're kind of dead cards, I feel, going forward. Developing the Death Spite seems okay. Now, if you're going to play the Armor Smith, you play the Whirlwind, because there's no other reason why. And imagine if you had played the Armor Smith last turn as well.
Right.
Might have seen a Frostbolt ping on it, which gained extra 2 armor, but not only that, if it wasn't dealt with, the armor would have snowballed so heavily out of control. But even now, at this point, look at that health total.
Yep.
It's tough.
Absolutely huge amount of health. I do just want to rewind one turn here. I believe the Freeze Mage 10 mana ping passed last turn, which I think if you're going to 10 mana pass, you should probably spend that turn Pyroblasting your opponent in the face. Because like that Pyroblast isn't going anywhere else, right? You have to start eating away at this damage at some point if you're going to win the game. So since he opted to do nothing else that turn anyway, I think I would have liked to just see the Pyroblast let loose. But now he has to find an answer for this board. The Blizzard that he's already used would have worked very, very nicely with that Blood Mage Thalnos here, but still no Flame Strike in hand, no Doomsayer plus Freeze combo. So he is severely lacking in options for dealing with this board.
Yep, this is really tough. And even if this board gets dealt with, he does need to deal with the Armor Smith first, or he just gives more health to the patron. And not only that, we do see the pieces of the Rage of Worgen combo coming into hand as well. So another way to put pressure and maybe just pop the first block at least with another patron in hand as well, if he does want to develop a big board with that Death Spite later on. So everything's looking in the Patron Warrior's favor, mainly because Forsen hasn't shown up. I think if Forsen had shown up... there we go. He goes for that Pyro, like you said.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. So that's everything he needs for the Rage and Worgen combo. Inner Rage is the activator. But full board hasn't been dealt with. Swing for the face. Armor up. Maybe just get the Whirlwind effect ready on the Death Spite. And looking good for Patron here.
Yeah, I mean, if you really, really, really want to lock this game down, you can... Oh, no, if he swings with the weapon, which he doesn't have to. But yeah, if you really want to lock this game down, you can just Inner Rage your 3-1 Patron off the board and play Lower Third to just completely reduce the amount of options your opponent has. They'll have to spend basically their whole turn ice blocking for 8 mana, if they even have it. But again, that seems like overkill. It looks like this game is locked up. It's definitely something that you can consider in that situation.
Can you Flame Strike without Frostbolting the Armor Smith first? Oh, either one seems pretty bad to me overall.
Yeah. Well, Frostbolting the Armor Smith first is conceding the game, right? Because he just swings weapon to face. So he had no choice but to let him gain the armor there. But now the weapon is just going to pop the second ice block. Now this seems like a pretty fantastic lower third turn. Not sure why I didn't play some patrons there as well, but at this point it's kind of all a formality, really. It doesn't matter. But I definitely expect to see low third come down here. Yeah, excellent time for lower third. Second block is popped. You're looking at all sorts of options here to prevent lethal. And looks like this slightly unorthodox Patron Warrior. We're not really going to see the Worgen combo come into play here, but nonetheless, it's proven to be a very effective deck just through the core Patron cards.
Yep, and we get to see Worgen do something, right?
Yeah, it's not quite the spectacular amount of damage that it can do, but it's going to come out here and finish the game either way.
Yeah, and revealing this isn't an issue. This is Conquest, so once this deck wins, it wins. You know, not giving any information away, and well play comes down, and Patron's going to take the first match.
Right.
We had some name switch and cam switch ups going on.
Yeah.
So I'm a bit confused of who's who right now.
This entire game as the warrior and the mage. We'll sort out who is who definitively in this little break here, guys. It'll be fine.
So these names might switch around, depending. I think it was just the cams?
We were told the cameras were wrong, then that both were wrong, then that the names were wrong. So it could be any or all of the above, but we'll find out definitively from here, and when we get into the next game, we'll know what's up. But Either way, the warrior priest player, whoever that is at a significant advantage now because he has a winnable matchup for priest against freeze mage. It's not great, but if it's a priest that's packing a lot of healing, you know, there's some lists that, for example, Zetalot has run recently that have double flash heal and Light of the Naru. So that amount of healing can definitely cause some nightmares for a freeze mage player. But if that paladin is a secret paladin, then the priest lines up really, really well against it.
Yeah, Flash Heal kind of changed a lot for Priest, I felt. Like, Priest before against Freeze Mage was so tough. Then Justica made it easier, but Flash Heal did it as well. It's not amazing for Priest, but they do have a way to kind of top themselves back up after an Alex. Like, before, you would get Alex, you had your hero power, maybe a Holy Nova.
Right.
That was 7 mana, and then you were like, oh, I just hope I'm not dead in the next 2 turns, because I'll never be able to heal up again. So, you know, those were two tools introduced to the Priest that has helped them a little bit in that matchup specifically.
Yeah, it used to be you got Alexed and you'd go like, Shadow of Death, Holy Nova, heal my own face. Like, yes, that's the best possible turn, I'm at 19, and then you still lose. But now you can heal out of damage much, much harder. The problem is still that Priest can't really put the pressure on the Freeze Mage that stops them from setting up. So the Freeze Mage is still quite favoured, but it's a little bit more difficult to navigate these days. You really have to ration out your damage and make sure that you're factoring in beating a Flash Heal or a Light of the Naru or that extra sort of healing Justica as well. So.
There we go. So the names have been switched around now. So Chance was the Freeze Mage player. Wait, no, Chance was the warrior, the patron warrior.
Chance, yes, it looks from this, if we are correct this time, that Chance was the victorious patron warrior player and has now moved to the priest.
And Brandon with the secret paladin, as expected. We did see one Murloc yesterday, and he just went out, like, his Murloc just got wrecked within, 5-10 minutes by a druid, I believe. Yeah. But the Jason who got into the grand finals yesterday, he was rocking a secret paladin and freeze mage lineup. So, you know, it's quite a popular lineup, I see. It gets you quite far if you can play it well. But this is going to be a tough match going forward for Brandon.
Yeah, and this is one of the ways that Secret Paladin can actually defeat Priest. They can't really rely on just the huge late game boards with Dr. Boom and Mysterious Challenger so much against Priest because Light Bomb is such a blowout in those situations. The ways that Secret Paladin can overwhelm Priest is by getting this sort of early damage through really, really quickly, with a huge Secret Keeper early or with a Blessing of Kings on turn 4 or something like that. Pushing through a lot of damage early and then just being able to secure the last few bits of damage in the late game. And as we see here, just a huge 3-4 Secret Keeper is already down and Chance has no answer for it as the Priest.
2 Acolyte of Pains in hand as well. That was something Sifka used at Starladder recently. And I think even Zetalot experimented with Acolyte of Pains kind of early League of Explorers for extra card draw, because you are a control deck after all, and the more cards you draw as a control deck, the more options you have to react to stuff like aggro. So it kind of makes sense, but Muster for Battle and a 3-4 Secret Keeper is pretty rough for Chance to deal with at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, Acolyte of Pain makes a little bit of sense in Priest. You know, you don't get the immediate activators that you have in Warrior, but you do have things like Powered Shield, Velen's Chosen possibly to get increased value out of your Acolyte, get more card draws. So it makes a little bit of sense, but the Acolyte there gets very, very little value, sniped down by a 3-4 1-drop as it already is on the board, and this board is already demanding AoE, and even Holy Nova is not a fully effective clear, but the amount of pressure just mandates AoE here to relieve some of the stress from Chance. This Secret Keeper is just going to keep pounding away. It's going to get buffed even further by an Avenge. We're now rocking a 6-3 Secret Keeper. Not bad for 1 mana, huh?
Not bad at all. And like you said, the Secret Keeper is one of the ways that deals with Priest at this point. No Shadow Word Death. No, we're only running one of them these days in Priest because we're running double Light Bomb and double Entomb. They're more popular at the moment. But if he does deal with a Secret Keeper, things will slow down a lot for Brandon, and that's what he needs to do. A Light Bomb is coming up next turn. Maybe Deathlord is a way for him to kind of stall, maybe bring out a Challenger or something out then with the Deathlord, not get the effect, and then Light Bomb after, and that could be the moment where Priest starts to get back into the game.
Yeah, it seems like a strong turn to play Death Lord, since it's very, very likely that you are playing Light Bomb next turn, and it's also extremely convenient that he had that Museum Curator in his hand to play around that Repentance, because Repentance on a Death Lord is one of the ultimate feels bad man moments in Hearthstone.
Blessing of Kings here as well, so he could use the one attack weapon with the Secret Keeper, pop up the Death Lord, and then Blessing of Kings on his 1/1, make into a 5/5, swing for 5 for face. Shielded mini-bot's probably one of the worst. Oh wait, he's actually just going to True Silver. I like this, saving the Blessing of Kings. He probably knows Light Bomb's going to come up, but
Right.
shielded mini-bot is something Chance didn't want to see because it does survive the Light Bomb. Finding something like a Dr. Boom from the Death Lord or the Mysterious Challenger would have been great because it just gets taken out, but now this 2/2 is going to stick around if he does go for the Light Bomb.
Yeah, but the Holy Nova top deck allows him to hold on to the Light Bomb here for more higher value later. Maybe if there's a Doctor Boom played on the next turn, he now has those Light Bombs still ready to go. And this is as I said earlier, like the Secret Paladin, even though it's such a bizarre situation, because even though Secret Paladin is an aggressive deck, they actually have one of the best late game packages in the entire game. So they can actually out late game a lot of control decks even sometimes. But Priest is one of the decks that they can't usually do that against because of how effective Entomb is on Tyrion, because of how effective Light Bomb is against Challenger and Boom. And we see all three, like double Light Bomb and Entomb, so 3 excellent options to deal with late game boards in the Priest's hand, and he's at a relatively stable life total with a Flash Heal in his hand. So it looks like he has a pretty solid chance of stabilizing here.
Yep, only at 10 health. There's not a lot of burst in a Paladin usually. You can counter by 8 damage of burst in total with a Blessing of Kings and a True Silver. Although, Brandon does have what he needs to take him out, but he does use the Flash Heal, so he does understand that 8 damage of burst could come down. Even more if you had double Blessing of Kings, he does have the True Silver equipped.
Yeah, the Flash Heal was absolutely mandatory there. You're really not asking for much damage from your opponent to finish you off there if you don't Flash Heal. So things like Keeper, Blessing of Kings are all very, very threatening. And it looks like Brandon here actually has the fear of Entomb in his mind a little bit, and he's not going to allow the Priest to get the tempo swing by entombing Tyrion. An 8 mana spent on Piloted Shredder, Blessing of Kings here looks pretty damn appealing anyway.
Yeah, I like that. You can even chuck the Kings on the Spider if he wants to play around Light Bomb a little bit more, because it gets 1 extra health over the Light Bomb affecting it. He does. Or he could just Hero Power and be more patient, but can you afford to be patient at this point?
Yeah, so at the beginning, I was about to give credit to Brandon for this being a very, very intelligent play, but I think as the aggro player in this situation, you have to just jam the Blessing of Kings. If at this point, if the Blessing of Kings does 4 to face and then pulls out removal from your opponent, it's kind of done its job, you know? Like, Blessing of Kings in the early game is more something that you want to protect long-term and try and get long-term value out of. But in these later stages, Blessing of Kings is just burst damage. You want that thing to just hit face, do its job. So I would have loved to see the Kings come down there. Or, as you said, on the Spider to protect it from Light Bomb. Looks like a much more solid play there.
Yeah, it's he's kind of slowed down towards the late game, and that's when the Priest excels. You know, in the late game, you don't want to slow down at that point. You want to keep the pressure on. But for Chance here, he needs to figure out what he wants to do. Like, if he Light Bombs this board, the Spider sticks around. A piece of the Shredder comes out, and he can heal, but he also kills his own Toshley. It's tough.
Yeah, he has the emergency coolant spare part, which he can use to freeze the Piloted Shredder to reduce the highest amount of damage, but it looks like he is just going to go ahead and Light Bomb here. And an Echoing Ooze coming off the Shredder is pretty huge for him there. Very, very unthreatening minion.
Yeah, that was big for him. If he'd seen like a Millhouse or something, the pressure would be on for Chance. But he does have another Light Bomb sitting there. Actually, if he had, if it was something a little bit bigger, he probably would have lost to the Blessing of Kings. But getting a 1/2 has saved Chance's life here, it seems.
Yep. And now he's considering the Tyrion. He's staring across at like so many cards in the Priest's hand that he has to be putting him on an Entomb at this point. And this Blessing of Kings, I think there's been 3 or 4 turns where he definitely could have opted for it. I think last turn with the line of play that he took, there was definitely no reason not to use it. And now he's stuck in a position where just that little extra bit of damage, if he'd have done that 4 extra damage last turn and then just got light bombs, he would have had lethal here because that 4 damage would have been invested already. It's just very, very strange.
Looks like he feels like Tyrion is the only option here. I would have liked maybe a Blessing of Kings on the Ooze, because then the Ooze doesn't feel so terrible. It plays around the second light bomb. But Entomb is going to make things really difficult for Brandon here, because now he can heal then, and then he's just got 2 1/1s on the board, and that doesn't feel great. The aggro play at this point.
So Entomb obviously has to happen here. Entombing Tyrion, one of the absolute best targets in the game. You're kind of looking at Tyrion, Sylvanas, and maybe Savannah Highmane are the most satisfying targets to hit with an Entomb. Tyrion is way, way up there. And he's even going to play Bravery here and choose not to pass up the heal this turn and ask his opponent to do the damage. And
I can see his face in the camera. He's like, oh, I don't know if I should have done that.
Right.
But it paid off. Blessing of Kings does come down now. Does he go for face? I guess you have to. You can't. You have to just leave that Acolyte alone. Put him down to 1. So you're demanding another AoE clear from the priest. But as we know, he has the light bomb ready to deal with it.
So he has a couple of ways of doing this. He can try and attack into the Secret Keeper first and then light bomb for the full clear. Alternatively, he can just Velen's Chosen his own Acolyte and then Light Bomb to get the +1 spell damage on the Light Bomb that way, and that would be a full clear. And then he'd still have an attack left over for maybe a Redemption. Of course, the trying to attack into the Secret Keeper gets shut down by Noble Sacrifice. So he has to try and find the right way to navigate through all the possible secrets here to make sure that he gets the board clear.
So he knows now that it's not Noble Sac. It still could be Avenge, it could be Comp Spirit, it could be Redemption. There's a lot of things it could be. See what he draws into. And Northshire Cloud's not too bad, because he gets to play something along with his heal to face. Sure. And he could, and I guess you have to freeze the 1/1 at this point, right? Because if a Blessing of Kings comes down?
Yeah, it does seem strange. But yeah, as you said, Blessing of Kings, Keeper of Older Man. There's been so many other bigger targets that he's chosen not to freeze. This might feel a little silly, but it's absolutely correct, I think.
Even Consecrate does it.
Yeah.
Keeper of Older Man, there you go. So he would have been he would have lost if he hadn't frozen there. So well played from Chancer. Recognizes all the threats in the Paladin deck, and that he can find that extra little bit of damage to close out the game.
So again, this is just a constant source. Oh well, that helps. I was going to say this is a constant search for survival every turn for Chance as the priest player, but that is a very, very useful draw. Heal your own face first, then Organize Circle to clear out the board after attacking with your cleric, and you're in a pretty solid position.
Wait. Yeah. Oh yes, of course. Yeah. So yeah, this looks pretty good. So now Brandon's in top deck mode. He needs to find probably a challenger at this point.
This is interesting. The Velen's Chosen on the Orkanai now opens him up to lose to top deck True Silver. He wouldn't lose immediately, but the swing for face over 2 turns would kill him because he has no way of healing himself by securing the cleric on the board. Leaving it there at 1 HP means in an emergency he could always shoot it off with his own hero power, and it lets him draw, say, second flash heal for healing. But yeah, unluckily for Brandon, he picks up a Noble Sac. This is the one kind of bad part of playing Secret Paladin, right? Sometimes you just grab a secret out of your deck when you're out of cards.
Oh, and there's Tyrion as well. So yeah, 5 health. Brandon must feel terrible. But this is what Priest does, right? It doesn't matter how much damage you do to the Priest. There's always an opportunity for them to come back, these control priests, and the only damage you care about is the one that finishes them off. Because if they're stuck on some health with some cards in hand, there is still always a chance they'll find what they need to close out the game.
Yep. Although saying that, there is no lethal this turn, and there is no healing. And there are 2 boom bots in play, and the opponent is at 5 health. Just going to put that out there. Unfortunately, we can actually play around that by caballing one of the boom bots, and then there's no possible lethal from the boom bots either. So I think that will be the play that we see this turn.
Yeah, that's what you need to do. I think I agree because although he could top deck consecrate and then the four to face, there's a lot of
Sure. Yep.
RNG going on to win this game for Brandon. But he's going to test the secret first, and he's probably going to go with what you said. It looks like he's hovering over that Cabal already. Drop the
Yep.
Shadow of Death, hit six to face, and then once again you're in control.
Yeah, he can choose to death it, or he can just freeze it, and then he has the mana free for a hero power on the 1/1 if he wants to go that way. But death seems totally fine. And yeah, I see no reason to push these attacks anywhere else except face. No point sinking this damage into a 1/1. Oh, he's going to freeze the Boombot. Yeah, this is actually really smart. This is
Yeah, I
very,
like that.
very fair. Yeah, I like it.
I was just about to say, you're not going to probably find another target for this freeze unless
Yep.
it's a challenger, and he still needs to draw it. So freezing the 1/1, very smart. So Chance, showing that he's a very smart player. I'm very impressed with him. Someone who's come
Yeah.
from the university scene.
Absolutely. And yeah, freezing the Boombot there plays around that sort of Consecrate top deck that you mentioned. Consecrate plus Boombot damage to face, that sort of thing. Or random Hammer of Wrath, something like that. Who knows, right? You might as well play around all the outs. And yeah, Chance has just successfully sealed this game out, and he's going to take a convincing victory as the representing UC Santa Barbara player in our tournament today, and head his way through to the later stages of the bracket.
Yeah, congrats to Chance, Well played. Brandon, he was going against someone who's quite experienced of Hearthstone, who's been invested in the game, at least during university, playing in the Tespa League. I don't know a lot about how the Tespa League actually works, because it's only in the States. We have something quite similar in the UK, but not as developed, I would say. I think it's NUEL, I think it's called in the UK.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we're both from the UK, so it's kind of something we don't have a lot of knowledge about. But yeah, congrats to Chance. So we have two more Tespa guys coming up next, I believe.
Yep. We have Colby from Ohio State and Hometown Buffed, who is another UC Santa Barbara player.
And Colby played yesterday, I believe.
Was he a player we saw yesterday? I don't remember the name. Maybe it was one of the games you and Trump were casting that I wasn't involved in. Or maybe I just have a terrible memory. That's also very possible.
I think Colby lost to Rini.
Ah, okay.
So, yeah. You might recognize him when you see him on cam. That might refresh. But I'm pretty sure I remember Colby from yesterday. So, yeah, for anyone who's just tuning in, this is the Geico One Nation of Gamers PAX South booth. It's an open tournament for people who are at PAX South and can participate in 12-man heats, one heat after another, and then the winner of each heat goes into a 4-man single elimination bracket at the end of the day, where the winner will walk away with $200 and have an opportunity to play on Sunday in a round robin with the other winners from the other days for an additional $500. So this happened yesterday, it's happening today and tomorrow, so all of the PAX duration. So yeah, if you are going to PAX this weekend and want to get involved, pop over to the Geico booth. They also have some Smash as well, and they have some Xbox games. So a lot going on over there.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we are just setting up for the next game. They've updated our screen graphics here. Colby and Timothy. We were told his name was Hometown, but Hometown Buffed, we were told, but apparently he's entered as Timothy now. Maybe this might be a different game, not entirely sure. But looks like we have Warlock Paladin mirrors going on here, Aqua. What do you think about that?
Well, the Paladins can range from Secret to Murloc. More likely Secret. It's the more consistent deck at the moment. Although Murloc is picking up in the competitive scene. Warlock could be anything, right? We saw Handlock yesterday. We saw Combo Lock, Zoo, Flood Zoo. Reno, I think we saw Reno as well.
I'm not sure we actually saw a pure Reno lock, because we saw combo lock that we thought was Reno for a while, but then it ended up just having double power overwhelming in it. So we didn't. I don't think there was actually a Reno lock. We saw lots of weird, like actual old school hand lock, double Mountain Giant, double Twilight Drake, double Molten hand lock. With Ancient Watchers and everything. And we saw many different variations of Zoo and Flood Zoo, Hobgoblins, regular Zoo. I'm not sure we actually saw a Reno lock, which is a little bit surprising to me.
No, we did. Actually, we saw Reno lock with demons. He had the Mal'Ganis.
That's right. I think it was Twesticles that was playing the Reno lock. Yeah, he had the Mal'Ganis Voidcaller Reno. You're right. You're totally right, yeah.
So Warlock, especially in these formats, I feel is a very strong pick because it could be anything, right? It's very hard to mulligan against because if you don't know what archetype it is, different cards good against different archetypes. So Warlock is quite a safe pick, I feel, especially in this format where there's about 5 or 6 variations, 5 to 8, I would say, I guess, variations of Warlock right now you can play. So yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
like it.
definitely one of the secret powers of Warlock is the unknown factor when your opponent is mulliganing against you. Outside of classes like Druid that have fairly similar mulligans against all sorts of Druids, you kind of just want ramp cards, Keeper of the Grove, and solid curve plays. Outside of that, you're pretty much guessing between the aggressive Warlocks and the control Warlocks. But anyway, it looks like we are ready to go into the game, and we have Secret Paladin coming up against Zoo. So this is going to be very much a battle for early board control, and the game is pretty often decided by who has the advantage on turn 6. Because if the Paladin is in a reasonable position and is able to drop a challenger, then that is very, very often just way too much for the Zoo to deal with, unless they're playing a weird list with a Tech-in Big Game Hunter that you see sometimes. But if the Zoo is able to win the early game battle, they can sometimes deal with the threat of challenger in the late game.
Yeah, you do rely on stuff like Power Overwhelming, Abusive Sergeants to punch through that challenger. Like I said, it's very overwhelming without the Big Game Hunter. And speaking of Colby, this is a different Colby from yesterday. We've had two Colbys over the tournament. I don't recognize this guy, but I do remember a Colby. So it's a different guy. He is from the university, the Ohio State, and I don't believe we had any Tespa players yesterday, so that kind of makes sense.
So, Direwolf is a nice pickup. More of an on-curve option, but he may choose to use the Abusive Sergeant here, because that way he can fit a tap in as well. It depends what he wants to go for. Either way, this Horny Creeper needs to be buffed, and that Knife Juggler needs to be dealt with. It's just the option of whether he wants to use the 2/2 or the 2/1.
I kind of like the Abusive there, because I feel that Direwolf is just going to die anyway to the Shielded Minibot. And maybe Abusive would die to the Shielded Minibot as well. And keeping the Direwolf around would probably have a lot more value. But Consecrate is going to devastate this board.
Yeah, he went ahead and just played both there, which was very, very dangerous against Consecrate. But I can definitely understand his mentality, because Consecrate is getting very rare in Secret Paladin these days. Most people are only playing one, if that. And he wanted to maximize the amount of targets he had on board, because his turn 4 play was Defender of Argus. So by getting the extra bodies on board, that increases his chances of being able to bank a good defender the next turn. So definitely don't disagree with that line of play, really.
And True Silver's going to clear up this nicely. Going to be able to take out the 1/1 token as well with the Minibot. So Timothy's definitely got the initiative here. He's been able to respond to everything Colby's playing. Are we going to see a Doom Guard, I wonder?
If we do, we're going to be sad, because it's just going to run straight into a Noble Sacrifice. Knife Juggler is a huge pickup. Gives him a 50-50 of at least having somewhat of a board presence going into this challenger turn. This is a huge flip right here. Doesn't get it.
Now, this is the moment you said with things start to get a little bit shaky. And you can kill the Knife Juggler with your weapon, and you can leave the 2/1 up and give another target for Avenge to hit. Because you kind of want it to be spread out, right? And that imp is going to run into the get down anyway, so having the extra body on board makes Challenger a little bit stronger in this situation.
Yeah, I love this line. Just leave the Flame Imp there exposed to the Noble Sack. If it wants to attack into the Noble Sack, all it's doing is killing itself and giving you more power on board as your secret chain goes off. So yeah, I absolutely love this line. And this is about the clunkiest hand that Zoo can draw these days. Since most people have cut the Mal'Ganis package and the Void Callers, etc., and moved back to the old school fast Zoo, this is about the slowest hand you can draw with Zoo. Double Argus, double Doomguard.
The problem is now, if you drop this Doomguard, not only are you discarding 2 cards, and potentially you have a Doomguard, which is one of your other big minions in the deck, it's going to get hit by Repentance. And it's just going to die. So this just looks terrible. He might tap, but tap feels pretty dangerous at this point, especially with a 6/6 on board, with Comp Spirit going off and Avenge once he attacks. Do you just Argus here and wait, or...?
Whoa, that attack seems kind of crazy to me. I guess he's going to hope that the Avenge goes onto the Minibot and then use the Doomguard to take down the Minibot, but if the Avenge hits the Challenger here, he's in serious trouble. Yeah. But to be fair, there weren't really many spectacular-looking lines of play for him that turn, so I guess he had to take the risk. Goes ahead and Doom Guards, takes 2 damage off the board, but that is not going to be enough.
He does keep himself a Doom Guard, but I think we're at the stage now where it doesn't really matter. Is it lethal with the True Silver? Or is he one off?
17, yeah, he's one off.
No. But I don't think it even matters. He could just swing for face True Silver, put him down to 1. And what does a Zoo player do once they're at 1? Usually just die.
Yeah, usually you life tap, right? That's what you do when you're at 1 HP.
Life tap and go to the next match.
Yep, take the honourable way out. Power overwhelming. Yep, little nod from Colby. Yeah, power overwhelming. Exactly what I wanted. So, yeah, looks like we're going to see the honourablest of Sudokus here. Taps, concedes the game to Timothy, and Timothy goes out to a 1-0 lead with his Secret Paladin, and we're going to have to see what his Warlock deck is now.
Yep, quick victory for Timothy there. 1-0 straight away. 2 aggro decks going at it, resolving the game by turn 6-7, which is generally where you want to what you want to do with an aggro deck. So yeah, very fast game. Not much to say other than Timothy just did what Secret Paladin does best: drops Challenger on 6 when Zoo has no proper board.
Yeah, it was just a clunky draw for the Zoo. The cards just kind of came in the wrong order. He drew an Imp Gang boss on 4 that he would have loved to have had 1 turn earlier on 3. He had like cards like Doomguard and Defender of Argus in his early game hand when he would have much rather had his creepers and eggs and stuff like that. So his deck just wasn't very kind to him in that situation, didn't give him the leverage cards that he needs to be able to compete with the fantastic early game of the Secret Paladin, and then Challenger just came down and crushed the game because he'd already fallen behind. So no huge surprise.
Consecration just ruined that game for him.
Yeah, the Consecrate was a blowout.
Because he would have had so many targets for Argus, and that would have definitely helped. And he had 2 Arguses, so as long as Consecrate wasn't there, he could have just kept dropping taunts, had more stuff to fight against the Mysterious Challenger that was coming up, but that Consecrate just ruined his day. Ruined his day.
There are many, many times that Secret Paladin have ruined people's day, and that was no different. There's so many different cards that can do it, right? There's so many bad beats when you're playing against Secret Paladin. It's just yet another one of the strengths of the deck. Like, sometimes you're just terrified of Kings, and they have Kings. Sometimes you're terrified of Keeper, and they have Keeper. Sometimes you lose to Challenger on 6, and they have Challenger on 6. Like, there's so many of these things that can just crush you if they have it at the right time. So it makes it a very, very frustrating deck to play against.
I think Keeper is one of the cards nowadays that upsets me the most. Like, you feel like you're behind on board, you're playing like, I don't know, mid-range druid, you've teched in Ancient of War, because you're fighting, a lot of aggro on ladder, you think, right, I have an Ancient of War to help me stabilize, you drop that Ancient of War down for 7 mana, you think, right, get through that, you're not running equality, and Keeper of Alderman comes down, and you're just like, oh, really? Like, that was it. That's why I put this card in to stop you, and you have an answer to it. You don't even need equality. Ah, man.
So anyway, looks like we're just waiting for game 2 to get started here. Timothy's picked up a victory with his Secret Paladin, and oh yeah, it looks like the lineup of the games has changed, because we thought initially that we had a mirror match, right? But Colby is in fact playing Druid and Warlock, not the Paladin Warlock. Okay, just a small delay for a minor tech issue there, but looks like everything is resolved now and we're ready to go. So let's take a look at what game 2 is going to be. We have Secret Paladin from Colby against what appears to be a Reno lock, possibly outside chance of Malygos based on this opening hand from Timothy.
Yeah, potentially. I think Reno lock is the most, would you say, the most popular Warlock at the moment? Or would you say Zoo is starting to take that?
Yeah, I think Zoo has actually come back and overtaken it again. I'm starting to encounter a lot more Zoo, especially on ladder. But yeah, this is looking like a Reno lock. No real extra hints, because that Sylvanas that was mulliganed away is coming back into hand. But it's definitely a possibility that all of these cards could be played in Malygos Warlock as well. But as you said, Reno is certainly a lot more popular than Malygos at the moment.
Although Azure Drake, that's an interesting addition. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Now, having Reno Jackson in hand in this matchup, I think changes a lot. You can be a lot more risky, a lot more greedier, because at some point you can just top it back to full, and then the Paladin has to do all the work again. And this hand just looks great for Timothy. He has a big game hunter ready for stuff like Boom and Challenger if he gets a good Avenge off. He's got Hellfire ready for a big board, and then if everything's going wrong, drops Jackson, and he becomes rich, and bam, back to full health.
Yeah. One of the problems you can encounter, though, against these really minion-heavy mid-range decks like Secret Paladin or Druid, which is in a fairly similar category, is that Reno's not often enough. You need a big board clear and Reno, because you can't, if they build a big Challenger Boom board, you can't just Reno into that board and say, okay, well, I've healed, I'm fine now, because they're just going to beat you up for 20+ damage again the next turn. So you need to have the board clear cards first to stabilize the board and then be able to Reno afterwards. But as you said, the key cards like Big Game Hunter and Hellfire are definitely extremely helpful at making that happen.
He's just picked up a Belcher as well, another card that will tank minions from Colby, reduces board size, and again, making Reno more effective. But like you said, the Reno plan might be hindered by stuff like Dr. Boom and Ragnaros and Mysterious Challenger sticking around if he doesn't find something like a Twisted Nether. But right now, only ragging Colby's hand, which he has the answer for. So at the moment, I think things are looking great for Timothy. Although this is Secret Paladin, it can just kind of stabilize and pull out a win with the right draws.
Yeah, something like a Divine Favor might be key here. Something like exactly a Divine Favor would be quite key here. Let's not pretend there's any other card like Divine Favor. Because, obviously this is a similar style of deck to Handlock. Classically has a ton of cards in their hands most of the time. So this is one of the matchups where Divine Favor can be very helpful. But because there aren't many of these matchups left in the game, and there's not too many decks that greedily hold a lot of cards left around in Hearthstone, a lot of people favor cutting Divine Favor from Secret Paladin and just play a more stable curve of minions like Ragnaros. So the Rag might even suggest that there isn't a Divine Favor in this deck at all.
I mean, Reno Jackson and the Reno Jackson Warlock and Freeze Mage are probably the two targets for Divine Favor. But Freeze Mage just has such a good matchup against you anyway. Is the Divine Favor going to make that much of a difference ultimately? I think against Reno Jackson Lock, it's probably more effective. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it'll definitely help in this matchup, but as I said, the Ragnaros seems to suggest he's playing just a bigger curve of minions just to make his natural draws more dense and therefore not need to rely on the Divine Favor because of how bad it is in Secret Paladin mirrors and when playing against Zoo and all that sort of thing. So he looks like he's just going to have to try and play this game out honestly with board presence and be fairly low on resources in comparison to his opponent and just rely on his tempo to secure a board. And that is the really important thing. That's the key. The key factor here is that he needs to secure a board. He needs to make a board that's resistant to the removal that he expects from his opponent, because that Reno is in hand, so he can't just win by purely rushing down. He needs to make a strong, resilient board.
Right, leaving the Azure Drake up. So he gets a 4 damage Hellfire, but he'll kill his own Azure Drake as well. Mortal Coil is nice as well, because he can pop up with a Spider if he wants. Knife Juggler will throw some knives, and then he can Hellfire and clear most of it. He does keep the mini bot up and the token. Other than that, what else could he do here? Do you feel
he can straight up Mortal Coil the Knife Juggler for 2, and then
that's true,
drop Stalag onto the board. Stalag is kind of the wrong half of the pair. You want to draw them in the other order. You want to have Fugan as the 4/7 to fight for the board first, and then draw Stalag afterwards, because it's such a big minion that they then can't ignore it. So they kind of have to activate your Thaddeus combo to deal with the 7/4. But the Owl pickup off the Mortal Coil there is pretty helpful, but the Drake is unfortunately just going to run straight into Noble Sack. And he looked like he was just going to play a raw Big Game Hunter there for a second, which would have been a very, very strange play. The Farseer to heal up the Drake definitely seems a lot more effective.
Oh, Challenger off the top right now. I guess you just play it. And thin your deck for the secrets, and then continue to put pressure. I guess you want to start trading at this point to limit the effectiveness of being able to... I mean, he can get rid of the Owl, he can get rid of the Farseer, and then once he does proc the Avenge has less chance of hitting the Mysterious Challenger, which is what you don't want it to hit when you're playing a deck like Reno Jackson Lot, because they're more than likely packing a Big Game Hunter.
Yeah, this is a difficult decision here, because you kind of want to take out the Drake, because the Drake is the scariest card in terms of buffing removal options like Dart Bomb, Hellfire, Shadow Flame, etc. But to get rid of the Drake, you have to like remove Divine Shields and pop your Death Rattles, etc. Which then makes the AoE just naturally more effective because you've got rid of those AoE resistant effects like the Divine Shields and the Death Rattles. So it's a very awkward decision. He decides to just go ahead and leave the Drake up on the board and just deal with whatever AoE options or removal options his opponent has. So yeah, this is the tricky situation that we talked about at the start of the game. He would have felt secure having Reno Jackson in his hand to stretch out the length of the game. But Reno isn't good enough here. Like, he can't just play Reno to secure himself from not dying. He needs to find some way of dealing with this board.
Do you Hellfire first? If you're gonna no, you need to pop this the spell pie. You can't. I was thinking because now doing it this way, Avenge is more than likely not gonna hit the challenger unless he's really lucky. And you want it to hit challenger because you want to BGH it. It hits the best target, actually, the one with Divine Shield. And like you said, you can't just Reno this point and hope for the best. But
no.
This is so difficult.
So Hellfire will take 2, 5, 7 damage off the board and do 4 to himself, as well as kill his own Drake. It really doesn't achieve anything at this point because of that Avenge hitting the Divine Shield. So he is just going to go ahead and just suck up the Reno here. The competitive spirit goes off and just makes this board insane, which when you're doing the Hellfire calculations, you actually have to add 1 to every minion because the competitive spirit goes off. So it actually kind of makes the Hellfire seem a lot more appealing. I think I would have liked to see the Hellfire there. I'm not sure if he would have ended up dying because of it. If he'd have Hellfired, he would have done 4 to himself. He was at 16 or 17, I think?
16.
16, yeah, so the Hellfire would have killed him. So this was actually his only option.
So how much damage does he have on board here? He's got 10... 20, 24. So we could kill him with a YOLO Rag. But I think just clearing the board here, smashing him in the face. Maybe hold on to Rag for now. You could probably drop a Cog Hammer and use Rag as a finisher. Because Twisted Nether's still a thing, right?
Hold on. 2, 6, 12, 19, 22. Yeah, he can trade, go face with everything, play Rag, and he has a 50-50 to clear the board or win the game. So this looks like the right play to me.
Yeah.
Twisting Nether is obviously ugly if this kills the minion, but you know it's a 50-50 to win, or you have a clear board and you're asking your opponent to have exactly Twisting Nether right now. So,
which he doesn't have, or a Shadow Flame. But even Shadow Flame's not enough because the Shield Minion Bot will stick around, and there's a Cog Hammer in hand, and it looks like Timothy is going to accept defeat here, and Colby gets a score on the board with the Secret Paladin, tying up 1-1.
Yeah, absolutely. So Secret Paladin 100% win rate in this series so far. So both Secret Paladins have picked up the win, and now we have a Zoo against a Reno lock left over. How do you feel about this matchup, Aqua?
You need that AoE. Like, if you don't draw that AoE, the Zoo will just overwhelm you, and that will be the issue here. To what I think Colby needs to do, if he wants to win that game, he needs a strong early game. He needs a pray he doesn't run into a Hellfire, but as long as he keeps recharging his hands with those cost minions, it might not even matter. It's not a matchup I've actually played before, personally. When I was playing Reno Jackson a lot, Zoo wasn't even in the picture. It's only quite recently Zoo's kind of picked up. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, your analysis is pretty on point, really. Like, you need the board clear. It's a very minion heavy aggressive deck. So just having the Reno to heal yourself isn't always enough. You need to have that board clear option as well. You need to deal with the threats and then be able to Reno afterwards once you've stabilized. So it's very similar to the matchup we've seen against Secret Paladin, really. Except Secret Paladin is a little bit slower with a bit more power in the late game than Zoo.
Looks like Timothy has some good answers here to the minions. He's got a mind control tech. If things get a little bit too hairy on board, he's got an implosion which can deal with a minion and give himself his own minions to start fighting for board. So those are two decent cards going forward. Healbot, like the healing's not really that important at this point, but Colby's hand, he seems like he's got one of those Zoo hands again, like he had before, which you just don't want to see.
Yeah, the double Argus draw was a little bit miserable there. How do you feel about him not just playing Mind Control Tech as a 3-3 that turn? Because he could have had a pretty dominant board by just dropping down the 3-3 there.
Yeah, I like that. I think just getting the 3-3 down is fine. Especially when you're just staring down an egg. Right, and then you've got 2 free attack minions. The best thing you can play next turn is an Imp Gam boss, Otherwise, you might see a combination of like Peddler and an Imp, or maybe a Peddler and another Void Walker. So yeah, I quite like the Mind Control tag. But this is pretty decent, I suppose. He gets a 4/4 out and a 2/3, but you know, still quite slow on turn 3. You just want to have it by 3 minions. Oh
No
dream.
So I mean, the other side of that is like, okay, you could have chosen to shoot the Argus, and that way you could have rolled 3 or 4. But if you're going to roll 2, you might as well have shot the 4/4 and gone for the dream, right? So
that's true. I agree.
No real harm done there.
And now Colby's starting to get a decent board, and this Mind Control tech could be awesome.
Yep. Keeping the Mind Control tech is definitely going to pay out for him here, depending on what he pulls. Pulls the Flame Imp, which is, you know, in the bottom half of the good targets. He would have loved to get the Imp Gang boss there, I think, or secondary, just have the Nerubian to take the maximum damage away. But holding on to the Mind Control tech has at least done something for him here. But of course, if the Mind Control tech was on the board earlier, it also would have had a good trade with that 2/3 Argus that he played on the previous turn. So it's hard to evaluate exactly which of these lines would have worked out better.
I don't know. I would argue that the Flame Imp is in maybe the top pick for the Mind Control tech just because of Demon Wrath. Because if he kept the Flame Imp...
Sure. Oh, okay, well, so Imp Gang Boss would definitely have been better either
Been the
way.
best.
Yeah,
the best of them.
Yeah, I can get on board with that. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
So yeah, not too bad, I suppose. Demon Wrath is going to keep it around. But Argus running that Imp just looks... too clean to me, although Knife Juggler, and if he does commit like a Knife Juggler and a Direwolf Alpha, he will get punished heavily by the Demon Wrath, although an Argus would probably be a little bit better if he is considering Demon Wrath. But, you know, there's a lot of AoE that can come out. Hellfire, for example, Shadow Flame being probably the worst. What do you like here?
I think I would trade the Argus into the Flame Imp, and then... trade the existing Argus into the Flame Imp, and then replay Argus in the middle of the 2 minions, and then trade the 3/5 into the 3/3, go face with the 5/3. That's what I was looking at this turn, but he's chosen to taunt the Argus instead of trading it into the Flame Imp. Interesting. So the only reason you'd kill a Flame Imp over a 3/3 is to exactly play around Demon Wrath, right? So... kind of has to have that considered in his mind. Interesting, okay. I think trading the Argus into the Flame Imp first and then doing the same thing that he did this turn would have been more beneficial. But he leaves an extra minion up on the board here in exchange for pushing a little bit of extra face damage. So.
Gets a pretty nice Shadow Flame here on the Flame Imp. And, you know, the Demon Wrath can be used later. Demon Wrath will take out that Knife Juggler and Direwolf Alpha very nicely. And those 2 minions are probably going to be the things that replenish his board. So you can reset the board once again. But he is at 12 health, and there is a power overwhelming. If Colby can keep a board intact, he may be able to get a win. I do prefer Imp Gang Boss here, if you're thinking about Demon Wrath.
Yeah, also it's just a stickier minion in general, right? Because you have that power overwhelming in hand, and as you said, you're kind of just looking to make a minion stick. So Imp Gang Boss is much, much harder to deal with effectively. But there is a perfect 7-mana Molten Giant heal bot turn this turn, which means he can also just tap and then do the same thing. And that's looking pretty juicy right now.
Yeah, I like that. Tap as well. Find your Reno. He's got potential there. Play the free Molten Giant, heal back up. And once again, Suzu has to do some more work. And he just has the 2/4, and you have the 8/8 and the 3/3. And then he has to start dealing with your board, or being really aggressive. But if he does decide to go very aggressive, it could be a problem if Reno shows up.
So yeah, taps first, Molten Giant to 0, Healbot back up to 18, plenty of life to be working with for now, and draws the extra card. So definitely worth tapping first there. Picks up the 8/8 on board, and he's now in a very, very dominant board position and might just be able to secure this game out without needing any of the Reno Jackson silliness.
Yeah, things are looking good. Lofeb's not a bad pickup. It does play around stuff like Siphon Soul. Although, like you said, he's kind of healed himself out of range at this point. Farseer as well in hand if he needs another top-up at some point. But of course, even if this Molten Giant gets dealt with, big bad boy Boom is there in hand waiting. They come down and once again swing the board in his favor. So Yeah, I believe Timothy is close to a victory here.
Yeah, it definitely looks like he's closing in on a 2-1 victory, but the Zoo player is never out of it. They just need a couple of decent chain draws, and they can generally steal games from anywhere. Doomguard, second power overwhelming, silly stuff like that can definitely burst the game out if it comes down to it. He's going to go for the Knife Juggler Implosion here to just generate a big ball presence. The imps themselves are resistant to Demon Wrath, so having already seen a Shadow Flame used, their AoE options are quite limited to be able to deal with this board. So yeah, I kind of definitely like generating a bit of ball presence here. He could have gone for the ultimate greed, Implosion on the Molten Giant for 4, and then all 4 imps summon knives that hit the Molten Giant, but I don't think anyone is quite that greedy.
That is the dream.
Yeah.
What do you do here? Maybe Belcher Farseer? Get rid of the Knife Juggler? You have Dark Bomb as well. That's another way you can deal with the Knife Juggler. I do like Belcher coming down, just to set up some resistance.
Yeah, Belcher looks really solid here. It looks like he's going to go Belcher Farseer here, but I want that 8 damage going to the Zoo's face that turn. So I think I would have used the Dart Bomb and just dropped the Belcher and jammed the 8 into the Zoo's face. You can really start activating the race, make them have to think defensively as well as offensively, which gives them just so many more considerations to factor into their plays. But he's developed a very, very strong board here, stabilizes his life total even more than he did with the heal bot on the previous turn. So there's not too much wrong with this line, but I mean, when you have an 8/8 on board and you're staring down a bunch of two attack and 1 attack minions, it feels like you should be going face, right?
Yeah, I agree. You want the Zoo player to be thinking more than just, I'm just gonna fight for board and put a little bit of damage in face. You want them to be thinking, now I need to kill the Molten Giant because he's hitting me in the face, and that's a lot of damage. He does get an Owl. Interesting. So Owl will let him clear up the Molten Giant with the Direwolf Alpha. Oh no, it won't. He won't have enough mana.
He won't have the mana, no. A little bit unfortunate. If he'd have tapped first and picked up the Owl, he could have taken out the 8/4 and left the Belcher up. But looks like he's just going to go for the Smork plan. He's left 14 damage up on his opponent's board, so he's asking him to have 8 to kill him. Doesn't seem too bad, but obviously, the Reno is in a pretty solid position right now.
I mean, did he see Stalag or Fugan last game? Because he doesn't. So he doesn't know if this is combo.
No.
So he doesn't know if there's combo at the moment. But yeah, like you said, he's asking for quite a bit of damage from Reno. Unless you're playing a combo variation, the burst is not always there. Abusive Dart Bomb Hellfire. Some of the burst options from this variation of Reno, at least.
Yeah.
So what do you do here?
Well, not having the kill, you definitely have to make a defensive play because the Zoo is not. You're not asking the Zoo for much extra damage themselves to be able to kill you. So you have to make a defensive play to take damage off the board. So it looks like he is going to go into the Imp Gang boss first, which only takes 1 damage off the board as opposed to killing the Owl. Very interesting to me. I hope he's not going to Demon Wrath here.
Yeah, that would be a little bit embarrassing.
So, yeah, interesting. Because he sent one of his attacks into the Imp Gang boss, that's now 1, 2, 3, 4. Power Overwhelming is 8, Direwolf is 10. So he's a little bit short of lethal. So that's enough damage to take out. And now he's just threatening lethal again himself, so he's going to force his opponent to make some trades. But he does have the Direwolf plus Implosion, Imps in Play combo, which is one of the best trading tools that Zoo has available to them, to be able to daisy chain the Imps for 2 damage each to clear out boards, similar to what Shaman likes to do with Flame Tongue Totem. The long deceased mid-range Shaman.
Oh, mid-range Shaman feels bad for him.
Yeah,
that's a deck I actually enjoy. I know you hate Shaman. Have you changed your mind since Burst Shaman's come around, or do you just still hate them?
I like Face Shaman a little bit more. I think that deck is fairly fun, but yeah, still just the natural variants of Shaman cards. But hey, why are we talking about Shaman when that is a pretty solid Reno Jackson top deck right there? And Colby, head in his hands, reacts to the Reno. That he knows that is his tournament over. No way back now. Because the Reno comes down, heals to 30, and he's lost the board in the same turn when it's been played. So there is basically no hope for a comeback now.
He was very close with the Direwolf and the Power Overwhelming. All he needed was a Doomguard. Well, no, I don't think a Doomguard. Another Power Overwhelming. they've done it. Oh, speaking of Doomguard,
Yeah.
it looks like he's still going to fight though. He's not giving up just yet.
Yeah, I mean, if he'd have had a decent board at this point, and it's definitely not an irreversible situation as Zoo once the Reno comes down, but yeah, in this situation, when you're actually behind on board and staring down the full heal back to 30, it's borderline impossible.
Oh,
And
and an Argus.
an
Some more
Argus.
defense, and a Dark Bomb for the Knife Juggler. Yeah, I think this. Surely this after this turn, I think Timothy will show his dominance, and Colby might concede. He could even just Doctor Boom now. He doesn't even need to set up a defense. 27 health.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it, I think.
He was just a little bit off lethal that turn due to the Demon Wrath not being able to deal any damage to the Voidwalker. If that was just a regular taunt minion, then he could have used the Voidwalker, the Demon Wrath, to help push through it with the Imp, but just a tiny bit off lethal there. But nonetheless, Doctor Boom is pretty lethal as far as cards go.
Yeah. He's still working stuff out.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying, bless him. Definitely pushing his tournament experience to the fullest here, but there we go. That is pretty much a concede on his part. And Timothy has just got to choose pick his poison to finish out this game. Goes for the simple attacks with the Boom. No BM from Timothy there. Solid set played between two seemingly very solid players there. Timothy comes out on top with the clutch Reno lock draw. Drew that Reno at the right time, but honestly, he was in a fairly solid position anyway.
Yeah, I think that was a good game. I think both players played very well, and it could have went either way at that point if Colby had a little bit more burst in his hand, maybe an extra overwhelming, maybe an abusive or two. He could have closed out that game, but he just couldn't find what he needed at the end. And the top deck Reno, of course, changed everything. If that Reno didn't show up, Colby was probably set for a win. Or there would be probably a little bit more back and forth. But, Timothy does take it. A solid game of Hearthstone, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely, and definitely we're off to a good start with the day today. You can definitely feel the increased quality of players as the Tespa tournament players are starting to filter into proceedings here. Not to say it to disparage the players who played yesterday, but there were a lot more of sort of casual entries playing fun decks and budget decks, people who didn't have access to all the cards, mixed in with the strong players that we saw like Admirable. Whereas today it looks like we're experiencing a much more solid player pool overall. Anyway, it looks like we are just about ready to take a quick break, and we are going to come back with the continuation of this first heat on day 2. And stay tuned, because right back after the break, the moment you've all been waiting for, we're going to get you some Trump action. So enjoy that, guys. We will see you very shortly.
Hello, guys. Welcome back to the One Nation of Gamers. Joining me here is Trump. We're at PAX South, bringing you a next match in the Heat. How's it going, man?
It's good. Yeah, here we are at PAX South. It's a really hopping convention right now. Check us out over at the booth.
Yeah, we got all sorts of stuff going on here in the UK. Oh wait, yeah. Well, we're not at PAX, but we're there in spirit at least, right?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so Timothy is going to continue with his Reno Jackson lock and his Secret Paladin. He's gone up against David. These guys are not busting out the Hearthstone tags, are they? Like Aquablad and Trump. They're just going with the traditional names, David and Timothy.
Great. Yeah, sometimes I wonder, what if I just named my Hearthstone name Jeff? I wonder if that would have the same impact.
Jeff SC, sorry. Yeah, maybe. Oh, if you're Welsh, you can even call David David. That's a Welsh variation of that name.
Yeah, in Espanol, it's David.
All right, so David, David. Well, we'll see. He's probably American, right? So we'll just go with traditional David. And we are in the round of 4. So the winner of this will meet someone in the finals of this heat. So we're almost over. The first heat is almost over.
Yeah, I was tuning in for the last ones. This heat is one of the more cutthroat ones because it has quite a few top players in it.
Yeah, we got some TESPA guys here repping their universities. I'm not too sure what's going on with the TESPA tournament at PAX, but Frodan's there, Amraball, TJ, those guys have been casting that event, and these guys must have had some spare time and decided to pop over and try and win some prize money, $200 for the winner of this whole event at the end of the day. So yeah, bit of pocket money for the winners, and the players are getting ready right now. So. Secret Paladin Reno Jackson versus mid-range Druid, I assume, and maybe Secret Paladin again. Which lineups do you like if we're assuming that it's going to be a Secret and a mid-range Druid?
Man, I've played Reno Lock against Druid so many times that I've started to dread it. I actually managed to get around a 50-50 in practice on the ladder, but I know in actuality it's quite worse. It's also because I was running a Reno Lock version, which was kind of geared against Druid. Well, like, to not completely lose, I suppose.
Okay, so what type of cards would you put in Reno Lock to gear against it?
Void Caller is really good. I was running a Reno Lock with 2 Void Caller and not the combo. So that means that you can get a lot more stability with getting out big cards such as Mal'Ganis and Doomguard.
All right, cool. Well, we have a Secret Paladin Mirror. Look at the hands here. This is always fun, right? Timothy's hand looks fantastic. David's hand doesn't look that great.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just comparing the hand sizes right now. I'm like, oh my gosh, how did Timothy cheat and have like 4 additional cards? It's because David has drawn so many useless secrets. That's the big weakness of Secret Paladin. I've heard you guys talk about it before, and yeah, it's one of the weaknesses of Secret Paladin, but one of the reasons why I personally haven't brought Secret Paladin that often to tournament matches or even ladder is because these draws, they happen more often than you would think, especially when you're standing on the other side of the Secret Paladin.
You just never want to be in that situation where you have a draw like this, because a draw like David's at the moment against a draw like Timothy, it's going to be very hard to come back once stuff like a turn 5 challenger comes down, and you just don't generate a board, do you? Because you're just dropping useless secrets.
Yeah, Timothy was reaching for the True Silver there. I kind of like the Knife Juggler Guy button because the weapon can already kill the 1/1. And if the Knife Juggler hits the 2/2, then you can kill the 2/2 with the Light's Justice as well. He's going to go with a bigger weapon, though.
Oh, he finds a million at last, but it looks like Blessing the Kings is going to be coming down with another secret, an Avenge, I can see. Yeah, so he's got an Avenge coming down, and a 5/5 on board. So Timothy is at 16 health, but his quality of his hand is so much better at this point, and Challenger come down on 5. Definitely going to stop David in his tracks.
Yeah, Timothy has the resources to keep going on for quite some time. David is... Oh, that's another secret. That's rough. To get all the secrets and not Secret Keeper, and to get all the secrets before Mysterious Challenger. These things happen.
Yeah, Secret Paladin things, one of their weaknesses, like you said, and some players have even cut down the amount of secrets in their decks to stop this, like one redemption, cutting competitive spirit and repentance altogether, just to make these bad draws less likely to happen. But unfortunately for David, he is stuck with it, and he's going to have to deal with a secret, a mysterious challenger, and most of a Christmas tree at least.
Yep. David is just building the Christmas tree the old-fashioned bad way.
He's actually got the tree out, adding the baubles himself manually rather than Challenger popping up, dropping the Christmas tree with everything already on it there for him. So, yeah, doing it the old-fashioned way, like you said.
All right. I mean, it's a little bit scary for Timothy. He is low, and that board is... It's got 9 damage on it.
He does have a Consecrate available to him, but Consecrating will proc an Avenge, he's willing to assume. He's going to drop the Noble Sack first, maybe see where the Avenge lands, and go from there, and decide.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about those secrets not being pulled away from Mysterious Challenger is you don't completely know what's in there. You might have expected a Redemption, and there is one. But you never know if it's actually Repentance and Competitive Spirit lying there instead of something coming back up, which would have led to a different line being better. But it seems like this is the line which would have been better on a quick glance.
I think he's just going to drop a lot of dudes, hopefully snipe some of the 1 health minions, and Challenger's probably going to find himself running into...
Doesn't hit any of the 1 health minions. And he's forced to do a bad trade with Challenger.
I don't know if I would have preferred hitting the 4th too at that point, just to keep the Challenger up. How much health did the 5... Was he a 5/5, that minion?
I don't quite recall.
Well, he's stuck with this board anyway, regardless. Keep with Alderman. It's a body at least. He can buff his 2/1. Oh, yeah, oops. Tournament nerves kicking in here.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's another oops where attacking the knife juggler throws a knife, possibly killing one of the guys. Some sneaky interactions that can happen here. That's a good
That's
trade.
a nice trade. Yeah, I like that.
Move quickly. None may steal us.
You can choose to buff the knife juggler instead of the new guy. I think that's an interesting call. Since the knife juggler, well, it wouldn't have survived from going into this, but a 3/1 into that and then holding another 3/3. These are all possibilities. Still, though, here comes a Tyrion forgery shortly.
Well, Consecrate clears his board up really nicely. He can run either the 2/1/1s or the 2/1 into the Alderman, and then David's in pure top decking mode. He has drawn most of his secrets at this point, so maybe he can hope for a Tyrion or maybe a Dr. Boom. But yeah, so many cards in Timothy's hand, a lot more options. Is he going to go for a Bok here? Yeah, he goes for a Blessing of Kings, keeping a hold of the Consecrate. Not feeling he needs to use yet. Maybe he's going to wait for a Muster. Because if he top decks Muster now and he consecrates that, he kind of puts David back in the same situation he was in before.
Right. So David is going to try to draw something really good on curve. He draws something that's on the upper hand of good, but he's going to need to draw a string of really good cards to have a chance here.
Yeah, it's not the best. Tyrion obviously being probably one of the best. Dr. Boom again. But at least it's a 5/5, right? He didn't draw another Haunted Creeper or something like that.
Not a competitive spirit.
Repentance hits Tyrion. Ouch. But he's got a Divine Shield protecting him. So it's not too bad. And there's no way to pop that shield just yet. He's going to have to wait for minions to stay to the board and be able to start hitting at the Tyrion unless he draws something like a weapon or a Consecrate.
Yep, just playing the minion he draws here. He's still holding... Interestingly enough, he's running the 2 Consecration version. This is gonna mean... This is about the best Consecration he's gonna get in the game, given that he's got 2. So he'll go ahead and use one of them, it seems.
Yep. Again,
and with 10 damage on the board, Looks like he's got it in 2 turns. Oh, there it is at last. I wonder how many secrets this will even pull out. 1, 2?
2.
2.
So I can't remember what we've seen because he's been playing secrets since turn 1. Let's have a the spectator client can't see. Mystery. It's definitely a mystery at this point. And there's an avenge and maybe a comp spirit.
Yeah, that's the card that I don't think has activated yet.
Yeah, competitive spirit we've been confirmed. And yeah, this is looking pretty bleak for David. I don't know what he could draw to bring him back. Maybe a Tyrion of his own, but even then, yeah, it feels pretty bad. Oh,
that's the knife, the dagger in the heart there.
Yeah, that's not what you want to draw. So David had a string of bad draws with his Secret Paladin there, whereas Timothy kind of had a nice, steady flow of answers and ways to react. Quite unfortunate for David there. I don't think that's a true representation of what David's capable of yet. We'll have to see in the next match if you can pull it back and maybe get another win on the board and tie it up with Timothy.
Right. Well, on the bright side for David, Druid versus Reno Lock is one of the main reasons why. I mean, at least based on my own experience on ladder, Reno Lock has taken a dip in popularity just because Druid's taken a rise, and Druid is just the natural predator of Reno Lock. We'll see whether or not that holds true here.
Well, me and Sottle were discussing that Zoo has kind of taken over Reno Lock in popularity as far as Warlock deck's concerned, and Druid is probably the reason that Zoo's picked up a little bit more, just because it has a better matchup against it. And yeah, Druid's pretty strong right now, and that's a good start. You know, Living Root, just get some 1/1s on the board. You can start dealing with doing some pressure at least.
Yeah, certainly a good start. David's going to need some help moving forward, though, with 4 cards that are quite poor at the beginning. That makes it 5. Always warms your heart as the Reno Lock, or really any deck, to see the Druid turn 2 hero power. And the way David's going, it's going to be turn 3 hero power too. That's rough. In the meantime, Timothy draws the best card in the deck on turn 3.
Yeah, things are starting to look in Timothy's favor. David again went behind a little bit, but he does have an opportunity to coin Swipe or coin Shredder.
Yeah, Shredder is really good against Imp King Boss. So that's good at least. Timothy does get the chance to get at least 1 Imp out now, and it'll be another Imp as well. But Timothy's curving out really nicely with turn 2 tap into 3, into a good 4, into a good 5. He's got 2 3s on 6. I would be feeling pretty good as Reno Lock right now.
You know, David has got a bit of a clunky hand. He does have a Swipe for this turn at least, going into turn 4, so he does have something to do. Forson is a nice pickup for 6. You find something on 5, things will start looking pretty good for David as well. I think it will even out a little bit as far as hands are concerned.
Right, and even though that combo is clunky and you don't want it in your hand right now, moving forward, especially with the Thorson discount, you can cast that Force Savage as early as turn 7. So David's goal is pretty clear. He wants to get Timothy down to 14, or possibly even 17 if even just one of those treants survives long enough, and then he'll win on turn 7. But Timothy has a few tricks up his sleeve to stop that, including the Sludge Belcher and the Heal Block.
Oh, Lightwell. So Lightwell is probably not the best thing to get at this point, but one thing Lightwell can do, if Timothy decides to ignore it because he doesn't feel it's a threat at the moment, it could help with the combo. But
right.
We'll have to see what Timothy thinks of the Lightwell.
That's interesting. Flame plays Aspirant on... Wait, did he... Oh, right, it was turn 5. My eyes aren't as good there.
So yeah,
like, and that's how
you want to play Forson next turn, don't you? But yeah, it doesn't. It's not going to make any difference at this point. So Timothy has plenty of stuff to do. Plenty of choices you can make. Oh, that's pretty nice.
guess to some extent you consider the Soulfire since he's got a 2-3, and also since this is a tempo-oriented game. But Power Overwhelming has got to be the #1 consideration, given that he has the board, and it's 4 damage either way.
Yeah, I like Power Overwhelming here. And he gets the heal, his Belcher, I like that. You know, keep that Belcher topped up. And then the board is flooded on the Warlock side. And David does have an opportunity to force, and he does take... Well, he just hit the light well, and it heals back up a little bit. I guess
No, that's an interesting consideration. He could have hit the Druid to guarantee 2 damage because of the armor, and he could also choose to hit the Lightwell in order to basically deal 1 damage to it. And 1 damage turns out to be good because the Twilight Drake has 4 attacks, so you can just hit it in 1.
Oh,
So from the Reno Lock side, it's just all about board clear now. He'll be aware that the combo only costs 7 now.
Yeah, and Zombie Chow gets some good use here with the Farseer. The healing does nothing. Drop a Force on of his own as well. Like you said, he lines up the clear with the Drake on the well very nicely. Board is nice and clear for Sun. No answer for David just yet, and things are looking great for Timothy.
Yeah, looking real good for Timothy. David does have some power plays moving forward, and wow, he picks up a second Savage Roar. So he does have the capability to do the double combo even on turn 8 here. Double combo traditionally does 22 damage. The Sludge Belcher will block about 10 of it though, because the 6 from the tree and the 4 from the hero, which will mean it does 22 minus 6 or minus 10 is 12 damage.
So he probably wants to pick up a Keeper of the Grove, get a silence off on that turn as well, and then go for the lethal next turn. But Timothy might sniff that out. Reno back up the full, clear the board. But it looks like he's going for a heal bot now. So he's already taken precautions against the Forest on the previous turn.
Right.
And Mindcontrol Tech seems great as well. Just drop another 3/3 down, and the board is nice and healthy for Timothy. And
He
David
must feel completely safe because 4 savages only, according to his mind, 14 plus 5 plus 2 is 19. I don't think he expected 4 savage though. And 22 plus 5 plus 2 plus 2 is 31. I don't think Timothy quite realizes how close he is to dead. 5, 7, 10. And he even David has the extra innervate too.
Can you squeeze in a silence?
5, 7, 10. With the Wrath, that might be lethal.
Well, he can silence the Belcher, right?
No, better would be to Wrath the Ooze.
Yeah.
Because he has 12 mana, he can do 4 Savage, Wrath. So one of the trees does 6 to the Belcher. The Wrath happens on it. And then 6, 12, 17, 19, 21. He is actually missed lethal.
Oh, really? Wow. The rope is burning, the pressure is on for David. Is he going for a clear Savage Draw here? Yeah, he's going...
No, yes, he's going for the clear, but... yeah, I do believe that was lethal.
Yeah, he ran out of time.
David does concede out. Oh my gosh, the miracle hand. David had a chance there, unfortunately misses it. Not every day that you can get that. The 22, 27, the 31 burst, the 34 burst damage because of the Wrath. So important to know your fundamentals of 4 savage and 4 savage damage. That happens every once in a while.
Yeah, Timothy's going to take that win. Although David, like you said, had an opportunity to take that game. A little bit lack of experience, maybe a bit of pressure. You had to work all that out and then do it within time. And even after he went for the clear, he didn't have enough time to kind of make a comeback on the board. So, well played to Timothy. He will be going into the finals now. So we're just waiting on the semi-finals at the other end of the bracket. And then Timothy will play the winner of that match. So... yeah, Timothy's looking really solid, I think.
Yeah, Timothy dodges a bullet, but that was a very unusual circumstance where you get to do the double combo on turn 8 because of 1 Thorsan discount and 2 innervates. Anyways, we'll see the finals matchup right after this break. Toodles.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Onog Geico PAX South booth. I'm here with Trump, and we have the finals of Heat 1. Two UC Santa Barbara players will be going in a little bit of a team kill, I guess, to get into the grand finals today. How you doing, Trump?
Good. I'm glad that my state is being represented as the genius Hearthstone players. Go California!
Awesome. So, did you go to university in Cali?
No, I traveled all the way to New York for it, but I'm sure if Hearthstone were around, I would have tried to lead the Hearthstone club in our university to victory. I think it's great what Tespa is doing.
Yeah, I really like it. I wish we had something as big as Tespa here in the UK. We do have something similar called NUEL, and they've been doing some Hearthstone stuff here, but not quite on the same level as Tespa. So, that is really cool, the university getting players involved in esports and, giving them an opportunity to progress and maybe become a professional player.
Right. I, for one, look forward to seeing these people's dreams be realized. I am just an old geezer right now. Feels kind of strange to realize that, but yeah, I'm an old man here when it comes to Hearthstone.
So we've seen Timothy play. We haven't seen Neo yet. Mid-range Druid is probably the obvious pick here for the Druid class. Warrior, we've seen Patron today. Admirable won with Patron yesterday. But one thing we did see a lot of was Control Warrior. What do you think of these matchups? How do you think they line up?
Well, just like the last game, Druid is really good against Reno Luck. In fact, in the last game, Druid missed lethal in a very special turn 8 double combo lethal that could have happened. We'll see whether Neo can get that good matchup out of the way. As far as Warrior goes, depends quite a bit on what type of Warrior. Patron Warrior would be much favored against Timothy's Secret Paladin, whereas it would be quite bad against the Reno Luck as well. So we'll see. If it's Control Warrior, that is a really interesting matchup, and I found like how it goes to be really dependent on the exact way both decks are constructed.
And that is a cool hat from Neo there. That is really cool. I haven't seen that before. I would want one of those. And it looks like it's going to be Patron, actually, versus the Secret Paladin. So a good matchup, like you said. Going in Neo's favor. And he will crush Timothy. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, these two have been playing on the same team in Tespa, I imagine, since they're both from UCSB. Timothy, with a really strong curve, chooses not to coin out one of the 2-drops, though, into... He could have curved 2, 2, 3, 4. But it seems like his plan is going to be to save the coin for the very valuable turn 5 challenger.
Yeah, that seems pretty good. So, Haunted Creeper, great pick here for Timothy. Could use some Knife Juggler dagger interaction with the Death Rattle. But that is something you don't want to have daggers flying out. You want to have a clean way to clear that up. And True Civil Champion will do it.
Yeah. Timothy chooses not to coin out a 2-drop early on just because he realizes that he can't trade the creeper into anything, so he just thinks, okay, it'll add 1 damage or maybe it'll add 3 damage. It's not that big a deal. So he'll take it slow. With the Acolyte coming out, he has to give up his turn 5 challenger because otherwise Acolyte could draw 3 cards. In fact, would have drawn 3 cards.
Yep.
Neo here is in a position where if he draws Patron, he will win the game, but he does have the Despite, he has the Inner Rage, just needs that 3rd part of the combo.
It's that simple. Draw a card and you'll win the game. And like you said, he's got so many things to activate the patrons and spawn multiple copies. And it's something that Consecrate alone can't deal with, especially the Secret Paladin who don't pack stuff like Equality or say Wild Power. Not that Wild Power would help because it would resolve after the Consecrate. So yeah, he just needs to find that last piece of the puzzle and things will look good for Neo.
Yeah, I had not really considered that Timothy had drawn Divine Favor the turn where he coined out True Silver. So there could have been an interesting line there as well, where he just stays on curve, goes Muster, and then lets Neo draw the 3 cards, keeps playing on curve, plays the Divine Favor. So a few different ways that this could have gone.
Do you feel he needs to expend the Despite now to deal with this board? At this point?
It depends on whether or not Slam picks up Patron. Right now, Neo's in this awkward spot where he has a lot of terrible cards. He's got 2 executes, which don't do anything. He's got 2 inner rages, which don't do anything unless Patron's drawn. And he has a weapon, which doesn't do anything since he's holding one. And he has a Taskmaster, which could have been played, but he's choosing not to because he does have that Death Bite to clean up everything. I think he can afford to wait only a little bit more.
Maybe one more turn. He might have to do something now with the Juggler coming down. That might pose too much of a threat. But if he gets the dream of drawing Grim Patron now, things will look heavily in his favor.
Yeah, doesn't get it. So at this point, with about 10 damage on the board, Neo's going to have to. However, if he draws Patron, he's still good because he does have an Inner Rage and a Whirlwind, which is the same effect as having a Death Spite.
And now he goes into the Challenger turn with minions on board. Very important to fight Challenger to be able to deal with some of the nonsense, and instead of letting that Challenger kind of rock. And then, but he does have answers, you know. He has a Millhouse. That's one of the best
one.
Does have execute. Even if he didn't have a minion on board, he could weapon, proc all the stuff off, Inner Rage, and execute. So, but Neo's got a lot of ways he can deal with this this challenge of the Christmas tree.
Right. One thing going for Timothy, though, is he did play Dr. 6, and he has Dr. Boom to follow up on turn 7. Neo does have a good clear for this one with, say, Inner Rage Execute or Whirlwind Execute, depends on what he feels like. Whirlwind gets the 2-1, but he does have 2 Inner Rages.
I do like Whirlwind to clear everything, but it does seem like he wants to expend just the Cruel Task, keep the Inner Rage for the patrons. I think that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, 2 Inner Rages might be too many. I would think using one of the Inner Rages for utility might have been good, but he's going to be able to get it on this Dr. Boom. He'll actually use Whirlwind Executor, probably.
These are 2 chatty guys. They just throw in the emotes at each other.
Yeah, you can see they're very relaxed in playing, which is good for both of them, I imagine.
Just having a bit of fun while they play at this final. So Battle Rage drew 2. You can Battle Rage again. Like you said, he has access to like Whirlwind Execute. Doesn't proc the competitor spirit that way. Is that
drew to a Dr. Boom Killer. Big Game Hunter.
Wow, so he's teched in the Big Game Hunter. Will proc the Repentance as well, so it doesn't hit something a bit more valuable, like his own Dr. Boom or a Sludge Belcher.
Yeah, or Patron.
Or Patron, so things are looking pretty good for now. He's dealt with all the threats that Timothy has thrown at him so far.
Yeah, it looks good, but Timothy's going to throw one last threat at him, and, well, that will not be the last one, because it's the threat, which will draw even more threats. Neo just drew a lot of cards. Ooh, Tyrion Fordering, though, so now Timothy has to make a decision. Is he going to go for the Divine Favor play, or is he going to play a bunch of cards and then Divine Favor? Looks like that's his choice, because Neo did just draw a bunch of cards. Wow, really good job.
Yeah, I do like the Divine Favor over the Tyrion, but Timothy has had the Challenger into Boom, into Tyrion if he chose. He had kind of the dream Paladin draw, and with that Divine Favor, everything looks pretty nice. He doesn't go for it, though. He's waiting. He wants to draw more cards.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit greedy, given that quite a few of the Patron Warrior cards cost 1 or 0 mana. But he feels there's blood in the water, and just with a little bit more damage, he's going to be able to take it. That Ghoul is going to be able to stop a good amount of it.
Ghoul combined with Whirlwind, so if a Boombot does take out the Ghoul, he may just clear the board. If he decides to weapon it, I could end up really well with him, combined with an Inner Rage. Depends what he decides to do. I mean, if he clears the board with the combination of a Boombot hitting the Ghoul and maybe an Inner Rage as well, just finish off the Shielded Minibot, he can drop a Belcher on a clean board then.
Sure, I don't really see the rush for it, though. You can just use the weapon for the 2/2, and then this stuff clears itself. And then I do like playing a Sludge Vulture also.
Oh, on top of that? Okay. Oh, yeah, he's not rushing. Taking his time.
Okay. This play sets up a really interesting Gromish lethal if he draws it. So he's looking forward to that.
That's true. So maybe that's what his thought process was. If I draw Grom now, I just win the game. If I draw a Patron, things are in my favor. So
Yeah.
he does have some great draws coming up in the next few turns.
This is kind of the
Potentially
optimist play, so to say, but he has a better grasp of how many cards are left. He knows Patron is a win almost. He knows Gromish is a win because of the 18 damage burst. Usually 14, but 200 rages add the 2. That must have been the exact reason. I'm sure if Timothy was as just one more hit point, Neo would have chosen a different play.
But Tyrion does kind of upset the Grommash a little bit.
Right, that's the one card that could stop a Gromish lethal.
And he doesn't draw
Or
Patron.
Blowseb. Or Sludge, I guess.
Yeah, some taunt. Coghammer a little bit, I suppose, but
Right.
yeah, he doesn't draw any of those win conditions. Even the patrons, he just gets himself another ghoul, so he has to go on the defensive again until he finds what he needs.
Right, so this is a little bit tough. Even if you execute Tyrion, instead of taking 6 damage, you're only taking 5, so it's not that big a difference.
What now?
And if you don't stop Tyrion, then that's a lot of damage to face. So it looks like Neo is planning to do some taunt turn and then just keep stalling, try to get that Patron, try to get that Gromish. But it's going to be increasingly difficult. It might still be possible if he holds both Inner Rages somehow to draw the Gromish and then Gromish, Inner Rage, execute. If the Tyrion gets damaged a bit. He's gonna go with this Inner Rage, execute, which I originally had thought about, but decided wasn't so good because it's still 5 damage versus 6. But he's gonna try to go for the Dr. Boom hitting twice plan, I guess.
Yeah, it seems he's hoping Dr. Boom will stick around long enough for him to finish the game off. But we see a Keeper of Alderman in hand, effective way he can deal with the Dr. Boom. And of course, Ashbringer does 15 damage over the course of the 3 turns, not including any other damage he finds from draws like Blessing of Kings, Consecrate. So, yeah, things are looking a bit tough for Neo.
Yeah, while they do look tough for Neo, this Dr. Boom is so imposing that Timothy just might have to give a bit of damage up in order to kill the Boom bots. Finally gets the Divine Favor off. Only 1 card, which is shocking because a few turns earlier we were looking at how the hand was rapidly depleting for Timothy and how big a hand Neo had.
Yeah, I mean,
Neo kind of chuckles a bit, like, "Oh, I'm never lucky," he says as he once again top decks a useless card instead of Patron or Gromish.
yeah,
Either of which would basically still give the win.
He doesn't hit what he needs to there. I guess he'll have to set up the taunt wall to try and stop stuff. Beltra, it's a Beltra alone.
There on the face, because if he does manage to if he draws Gromish, he still wins. But he did manage to clear a minion with it, so that's good.
Yeah. And he's gonna find one of them sooner or later. He can't have that many deck cards left in deck. It must be about 6, I would imagine. Between 6
Right,
and
of which 3 of are Gromish, Patron, so looks like Neo, even though he hasn't drawn one of his key cards, is going to be able to hold off long enough based off of Timothy's hand to just go off of it. And props to him because he's gotten through Mysterious Challenger, he's gotten through Dr. Boom, he's gotten through Tyrion Ford Ring. All of the obstacles have been gotten over, even despite not drawing the Patron or the Gromish until now.
And there he is. Finally, the dwarves show up to the bar to start getting drunk. Whirlwinds are going to go off. Beers are going to be passed around. And now we'll have an opportunity to close out this game. I don't think there's going to be anything from Timothy that can win the game. All his threats have been played. I think he has 1 challenger left. But I don't think that'll be enough.
Yep. Finally, it took a while, but they got in here.
Yep, he fought hard. Neo worked really hard for this win. Just waiting to get those finishers, get the win condition to the hand, and he dug into most of his deck and finally takes the victory. So Neo is 1-0 up in the finals of Heat 1. He needs one more win to secure a spot in the grand finals later on, which will be a 4-man single elimination bracket for $200. Yeah, so looking pretty good.
Yeah, boy, that was very impressive considering Paladin did go turn 6 Challenger, turn 7 Boom, and Neo didn't get the patron for quite some while. So, good stuff being shown here. I wonder if Timothy might have missed an opportunity to really ramp up with the Divine Favor.
Yeah, so I was just going to ask you, do you think the Divine Favor, not playing it, maybe cost him the game?
It's quite possible. There was definitely a point where he could have drawn something along the lines of 4 or maybe 5 cards with it, and he ended up with drawing only 1 card.
Yeah, it's interesting he didn't go for it. Even creating a token was mana inefficient in the end. He floated 1 mana. But new game now, Druid going into the favourable matchup as we've discussed. He's playing the Stalag version, Fugan Stalag version of Arena Lock. And
Yeah, I like it. Just the Stalag version. So
doesn't need Fugan.
exactly. We'll just put a 5-mana 7/4 in there. Neo has a lot of ramp, 2 Wild Growths and an Innervate. And Timothy, on the other hand, has a very solid start with turn 3 Imp Gang, turn 4 Twilight. One of the better starts you can have.
Although Keeper will line up quite nicely with that Twilight Drake, and he'll have a 1/1, or maybe even the Hero Power will take it out. So the Keeper's not too bad sitting in that hand at the moment, but he hasn't found anything threatening like a Druid of the Claw, a Shredder, you know, some of those kind of nice mid-range minions. He's waiting for them. He's waiting for these draws once again.
Yeah, this is a little bit concerning because when you have a handful of useless cards like Neo, you start thinking, okay, I've got 4 mana. Maybe I should play the Keeper of the Grove on the Imp King Blast. What are the chances he's got Twilight Drake in his hand? And then you start convincing yourself down that line, like, I need to play on tempo, I need to play this Keeper, I need to silence. And it certainly doesn't look like a bad play if Twilight Drake isn't in the hand, but it is a terrible play if it is. Neo going to take it easy here. Wonder if he's going to raft for 3 or 1, both of which seem like they could be reasonable.
Go for the Wild Growth, ramp up a bit.
Alright. Yeah, there were a lot of ways to play that turn, and no surprise that Neo ropes here, especially after drawing the Druid of the Claw. Could have even done an Innervate coin into Druid,
Yeah,
but
he could
is
have.
going safe.
Yeah, he's playing very slow. He could have, dropped a 4/6 taunt, but didn't bother. And now he sets up, and well, that Wild Growth let him set up nicely into that Twilight Drake. So well played from Neo there. Maybe he was thinking about that.
That is good. Usually when you have Wild Growth already on turn 2, then from the Reno perspective, you think, oh, okay, he can just do the they can just do the Keeper and then coin into Hero Power, and that kind of sucks, but doesn't even have to use the coin there. So that's a coin savings.
My greetings.
Right, turn 7. He's got a Druid of the Claw, maybe just a Hero Power. Not much else to play. I mean, the combo's sitting there ready for when he needs it to finish the game. But the Big Game Hunter is not going to have much effect. But Dr. Boom is in Timothy's hand, so... And the Stalag, right? So
Yeah.
he does have some targets for it, at least.
Yeah, Neo's got in an interesting spot here. He does have 5 cards. However, all 5 cards are currently not useful in any way. That's not to say that 4 Savage are useless, but it's just to say that it's not the right time for it. And Big Game Hunter is going to be very useful soon, but yet again, not quite the right time for it. It's going to allow Timothy to set up some defenses, but
My greetings.
it's looking like it's going to be pretty close.
A natural.
So what would you do as Timothy here? If you get rid of this Druid of the Claw, Neo doesn't have any of a minion to play.
Right,
Dark Bomb.
always looking to play on curve since it's such a tempo-oriented matchup, so since the play next turn is probably Boom, Timothy is thinking about getting to 6 mana, which is Shredder plus Dark Bomb, and if he's going to use the Dark Bomb, he has to think about whether or not he sends the 2/2 and the 1/1 in, or the 3, and he decides to go with Tap instead of Dark Bomb, which is ambitious.
I mean, what's he searching for with the tap? He just has his turn 7 play sitting there. Even as a potential twist, never if things get too out of hand on board. I would have liked the Dart Bomb there, get rid of the Druid's Claw. If Neo didn't draw that Azure Drake, he wouldn't have had nothing to play. But he does have a double Savage Draw Force of Nature in hand with an Innovate and a coin.
Oh,
That's
man.
pretty deadly.
Yeah. So he could actually force Savage next turn because that combo is 12, and Innervate plus coin will mean 9 plus 3 is 12. And what is Timothy's health pool there?
22.
22
Looks perfect.
is the magic number with nothing on the board and force Savage.
Things are lined up perfect here for Neo. Goes to the Dart Bomb now, but as we know, it's not going to be enough.
Alright, let's see if Neo manages to see it. Our last Druid opponent did not see it, but based off of the greetings, I think Neo's got it.
Oh, and an extra Innovate to boot. You can even squeeze in a hero power there. Feels bad for Timothy.
Not like this. Giggle. Yep.
Druid,
There it is.
Druid does this too often for my liking. it happens to, like, this should be a rare occurrence, but super rare. Like, the rarest of cards in a trading card game.
I can't tell if that's like a gangster, I'm cool, yeah, I'm just gonna wipe off my shoulder here, or if it's a whew, or if it's just a I've got some dust on my shoulders. But
I think
props to
it
Neo.
was a look at me, double Savage Draw.
Ain't no thing.
So Neo is the first winner of today's heats. He takes Heat 1 and he will be returning later on to play for the $200 in the 4-man single elimination bracket. Heat 2 will be coming up very shortly. I think both Timothy and Neo showed some strong performances. I know this is our first time seeing Neo, but he played pretty well. And I think Timothy, he played pretty good overall.
Yeah. There were some lines that Timothy could have taken, though, with both his Reno Lock and his Paladin, which could have led to different results. That tap, notably, left him at the number that could have been forced Savaged, and you took a bit of extra damage, too, by doing so and not using a Dark Bomb. So, I don't know if that would have been able to stop him from doing that, but just... I've always found it humbling and enlightening to find that different lines can change timelines.
And the Divine Favor could have changed potentially a lot, drawing 5 cards instead of 1, having more options, quicker ways to take out him in the first game, maybe finding Blessing of Kings, a Consecrate might have been enough to kind of squeeze in some extra damage. So yeah, it's always interesting in kind of higher level Hearthstone how one decision could change the whole course of the game. It could be the difference between a win and a loss.
Mm-hmm. And that concludes Heat 1, so it's about time to enter Heat 2. Looks like our new Heat 2 players are going to be Rapunzel. Oh man, I can't wait to see this person's hair. That's why you name yourself Rapunzel, right? And Paul.
And Paul, another ordinary, normal name. We've had Timothy, Paul, David. People are rocking their real names at the moment. And this is a round of 8, so... a couple of games have already been played in Heat 2. So, yeah, we'll have that match coming up very shortly. So if you guys are just tuning in, this is the One Nation of Gamers and Geico PAX South booth, where it's a Hearthstone Open tournament of 48 players playing over 4 heats in single elimination best of 3 conquest. The winners of each heat will go into a 4-man single elimination best of 3 tournament at the end of the day, where they'll play for $200, and then the winner of that tournament will play again tomorrow in a 3-man round robin for an extra $500. So there's a lot of prize money to be won at this event. Admirable, ruthlessly took day number 1, and he will be playing again on Sunday. We're still early days of PAX South Saturday, still trying to find our Saturday winner. So we got a lot of matches coming up. And of course, Alienware are the guys who are providing the computers for this booth and letting the players play on that. So a big shout out to them. And as you can see on screen, there is a giveaway at the bottom. If you go to that link, you can enter that and maybe get your hands on one of those sweet Alienware computers Those high-res cards and animations come from Hearthstone.
Yeah, I've got a fond spot in my heart for those computers. I had one of those unboxing videos where I actually went inside of a box and took out the Alienware computer, and the box was really fun.
Well, the mini games attached to the box. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
like
it's big
figure out
enough
puzzles,
to just kind of camp out in,
create a
snake
fort.
style.
Yeah, like when you're a kid, you get a big box for you get loads of stuff for Christmas in big boxes, and then the kids end up playing with the boxes more than the toys. And as a parent, just like, come on, guys, like, what's going on here?
Yeah, precisely. Sometimes you just have to let your inner cat come out, and boxes, cardboard boxes, those are the vehicles of imagination.
Well put. So, if you're interested in participating in One Nation of Gamers tournaments, they'll be running a 2016 summer circuit, much like the one last year, which was very successful. There'll be 10 open tournaments for anyone to enter, so you can sign up for that event and have a chance to play on stream, much like here, with some casters, some prize money, $1,000 for the winners of the open tournament, and they will then get to go to a feature tournament where you have invitationals for the pro players. You get to play against the pro players for $6,000, and there's 5 of them as well. And the winners of the feature tournament, or at least like the top 2, I'm not entirely sure, will go to PAX Prime and pay for $25,000. So lots of stuff going on with One Nation of Gamers and Geico. Be sure to check them out. Geico.onog.gg, I think is the address. So go check that out. And we're starting our first game of Heat 2, round of 8, Rapunzel. We can't see the hair, unfortunately, so we can't make
Actually,
a
that's
call them.
all we can see right now. Very flavorful.
We haven't seen the length, but we can only see hair. And Paul, they're playing. So mid-range druid with a violet teacher. Maybe we're going to some token druid.
Yeah, fantastic. There was some, like, at the very start of, what is it, the grand tournament, there was this brief moment in time where Chillwind Yeti made a brief cameo guest appearance. And then I was just thinking, oh man, if you're going to put in Yeti, you might as well put in Teacher instead. So I think Teacher is completely normal, even if you don't have a token druid, but this looks like a token druid.
Yeah, we have that new card Raven Idol as well, 1-cost spell, which could synergize very well with Violet Teacher and the token druid deck type. But this, yeah, like you said, this looks like good old-fashioned token, Power of the Wild, buffing up those tokens. And we don't quite know what Paul's playing until his hand is revealed, but the tap might say Reno, because he's playing, a very slow Zoo with a bad hand. We'll have to see. Oh, it is
That's
Reno.
really reasonable to me. And not just Reno, but it's going to be a Rombo. Kind of my coin terminology for Reno combo with Leroy.
Rombo, Reno, Warlock.
Yeah,
Or just
it's time
Rombo
to
Warlock.
Well, good news for Rapunzel because this deck is very strong against Rombo. Wow, even more combo is Alexstrasza. So Paul doesn't even have to do much damage. He can just do the Alexstrasza face into Leroy Faceless power.
Yep, that's a lot of damage. But Rapunzel will have the faster deck. Maybe she can pick up a bit of speed here and take him out before. Well, I want to be optimistic. There is a Reno in hand and a heal bar and a sludge belcher. There's a lot of defense coming from Paul's hand. Rapunzel's going to have to do a lot of work to be able to win this game.
It sure is. One of the strengths of Druid is that the Reno tends not to do much because the burst is just so much. It does 14 with nothing on the board, and if you have anything on the board, it usually adds in at least 5.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
it turns out that being at 20 just isn't safe enough, usually.
And it seems like Paul is one of the Tespa players. He's from Ohio State. So yeah, the Tespa guys are definitely getting involved in the Saturday heats. We didn't see any of them yesterday. Admirable was probably the only notable player that we knew of. But it's nice to see Tespa uni students getting involved in the Geico stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Another little bit of a unique card, Raptor, is usually seen in the more aggressive versions, and I suppose this could be a more aggressive version. We've got Violet Teacher, we've got Power of the Wild, nice classic combo. Not as impressive when it's just this, but all right. Had the choice to use the +1/+1 instead, which would have created a 4/6 and a 2/2 instead of a 3/2, which has its benefits and it has its downsides. The downside of this particular board setup is that Demon Wrath is going to be able to clear it with the Sludge Belcher.
Yeah, Demon Wrath looks fantastic here. It's a full clear, keeps the Sludge Belcher alive. He is tapped down to 17, getting into the danger zone of Druid, I suppose, but with the Sludge Belcher sitting there steady. Oh no, the Sludge Belcher doesn't go down, sorry, my bad. And yeah, his Null come out. Oh, and a Nourish, so aggressive kind of cards like Knife Juggler, Mounted Raptor, but we also see a Nourish. Interesting.
Yeah, a little bit of everything being seen here. This is more like a Druid, just kind of good stuff deck, where you put in all the cards that are kind of good.
Alright, Drake coming down, just takes a health off the token. Is this, what do you play here? Do you go for an Abusive? You could go to Abusive into Mortal Coil.
Oh,
and
I
you
love
can
that.
you can still anti-Killbot as well, so you can still get some life gain out of that. That seems pretty decent.
Yeah, I throw my hat behind that play completely. Looks like Paul's got a bit of a different idea. Gonna try to dig. Understandable, when you're playing a combo deck, you really want to dig into that forest and...
But ultimately, the Mortal Coil would have gave him a card and a clear with the Abusive.
Yeah,
and he would
sure
have,
enough. I do think
kept
that
some.
was a superior play.
But now he has to deal with Mega Swipe, Azure Drake powered swipes. So it doesn't, the spell power doesn't really make a difference at this point, but leaving the Azure Drake alive is a bit deadly. Against,
Yeah. What I
an
liked
aggressive
here
Druid.
was actually going to be Swipe, Innervate, Raptor. Let's see. Yeah, had 10 mana. Could have pulled that off. But Rapunzel going to draw cards.
One thing I've noticed from some of the players at this event and from yesterday, they really like to draw cards if we're playing minions. That seems to be a thing.
Well, like I actually said yesterday, PAX South is a little bit known for the board gaming, so you might have a few more of the board gaming crew here. And board gamers love options. I am an avid board gamer myself and considered going for the board gaming. So when you have more choices, you have more fun. When you're a board gamer, we've seen a lot of control decks, like you noted yesterday. There was a lot of Control Warrior, a lot of Doomsayers. So I don't know if there's a correlation there, but it makes sense in my head that board gamers don't like playing face decks.
Yeah, they like to give each other the opportunity to draw cards and then see who has the best options rather than just smoke in the face with those aggro decks or developing the boards and making things unfair.
Yeah, well, why can't we just sip a cup of tea while playing our very civilized games of Hearthstone?
Yeah, Civilized and Hearthstone don't go well together with the aggressive decks in the meta. The Shaman, Fate, and those decks exist, and I can't associate Hearthstone with Civilized as long as those decks exist.
We'll just have to make a gentleman's and ladies' agreement not to play those decks.
Gentleman Hearthstone and Gentle Lady Hearthstone. Okay, so Dark Bomb does clear the Drake, and he gets a nice 4/10 down. Needs a keeper to be able to deal with this. Doesn't find one. So it's time. Now it's time to take the gloves off and start developing this board and putting the pressure on.
Yeah, I mean, I think the turn to do that was last turn, but better to do that someday than no day.
We're playing Nice Guy Hearthstone, but Nice Guy Hearthstone is over, and it's time to start putting some damage to face. So Paul's at a spot where combo would kill him. How many can he clear? Can he clear? He can clear everything with a Shadow Flame, but the Death Rattles of the Raptors will spawn some 1/1s, which may or may not be enough to. Probably will be enough to take die to a combo at this point. Is this a Reno turn? Potentially.
Let's see, well, if it's a combo, 14, 17, 20, 22, 24, 26, 20, it's 28 damage with the combo with all the minions on board. You take off the Darnassus Aspirant, and it's just 24 damage. I think given... You usually can't Reno at a much lower health pool than this, so I do like it, and Paul is going to do it. Let's see, what else are you going to do for 3 mana, though? I might have tapped... Oh, no, you can't because you have a full hand, so... he's going to flip the 3 mana. So, looks
Whoa!
like... Wow! A little bit of flair there.
Oh,
Picks up
Soulfire!
Burst of Reform and Soulfire.
Wow. You know, that find a force of nature and you've got a Soulfire to go with it. You know, that's some unexpected damage going forward.
Yep, very unexpected cards there.
I mean, the Rapunzel's health hasn't been touched, and we don't see a Faceless yet, or a Power Overwhelming, so Paul is still missing some key components of the combo. He does have Alex, but he must be afraid of a combo. Oh, this Faceless, so he does find another piece of the puzzle. What do you do as Paul here? Does this start the Argus up? Maybe, I don't know, maybe even a Shadow Flame?
Well, the number one temptation that you have when you're Paul is you want to Alex Rapunzel's face there, and you get to combo for the win next turn, but you have to be afraid of getting comboed right now, which means you do need to clear the board when you have such a dominating board position with such high health minions. So I do like Argus and Emperor. Emperor also happens to be something that you quote-unquote have to do, but if you use Alexstrasza, you don't have to, because you might have enough damage with that.
How about maybe Argus and Siphon the 8/8? Or do you think like Emperor needs to come down kind of ASAP now, just to try and close out this game?
Yeah, I mean, Siphon definitely a real possibility too. You can delay the Emperor one more turn. I don't think there's any rush to discount the combo. It's usually good to, but this is a big risk, leaving an 8/8 on the board. Wonder if Rapunzel has the damage, especially with these new cards. Ooh, that's a very quick calculation to attack there, especially since the Keeper of the Grove was just drawn.
I must safeguard the
Wait, hold on, what's going on? Wait, it's the other way around, right? Silence the 5/1?
Well, maybe it's lethal regardless, and we're just styling here. 3, 6, 8, 10, 12, 16? No. So yes, it definitely would have been better to silence the Twilight Drake.
So if you silence the Twilight Drake, and then you Savage Roar, swipe face, run a Raptor into the Reno, and then you have 10 damage from Nefarian, you have another 5 damage from the Raptor, 2 from your face, and then you have a Soulfire. Would that have been lethal? I haven't done them. Yeah, I think it would have been.
Well, the let's see, the Nefarian's 10 damage was nearly completely wasted. The Reno, however, adds 5. I think it would have been very close. Certainly warranted a much deeper calculation before just instantly silencing the one of the cards, though. And there it is, the Rombo.
The Rombo finishes double Leroy, and Paul takes it. Very close though. Rapunzel did have the potential to finish that game in the previous turn, but a very swift decision to run that Nefarian into another dragon. Dragon battles. Maybe she just wanted some dragon fights going on, and Paul will take the first game.
Yep, nuts. There were quite a few plays that could have been changed from the Druid's perspective there, but we'll have to kind of pick ourselves up and then go after Paul's Druid.
So we could potentially have a Druid mirror. I think Paul will probably stick to more traditional means of Druid, the mid-range Druid, that we all know so well, as we've seen it for about 2 years now, with a few tweaks. Paladin, on the other hand, from Rapunzel, I'd like to see, because her Druid had some very interesting card choices, so it was always exciting to see some of the decision-making some players make, and then Paladin could be a bit of a surprise, and here we go. She's got the Paladin lined up. Tuskar is sitting there nicely.
Maybe
this is
mid-range Paladin. Haven't seen one of those for forever.
So yeah, mid-range paladin could be what she's going with here. She throws. Did she throw that hand or did she keep it?
I like Rapunzel's sneer there. Shaking her head, I could tell immediately that was a bad hand, even without seeing it. Yep, there's a Ragnaros, there's a Nefarian, and looks like a very control-heavy deck because there's 2 refreshment vendors. You got a homebrew here, boys.
She did have a knife juggle in hand, and she threw that as well.
For duty.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's usually a good card to keep, especially to contest Darnassus' Aspirant.
And Paul is gonna go for the cycle here, try and find a shredder or something. I was about to say a shredder, and he picked it up, so he gets to innovate that out and follow up with a low feb next turn. So Paul's curve is looking pretty good.
Wow. Warhorse Trainer.
Duty.
Get some value off those hero powers. But low feb, pretty obvious play here. And now the druid takes the initiative on board and starts to put some real pressure on Rapunzel. Oh, the synergy. Warhorse Trainer and
Man.
the
Yeah,
dude- the
if you
dude
haven't
maker.
played Arena yet, you might not be able to know what these cards are since you don't see these cards very commonly. So I guess I'll do the rundown. That Silverhand Regent has the Inspire to create more guys. So if you push the button, you get 2 guys instead of 1. And the Warhorse Trainer buffs guys with +1 attack. So we've got the makings of a combination here.
Yeah, we got some interaction, some synergies going on between the cards. And yeah, it looks like a bit of board control coming from Paul here. This does get, well, it doesn't get punished, but it does, it's a bit weak to consecrate. He does lose the 2/1/1s, but you might as well develop him. He didn't have much else going on, unfortunately. He didn't draw another nice mid-range minion to go forward, and it doesn't look like Rapunzel has much else going on. Might just coin out a reinforce, so she really wants to get that synergy going with the 1/1s.
Right. And yet, she did just draw a 5-drop to Scar Jouster, and I think that would have been a fine play, but dodging the low Thebs 5-2 there. Okay, that kind of makes sense.
Mind control tag? Interesting.
Good
So
card
admirable.
to tech in, I suppose, if you're playing against a lot of Secret Paladins. They tend to have 4 guys.
Now, Admirable was running 2 mind control techs in his mid-range druid yesterday,
Wow.
and he didn't get any mileage from them, really. But oh,
Yeah,
a
2
Master
seems
Jouster!
like gross overkill. Oh, too bad.
Unfortunately, Rapunzel has all her heavy hitters in her hand already. They would have been nice for the Jouster. Pops the Shredder. That's not bad for her. She gets a 1/2 rather than, say, like a 3/2 or a 2/3.
Paul is close. With Savage Roar, it would be lethal. 5, 8, 9, 10, 11 he's got right now. With 1 more mana, it would also be lethal. It's currently 2 off, it appears. So, Rapunzel
Sean?
does have some very controlly cards. Paul's gonna go in taunt mode and choose to clear a little bit. Not sure that's great because Pyro plus Equality will wipe this out. And, well, actually Paul set himself up to win in that case because it would be 8 damage from his hand.
Yeah, he could have went for charge form, but I guess he just wants a bit of stability from the 4/6. But like you said, he has the damage in hand ready to win the game regardless. 9 mana, 3 cards, absolutely perfect. And not even a Sludge Belcher will be able to stop what he has in hand.
Well
Yep.
played.
Though it was quite cool to see this type of deck, very unique, and who knows, maybe there was some miracle card in there that would have wiped everything out. Pyro would have been most likely.
Yeah, unfortunately for Rapunzel, her tournament life is over, and Paul, a more seasoned player, it seems, you know, one of the Tespa guys, takes his first win in the round of 8, progressing to the round of 4. So you might see Paul again in the next match. We'll have to see what happens. Paul is from Ohio State, so repping the guys over there. Bit one-sided there, Trump, but it was nice to see some interesting deck ideas, right?
Yeah, back to the tower with Rapunzel. She's so in this kind of circuit we've got over at PAX South. It's 4 heats. Everyone can just sign up, and you have this variety of people who show up. You have the people just bring in their decks that they have, not necessarily top legend players, and but as we see from yesterday's results, usually well, there's a good amount of correlation between experience and making it to winning one of the days. So Admirable did win the last day.
Yep, and these players, well, especially today, we have a lot of tests with guys entering, so the skill cap has increased while these guys are entering, and we are going into the round of 4 here of Heat 2 with Paul once again, and he'll be playing Vow, and the Vow, he vows to use Priest and he vows to use Paladin, it seems.
Yeah. We haven't seen a lot of a few classes. I don't know if I saw any yesterday, but Hunter and let's see, Shaman, and there's one more, Rogue.
Rogue. Yep, we haven't seen any Shamans, Rogues, or Hunters so far. You've been playing a bit of Hunter on Ladder yourself. You feel it's a competent deck.
Mm-hmm. I especially like it. It's just a good baseline deck, but I do fear that my science may have led to me discovering, okay, maybe it's simply outclassed by Druid, maybe it's simply outclassed by Secret Paladin. Both of the decks do roughly the same thing. So at least I understand the fundamentals of why Hunter may have been kind of shoved off the sidelines. And if you're trying to go for Face Hunter, it seems like Face Shaman might do better.
Yeah, Face Shaman has so much more reach as far as burst is considered. I mean, it is not. I mean, it's very likely that a Shaman can do 18 damage to you in one turn with the right cards in hand, whereas Hunter doesn't really have that reach. It does rely on kind of steady, gradual damage with a bit of burst at the end. Shaman is frightening to play against because if they have 3 cards in my hand with 7 mana, you could just be dead. They could just have the right combination from if you're at 18 health or within that range. So yeah, it's very scary playing these burst Shamans in comparison to Face Hunter, where their damage is gradual. So you have an easier time to fight against the burst rather than Shaman just killing you from hand like it's nothing.
Right, and that's extra important because of the recent rise in popularity with League of Explorers of Reno Jackson. So it turns out that even though chip damage, which is gradual damage from the hunters, ends up eventually being the same as burst damage, or rather the other way around, burst damage ends up eventually being the same as chip damage. The fact that it's less predictable means that the Reno Jackson has to be played much earlier, which heals for much less. Or it just doesn't get played, and then you actually kill the Reno Jackson. That's a counter to Reno. Kill them.
And the one thing that's happened since League of Explorers as well, Hunter was quite a good deck. Mid-range Hunter was doing some play as well. Like Jab was piloting it to some success. And then League came out, and then Hunter kind of dropped to the bottom. It's on the bottom tier. And Priest, which was living at the bottom tier for so long, kind of moved back up, the Control Priest. So it's nice to see a shift in some of the classes as far as tiers go, because it does make things a lot more interesting as far as metagame developments go.
Yeah, League of Explorers definitely shifted things a lot. So Val has a priest, and there's 2 main types of viable priest. There's Dragon Priest, and there is the Control Priest. To my surprise, and Tomb ends up being fast enough in this meta. Like, I was going off of the old meta when I was first looking at the card, and I was like, oh, this will never see any play. How are you going to play this against Hunters? But it turns out that Hunters are gone. There's still Face Shamans, but Face Shamans are also not very popular. If they were more popular, Entomb would not be viable, but Entomb is viable against many of the Reno Rumble Locks cards, and not that good against Druid, though.
So while the metagame's still kind of in the mid-range control area, cards like Entomb, classes like Control Priest are viable, which is nice because we've had a very fast metagame for quite some time, and I really loved League of Explorers and how it shaped things up. There's an amazing expansion, and seeing what Blizzard did with that expansion, I'm excited to see what else they add in the future and how that changes things. So yeah, it looks like we're going into the first game of the round of 4. One of these players will be going to the grand finals of this heat. And we have what looks like Control Priest, not the Dragon variation, versus Paul's
could be
mid-range.
Dragon. Well, I didn't see the cards mulligan, but yeah, we've got Druid as well.
I mean, there is another variation of Control Priest, which has been dubbed Mid-Priest, which was invented by Dog, which takes away all the situational cards of Control Priest, which have the combo together, kind of like Organized Circle. It takes away that sort of stuff in favor of stuff like Shadowwood Pain and more kind of steady cards. So this could be that variation, depending on what else we see drawn.
Has finally found a minion, one of the weaknesses of Control Priest, to just sometimes not get anything. Has the chance to play the other cleric, but doesn't want to throw her out into the wild.
Let's see if this cleric survives first, and we can go from there. And it's not going to survive. Unfortunately, it's going to be taken out. Hero power might be enough. He might. Oh, he went for a draw. Interesting. I guess he needs minions. Yeah, he feels that he needs to draw a minion very soon, and he didn't get it. He has just combo pieces in his hand at the moment.
Yeah, that's an interesting first draw, though. I wonder what would have happened if he hadn't drawn the Wrath. Was he planning to use the Savage War, or was he okay with just a tempo loss of healing? And I think I lean towards him being okay with the tempo loss of healing. Paul's currently got a very poor hand. That hand is really good on turn 9, but really bad on turn 1.
And we need to get to turn 9 first. This priest has been buffed 3/7, and it's going to draw some cards to get some heals off. But then again, Vow is still waiting to find... Oh, an Azure Drake. So this could be Dragon Priest still.
Yeah, certainly. We'll see.
Going for the draw instead of the Drake.
That was a very...
Passive?
What's the word? Very throw the tempo into the trash can play.
Yeah, playing very passive there. If this is kind of Dragon Priest plays very much like a mid-range deck anyway, with some kind of splashes of control in it. And the one thing Dragon Priest does really well against Druid is dropping bodies down with high health that Druid struggles to deal with its removal. And dropping a Drake at that point would have taken advantage of Paul having such a terrible hand.
Right. The problem with not dropping the Drake is, against Druid, you tend to need to play it in a tempo-oriented manner because you always have to clear the board. I would predict that Vow cannot possibly use all of these cards in his hand by the end of the game, so drawing the card isn't really that impactful, whereas having a 4/4 body on the board would be able to contest a Lothar, and this turn would be much better. Paul stumbles into another Force, or another Savage, but at least he's got both combos now. He could do something along the lines of Force Savage on turn 8, Force Savage on turn 9, or even just Force Savage now. I actually like Force Savage now. When life gives you only Forces and Savages, just Force Savage.
Admirable was in a very similar situation yesterday. It has quite a similar hand, and he just went for it himself, and he ended up winning the game about a turn or two later. He didn't have like the follow-up damage straight away, but he drew... I think it was a swipe in the end to do it. So he just played to the strength of his hand, and the strength here is being able to double Force Savage. So I like it.
Being one off of lethal. Wow, he's not going to go for the face. He clears the.
He uses the Innovate as well
for a hero power.
22 damage is not tempting enough to keep an Innovate, it seems. And now he decides to reveal a Shade and get some value out of it. But Light Bomb is going to clear this board, and then
You know, I think
Paul-
Wish Chat is going to be right here when they say missed 18 damage, because that you did just miss 18 damage there effectively. I don't know how you can use the other Savage Roar without drawing another Innervate exactly also. And he just, actually the Innervate kind of represented 8 damage, because that's another Savage Roar, which even given nothing, would be plus 8. So, that's pretty rough. That's going to give the Priest a huge chance to catch up here, whereas the Priest could have been at 1, with no way out.
Yep, that's pretty bad for Paul, especially now his only minion he's drawn. It's very situational and doesn't have a lot of impact on the board. And now this gives Vow an opportunity to just start dropping stuff on the board. He can steal this with Cabal. He could even wait and use the Shrinkmeister Cabal to steal something like a Druid Claw if that came out. It's just not looking good.
Yep, this is now moving entirely at the Priest's pace.
I think I just like Ysera here. Trade into the 2 for the Drake, drop Ysera.
Yeah, fantastic.
Let me change your mind.
And you could have saved the Cabal for a Shrinkmeister Cabal combo on something else, like a Belcher or a Druid
Druid
Claw.
my favorite target.
But he decides to... Oh, he could have even done it on the Shredder. And he would have a Ysera on board. Yeah, if you have an opportunity to drop Ysera on the board, you go for it, right?
Oh boy, here comes the draw too, though. If Paul draws an Innervate, he can still just scum combo here.
Oh, swipe and swipe!
miss. But that's going to allow him to set up for Force Savage if he survives long enough to do swipe, swipe, and Divorce Savage.
I really want to see the Blackwing Corruptor come down here.
I really want to see an Innervate. No justice will have been done this day.
He's thinking about buffing. That's okay, I suppose. He makes his 1 for a threat with the Velens, but what else do you play? I guess you could go for the heal, and I'd like to see a Shrinkmeister come down after the attack as well, so just really pump the board full of stuff and require some answers from Paul.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Oh, misses the Innervate. There's justice in the world, I suppose.
What does he have here? Force of Nature will clear up... Well, it'll clear up everything but the free 8. And he does have to use his face to tank the Cabal. You just swipe the Drake, then swipe the Cabal.
Well, the problem is if you're Force Savaging to clear the board, you lose the game always. So you have to find some way to deal with this without using Force Savage. He only has 13 damage showing, so I think you swipe the Azure Drake and then you swipe the face. And then you hope to top deck Innervate, and you hope... Well, actually, I think you try to get the exact out of drawing Innervate. So you swipe the Drake, and you swipe the Cabal Shadow Priest, and then you get one more draw.
Looks like he's going for that. That seems pretty good to me. Double swipe coming down. And like you said, he's going for that Innovate out to win him the game.
Yep.
Injustice. The Injustice victory for the Druid.
Though it's unfortunate to be forced into this position where you're trying to draw exactly one card, versus having the chance to have set the opponent down to 1 much earlier.
And Ysera finally comes down. She's going to be able to maybe find another card to seal the win for Vow, but this is looking pretty
Will
bleak.
there be justice in the world? Find out now.
No justice.
No, actually, yes, justice.
Well, yes, justice. Vow is saved from the demoralizing loss of an Innovate there. I just wouldn't want to experience that at any point in a tournament, especially if you're this far ahead.
Right. Oh, that should have been Innervate right there.
Where shall I strike?
Wait, is it over yet? Yes, it is. Can do the Shrinkmeister Shadow Red Pain to clear that.
played.
Well played.
The spirits be restless.
The spirits be reckless.
Well played.
And Vow takes it. So Paul goes down 1 and Vow takes the lead with his Dragon Priest, the first Dragon Priest of PAX so far. It's nice to see some variation coming from the players. I can't remember his last deck. Paladin was his last deck, so I'm hoping for Murlocs or like Reno Highlander Paladin. I want to see some variety.
Yeah, but variety. These people are out for blood, not to win. Sometimes, or there's just a whole grab bag of different things here. I also would like to see those though. We'll see.
Oh, there's a lay on hands.
Looks like your dream's coming true. Wow, interesting. He just kept Consecration his opening hand against a Druid. There's not that many targets for it.
Apart from Living Roots, he doesn't want to deal with them.
Get out of here, Roots. Although the Muster for Battle will usually get rid of the Roots.
So this is mid-range Paladin, I assume?
Looks
very
like
mid-range,
it,
isn't it?
yes.
He has Coin Muster as an option going into this turn. I don't see a need to. I think you can just Hero Power here, and then you can like back-to-back Shredder from 3 to 4. That seems pretty strong.
Right, the problem with playing the coin right here is the next turn seems to just be pressing the button.
So press the button now, right? If you're going to press the
Yeah.
button, do it now. Just start
And then
slamming
put that
Shredders.
coin in the piggy bank, play it later. I'm sure it'll find some point where it'll be good. Unless
Right.
he specifically wants to play this game so turbocharged that he plays the big game hunter next turn. If he plans to do that, then alright, that's fine.
Tempo BGH. Let's see if he does it.
Yeah. Tempo BGH is... I would play it here. And it looks like he... Nope. He rolled his mouse over the BGH for a moment.
So he did end up pressing the button, like I guess we sort of predicted. So he could have kept 2 1/1s on the board and lost his hero power on turn 2 to a druid hero power, and then he could play Shredder, and then he could play Shredder again. Or Keeper of Alderman, depending on what he wanted to do. But yeah, you'll be able to clear up the Shredder anyway. Ooh. Maybe not, but he does lose some mana. He does he goes reverse ramping. You know, he deramps with this card.
Right. One of the things that would have been good there, that some of the players just don't have the heart to do, is hit that 2/3 with the Light's Justice, set it down to 1, because now, based off of this play, you could simply hit it again with the Light's Justice.
He did keep
There's
the
all these
Consecrate.
small incremental plays that can be made.
I mean, when you're playing a class like Druid, which only heals come from Ancient of Law, chipping down these little minions with your weapons to set up kills next turn is fine, because you don't have to worry about them being healed. Against Priest is a little bit different, because they could just heal it back up and then your efforts are wasted. But in most cases, it's worth going for that sort of play.
Alright, well, Paul does get set back by 1 mana, which isn't hurting him much because he doesn't have those big cards in his hand like Lore or Boom, but I'm sure it's an annoyance.
Lots of options in Vow's hand. He only gets to really play one of them, though. Shredder seems pretty fine to me. Can develop a dude as well. And then next turn, he has the option to play another Shredder with a Coghammer, maybe even Keeper, depending on what comes from Paul. Things are looking really good for Vow, whereas Paul's hand looks clunky, which is his problem he had last turn, or last game, sorry.
Yep, right you are. There's not many choices for Paul here. Well, his main choice right now is, do I play the mind control attack even though I'm not hitting anything, especially against the Paladin? And I think you'll lean towards a no there. So then the question is, do I play a Keeper of the Grove against a 4/3? And that feels bad to do.
Yeah, nothing feels great. I think if you commit a minion to the board now, it's going to have to be mind control tech. But the problem is, Shredder can just run into the 2/4, and then the mind control tech challenging the free health becomes a bit pointless. He could go for the silence, it seems. Oh, he's going for no, he goes for the silence, so
That's alright.
it's not bad.
I think out of all the poor options he had, I like that one the most.
And the Shredder's going to be able to clear up one of these 2/4s for free.
That finds a good on-curve play. Mid-range Paladin always stood a reasonably decent chance against Druid, so a good time to bring this back, I suppose.
It looks like Vow has picked decks to go against the metagame. Mid-range druid to challenge the mid-range paladin to challenge the mid-range druid, and then you have the dragon priest to challenge the secret paladin and the mid-range druid as well. So it seems he's picked his decks with that in mind.
It's true. Did you have much experience in the mid-range paladin? Even though I say it's like competitive against mid-range druid, I wouldn't necessarily say it's that favored if it is favored. What do you think about the general matchup when the druid doesn't draw this poorly with the forces and the VGHs? Basically, Paul's got an all-answer hand, which is really bad when you're playing druid.
Yeah, I guess that's what you capitalize against when you're playing against Druid in this matchup. Them getting their hands generally are clunkier than yours, and you have a stronger earlier game with Muster, Shield and Minibot. I guess the mid game does level out more, but the late game kind of goes more into the mid to late game goes more into the Druid's favor because they have the potential to kill you if you have 14 health and they have the combo. So I guess it is pretty. I guess you could call it 50-50. Maybe it's very draw dependent, right? Like most matchups.
Yeah, I would say this one is even-ish, and it is a little bit more draw dependent because both decks do not end up drawing very many cards. So the amount of cards that you do draw end up impacting a lot more.
Tyrion sits there safely. Does play the mind control tech just to try and put some pressure on the board, get some leverage. But Vow is just sitting so comfortable right now. And Paul is shaking his head as he looks down. He's just not impressed with what's going on.
Right.
This Druid
This is
is
the
letting him
ultimate
down.
punishment, though.
Oh, so what is the play here? I mean, the one thing you can do against Druid is you can just play minions and just keep playing them because they have to have very specific answers like Force of Nature to clear bulk of minions. Swipe isn't good enough generally unless you're playing stuff with 1 cost health to get hit by the other part of Swipe. Just
Right.
flood
I
the
mean,
board.
the thing here is the stress on the paladin side is actually quite high because there are 3 minions on the board and he can't clear any of them. And Force Savage is always right around the corner, so Force Savage would be 14, 17, 21, 22, 24, 26. It would be 28 damage, which is quite a lot. Tyrion would negate something along the lines of 8 of that damage, so he feels secure right now.
And after seeing a Forsen go down and tick on a few things, you're always worried. You're always in the back of your mind thinking, oh, can this Druid kill me? Does he just have it? So that's another thing to consider. Forsen does create a mind game in itself when Druid gets its cards hit by the effect, because you have to be cautious of the damage potential they have from hand. It's going to be just Force Nature clear by the looks of it on that Tyrion.
Yeah, looks like it. I thought the Mistress of Pain was going to be the one to deal the 1 damage to break the shield.
Time waits for no one.
How's he going to do this?
Right now, still 13 damage. Looks like Paul wants to keep the Mistress around. Understandable.
It's a token killer, at least kills 2 tokens. Looks like he's going to clear up this way. Okay, goes for a full clear. That's nice. Double Minibot Belcher. That feels pretty bad. After all that effort went from the Druid to fill that board, he can just fill it right back up if he chooses, with very sticky minions, 2 Divine Shield minions, and a Belcher, with the token that spawns after it's taken out. But he does opt just for the hero power. Maybe just hold on to it in case he needs it later.
Yeah, Val taking it easy. And he can do that.
Complete control here from Vow. That Ashbringer is a problem, especially since Paul doesn't have a taunt to protect him from the swings that are coming in at the moment. And of course, there's everything on board. He just invested a lot of resources in clearing a full board from Vow, and now Vow replenishes it, and he's back to where he started.
Alright, let's see what miracle card Paul plans on getting here. Oh, that draws a card.
What could help him here? Druid of the Claw would slow things down. He gets another Wrath for a
That's
cycle.
a card that draws a card.
Drawing the cards that draw cards into drawing cards. Drawception going on right here. Second Force of Nature committed to staying alive. 1 damage needed, and Paul does have it in case of Alderman.
Paul's a real optimist to think that he can win from this position. Alright.
And Vow wins with the mid-range Paladin and the Dragon Priest, less conventional decks in the metagame right now. And he will be going on to the Grand Finals, and that will be coming up very soon. And that will be the Grand Finals of Heat 2, of Day 2 of PAX South.
Right, congratulations to Vow. I like seeing these older decks make it through. Even though the older decks might have found their way a little bit out of the metagame through different shifts, it's usually very subtle. For example, both of these decks aren't that great against Reno Lock. It's just that one deck that entered the metagame has caused quite a few to be less popular. And Paul did have a Reno Lock deck too, but didn't get the chance to win with a Druid.
Yeah, he did have an opportunity to use his Reno, but he felt like he needed to get that win with that Druid regardless. So yeah, this is the One Nation of Gamers Geico PAX South Hearthstone Open Tournament in Heat 2, and this is the finals of that heat. And we got 2 more heats coming up for you guys who are just tuning in, and the winners of each heat will go into a single elimination 4-man tournament with a chance of winning $200 and going into the grand finals at the end of PAX on the Sunday, well, at the end of the Geico booth at least, and they have an opportunity to win $500. So lots of prize money on the line here for these players.
Yeah, all right, let's see what Jokel has. Jokel, one of those has in store for us. Another Druid, and then a Paladin, most likely Secret. That would probably be the most standardized line. Like, this is the 2 decks that anyone who's attending a tournament would expect to see, if he is running those 2 decks.
Yeah, and if there's mid-range and Secret, the Dragon Priest is going to have a good time against both of them. If it was last year as stand-in, the Dragon Priest would be super strong, I think, in this lineup. But this is Conquest, so if he does get a win with the Dragon Priest, he still needs to get a win with the mid-range Paladin. How do you feel mid-range Paladin lines up against Secret Paladin?
I think mid-range Paladin is very close to both of these, so it comes down to how well you play, it comes down to the draws, and it's about 50-50. I actually think the same about Dragon Priest. You seem to think that Dragon Priest is quite favored against one or even both of them?
I feel Dragon Priest is a little bit more favored against Druid. But it's very much like, of course, it's very much dependent on draws. If Dragon Priest can just slam like Worm Rest, then say a Dark Cultist straight after, followed by a Twilight Drive, they curve out nicely. You know, those big health minions can be quite tough for Druid to punch through if they don't have the same amount of minions to contest. And Valen's Chosen is another card that can swing things in the Dragon Priest's favor. I play a lot of Dragon Priest, or have played, and I always feel very comfortable when I'm playing against Druids and sometimes even Paladins. But the problem with Secret Paladin is they just have those snowball curves or those snowball aggro starts, which you can't really contest.
Yeah, we almost have a great hand by Val. Just needs a dragon, and then you can go 1, 2, 3. Pretty sneaky play by Jokel here. He plays a turn 1 Secret, and the turn 1 Secret is not expected to be... Wow, interesting. Twilight well played, even though he drew Wormrest Agent with no dragon. But, well, as a Dragon Priest Master, what do you think about that?
I don't like it.
I think...
Don't like it at all. I mean, you could have even coined Wormrest out, and you would have had a 2/4 taunt sitting there ready to challenge some of the smaller minions from Joe Carl, and then he could have, if it's not a get down, he could have tried like a Shrinkmeister to stop any damage coming to the Wormrest, saving him have to heal, and he develops more minions. So I don't know. I don't like that personally.
Yeah. Fortunately for Val, this is a noble sacrifice. Otherwise, his Shrinkmeister plus attack would have been in vain.
Double mini bot combined with Avenge. Do you like that trade especially if you got Avenge down.
Let's see. No, I think keeping it around is good.
Stand ready.
Vows, I've played Dragon Feast a good amount too. It's actually the deck that I went free to play throughout, and I know the importance of holding that one dragon. Now all of those cards, the Wormrest Agents and future cards, could be quite a lot worse.
The Twilight Whelp can often act as a battery for the rest of your dragon cards if you don't have, say, like another dragon to play it on turn 1. And that's one of its, I think it's one of its important roles as a card in the deck. Not only as a 2/3 at the start, if you're lucky enough to get it down, but also if you don't get it down, it can sit in your hand and charge up all the other dragon interactions you need. And as you said, he has 2 Wormrest Agents in his hand, which would be great as 2/4 Hordes. But he doesn't have the dragon.
Ultimate punish right now would be drawing Blackwing Corruptor.
Oh yes, that would be that would feel pretty bad. Holy Nova is pretty nice here, I suppose. He gets to clear up both the minions. Doesn't proc any secrets like Avenge. He might proc a Redemption though. That's something he'll have to consider.
Right.
But
did he play Noble Sacrifice on this turn? He did. So he could have not played it. Him playing it will make this board so much more vulnerable to Holy Nova. Oh, but there's the Avenge. Yeah. Alright, well, we have a mini tree up on turn 4.
I guess he's still Holy Nova because Cultist challenges the Shielded Minibot, and he's got 1 card in hand. And unless it's a good play like Belcher, things look pretty bad. That's a good pickup. He gets to protect his Minibot.
Manages to kill the cultist while there's nothing else on, and bad news for Jolkul is that he is out of cards. He does have 2 actual cards on the board, which are real threats. The bad news for Vow is he has... Oh, there he goes, picks up a dragon. That's going to allow him to contest both the sword and the mini-bot, so Jolkul only has an owl against the rest of Vow's hand. So, looking good for Vow still. Ooh, Blessing of Kings.
This might be an owl. Might be time to owl here. Unless he wants to keep it for one of the bigger dragons. Blessing the Kings makes it more vulnerable. Well, it's vulnerable to Shadow of Death anyway, and Light Bomb. But then again, this does still get taken out by an Azure Drake. It's a pretty tough situation for Jokul to be in. Blackwing Corruptor, not quite there on the mini-bot, unfortunately.
Alright, so the light bomb clears it up.
Seems good.
And Jolkul is going to really need to draw some good cards. Not that one.
I'll never tell.
Yep, that's not a good card in this situation. And that's going to be taken out by the Blackwing Corruptor, I can imagine. And then he could even go for a Shrinkmeister if he wants to put more pressure on. But it looks like he values drawing a card more of a playman. Oh wow, so that actually worked out really nicely for him.
Yeah.
And even with kind of a clunky start from Vow, with sacrificing his dragon as a 2-1 at the start and not being able to charge his Wormrest straight away, this matchup has kind of gone in his favor because Jokul had that problem we've discussed of just drawing a buttload of secrets and not being able to do much with them.
Yeah, I mean, that's mainly the reason why I didn't play it in ladder. Just I've seen too many games. Like, people have this memory of Secret Paladin being this insurmountable deck, and it's true, for the most part it is, if you do draw that curve. But just like you said, similar to Dragon Priest versus Dragon, or versus just Druid, like, yes, if Priest goes turn 2, 3, 4, then they win a lot of the time. If Druid goes, like a good curve, then they're pretty well set. And you just have to really evaluate how often this really happens with all the decks. Secret Paladin is a good deck. It happens a lot, but maybe it's not as good as the other ones. That's just how I see it.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at if a Secret Paladin has a bad hand, he has 1-cost secrets that may not have great interaction with each other. If a priest has a bad hand, he'll have the power plays to make up for it later. If they both drew terribly. So if you look at it that way, I guess ultimately you want to have If you're gonna go bad hand versus bad hand, I would feel maybe Priest is the favored in that situation.
True enough. Though Val did pick up a dragon at a key time. Because the Priest bad hand with the Dragon Priest does actually turn out to be pretty bad because you have those 2 mana 1/4s, you have your 5 mana 5/4, you have your 3 mana 2/4 if you're running the Technician.
Okay. And he gets to steal it, so now the board is looking excellent for Vow. A couple of 1/1s for Jokel and Jokel, so however you pronounce it, and a Knife Juggler top deck is not what
this
he
is
wants.
just nice and relaxed cleanup party for Val right now. He's just being able to deal with Jokel's top decks every single turn, and I think even if Jokel were to top deck better cards, he would still be too far behind at this point.
And Vow can even draw 2 cards here, one from the draw from the Priest, the Cleric, sorry, and one from the Azure Drake. Just decide to go for the shield. You could play a Drake and draw another card. I think this is a concede moment for the Paladin, personally, but he wants to play it out. He's in the finals. He might as well see what happens.
Right. You're gonna need a Deathwing though.
Yeah, Deathwing would be. Okay, maybe he has the Deathwing, and that's why he's smirking
Oh,
a
that's
little
not
bit.
that card.
Yep, that's not going to do it. The shake of the head. Curse you, Secret Paladin.
I top decked a Secret Keeper. I top decked a. And that's the weakness of Secret Paladin. Turn 7, you played a 1/2. Turn 8, you played a 3/2. Turn 9, he's about to play something that does 2 damage, maybe?
Yeah, he was hoping for the god draws of Secret Paladins we're used to fighting against. Whenever I seem to fight a Secret Paladin, they seem to have everything they need. But when you're in the driver's seat, sometimes it's not always the same. You just draw Repentance as your last card before you die.
Yeah, the Secret Paladins in this tournament have kind of been a bit cursed, I've found. Like, you usually don't see draws this bad for Secret Paladin. Vow showing up with his mid-range Paladin, and he's got the classic... That's a pretty good mid-range Paladin hand. The Knife Juggler into Muster, into Quartermaster.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. If he had the coin as well, it would be even better because he could. Oh well, doesn't matter. He doesn't need the coin. He picks up the Alderman. So yeah, this is the god hand for mid-range Paladin at the moment.
Right, especially since the Knife Juggler survived.
And here we go. The Knife Juggler will come back, but the weapon will clear it up. And Jokel
Wow,
knows.
what a start for the mid-range Paladin.
Yeah, you kind of need Consecrate to reset the board at this point. You can coin out the Shredder, but then Alderman comes down.
Yeah, I might have to just play the Cog Hammer and not have a target just to deal with that very threatening Knife Juggler. He's gonna have to find a way to deal with these 1/1s though before they become 3/3s.
Oh wow! Oh, he's going for the big Quartermaster now.
Right.
Although, if he had played the Alderman, the 1 Quartermaster would become 5/5.
Right.
Well, not Quartermaster, 1 token. Sorry. So that would have been very threatening going forward. I think I would have just preferred an Alderman at that point.
Yeah. Both are good. You can keep the Ultimate against one of the big cards on turn 6 or 7 as well. Pros and cons of both. Oh, he chooses not to go with Quartermaster here.
Oh, so he went for the face plan there. Wouldn't playing Quartermaster and going for the face plan be more
I agree.
damaging?
I agree. Man, we can get a consecration punish here, but there's no punishment. That was just going really big here. Jokel's like, yeah, if he had Quartermaster, he'd play it here, so I'm just gonna kill the owl. It's a 2/1. Here we go.
Maybe this is some next level mind games that we don't know about. And he's already picked the Quartermaster up, gonna drop it down to arms.
Jokel's like, oh my gosh, why didn't he play that last turn? I killed the owl.
He tricked me! Tricky person, this Vow. Be careful. And yeah, this is looking like it's gonna be GG. Consecrating hand. and the Keeper of Alderman for extra damage. He's got multiple ways he can push for lethal here. No, not even a response to be able to deal with it. And Vow takes a very convincing win with the God mid-Paladin draw against Jokul, who seemed to have just 2 really upsetting Secret Paladin games.
Alright, well, we've got the old school decks of Vow getting through on this Heat 2 of Dragon Priest and Midrange Paladin.
Yeah, Vow is your winner and finalist. Winner of the final, sorry. You'll be going into the 4-man elimination at the end of the day. So congrats to Vow, and he will be joining. I can't remember it was one of the Tespa guys who went through. Can't remember off the top of my head. I apologize for that, but yep, they'll be going into the finals later today. So that is Heat 2 over and done with. Any thoughts on the play there?
You're putting me on the spot here, Aqua.
Is there anything Jokul could have done to?
I don't think there's
stop
anything
the onslaught?
Jokul could have done. It was his draws that led to his end. I think Vow could have eliminated Jokul more convincingly, and he took some risks where he didn't have to, but he got there in the end.
Yeah, okay, so we'll be back very shortly. We're going to have a quick break, and then we'll be back with Heat 3, and Sottle, I imagine, is going to be joining us with you, Trump. So yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon.
Hello and welcome back, guys, to what is now Heat 3 of Day 2 of the One Nation of Gamers event here at PAX South. We're just coming off the back of a very interesting, shall we say, Heat 2. But Heat 3 is promising to kick us off with a good match. We have TJ Sanders, also known as Asmo QT, very well-known caster in the Hearthstone scene, up against Andrew Trump. You got any favourites in this match? Who are you rooting for?
Well, Andrew is, I've been reported to, is sporting a Tempo Storm shirt right now. So I mean, if he's got that information, I think he should be able to kill Azumo NV. That should be easy.
All right, fair enough. Well, I'm going to take the other side of this. Admirable did his work yesterday to stand up for the integrity of casters as Hearthstone players, so I'm going to hope that that TJ can do the same right now and overcome the wealth of knowledge that Tempo Storm has provided Andrew to help with this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if Azumo was like trading notes with Admirable. What was the second deck that Admirable ran? Also Druid, right?
Yeah, mid-range Druid and Patron, yeah.
Okay, I wonder if it's like the casting crew's choice
Right.
to go with mid-range Druid and Patron. Let's see, Andrew's sporting the Priest, which should be decent against both, and the Mage, which is weak against both if it's freeze, and if it's tempo, it's pretty good against both.
Yeah, definitely be a big deciding factor in this matchup exactly what sort of mage that is, whether it's one of the meta mages that we know and love, but there's also a chance that it's just something completely off the wall. We have seen one or two creative mage decks so far in this tournament.
That's right.
The old Dr. Boom Freeze Mage classic from day one of my personal favorites.
Yeah, I've actually seen quite a number of really cool freeze mages, which are top level legend as well, which do not fit into the typical tempo or freeze or even control. There's just so many different ways you can build mage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mostly enabled by Reno Jackson.
Right. Yeah, a lot of control mages are starting to wind their way into the meta now, mainly because of Reno Jackson. Sort of dragon Renos and just straight up control Renos and all sorts of crazy things. But we are going to get started with Druid versus what appears to be a control priest. Deathlord is sometimes teched into Dragon Priest for a little bit of more early game dominance, but we saw the Orcanized Soul Priest pop up there, so it looks like this is a straight up control priest from Andrew.
Yeah, and a nice curve by Andrew here.
Yep, very strong. Gets to develop the Museum Curator, but this Norsha Cleric is probably going to be answered by the Wrath.
Yep. Zumo was hoping to Living Roots, but the Norsha Cleric shut that down. Museum Curator is also going to shut down Living Roots yet again, but Azuma was planning to... what do we have here? We've probably got a huge tet. Azuma was probably planning to Wild Growth on that turn.
Yeah, I can't see too much merit in anything except Huge Toad here, but Andrew seems to disagree. His eyes lit up at the 5-mana 7/4 Trump. he really feels like he wants Salty Dog in his hand, so that's what we're going to go for.
Yeah, I mean, if it was Fugan, I could understand that, but Stalik, maybe he'll get rewarded for his choice with Fugan later. He believes.
Yeah, easy game, right? Play the second Museum Curator, pick up the other brother, and we're away. This Deathlord is going to be a bit of an annoyance to Druid, but not really much more than that. Deathlord is kind of mediocre against Druid because their minions are just so individually powerful that they can all beat through the Deathlord quite effectively. So it doesn't tend to stick on the board for too long, but he does have the Power Shield, and now the Velen's chosen.
Andrew is just Mr. Optimistic here. Akanai Soul Priest would have been the usual play there, but he did manage to pick a 3-drop off the top, which ended up being able to contest the Strider.
And correctly attacks into the Lightwell there. Identifies that attacking face would achieve absolutely nothing, so he attacks to leave both face and the minion injured, so that at least the Lightwell will not be able to heal both in the same turn.
Yeah, this Deathlord is actually looking quite imposing now. It is, well, if the Druid manages to get on the board earlier with something like a Shredder into a Druid of the Claw and Charge, they can do the 4/4 fairly easily. Right now, this Deathlord is not that easy to get through.
No, very true, and that powered shield has been very nice just to bring it even further out of range. 10 health is a nightmare even for Druids to get through with the amount of high attack minions that they have. And now, Trump, is it time for Salty Dog to come down hidden behind this Deathlord?
Yeah, I think it's time for Stalag. And next turn, well, turn 7, we've got the Museum Curator into Fugue play. Neither the Museum Curator is in hand or the Discovery is guaranteed, but Andrew's optimism is washing off on me.
Yeah, just it's infectious, right? When you see these optimistic plays, you can't help but imagine the dream scenarios and get carried away. Lotheb is a decent pickup just to get something to stick to the board here, but pretty much any minion he's going to play here will just get immediately traded out by the Stalag. It is Stalag, right? Yes. So he may just choose to swipe it away here. Looks like that's the line we're going for.
Yep.
Yep, Wrath for 1 to draw a card, and then swipe clears out the 2 minions on the sides, leaving just that Death Lord as a wall, and he is going to attack into it just to start punching through.
It's pretty nice. Managed to take quite a chunk out of the Priest.
Ooh, wait, what?
Uh-huh. That's premature.
Hello. Okay. Well, in defense of that play, he cleared the board and he has 2 minions in play right now. His Orkanite is defended behind the Death Lord from the hero power. These are all these are all the positive sides of that play.
Yes. I'll bring on the negatives, I guess.
Sure.
On the negative side, he did 8 damage to his board to do 3 damage to his board.
Okay, Trump. If you just have to think of everything in raw numbers, Trump, then sure. No, obviously that was a bit of a premature Orkanite circle there. It's one of the best, most effective board clears that you have against Druid, particularly because most of their minions tend to be resistant to Light Bomb. Shredder, Druid of the Claw, Keeper of the Grove, none of these things really die cleanly to Light Bomb, so you're often relying on Orkanite Circle as your board clear of choice.
Right. Would look pretty good here, and especially after this turn from Azuma. It'll look pretty good.
Yep. But he had a pretty solid follow-up to it anyway with the Cabal. 2/4 is the best minion you're going to get out of Druid with a Cabal, unless you're going to combine it with a Shrinkmeister. So excellent target for it there, and he cements himself as a head on the board, and Azuma is going to have to find some way to get himself back in a consolidated board position, or else the cards like Force of Nature and Savage Roar aren't really going to be good enough to seal out the game, since the Priest is still at such a high health total.
Yeah, problem with Andrew's hand right now, especially after using those cards so liberally, is the hand size is so small, and it's going to be very difficult to deal with the threat after threat of the Druid's cards. Typically a little more traditional to use Akanai plus Circle to clear off more than 1 minion.
Right. Picks up the second Orkanai here, which allows him to ping and trade for the Drake, which would still leave him in a pretty dominant board position. Otherwise, he's looking at maybe entombing an Azir Drake, trading into the 2/2 and healing his own minion back up. Both of those kind of expend a reasonable resource and leave you in a slightly advantageous board position, but no real blowout turns here for the Priest.
I don't even think the Light Bomb would be too bad. You get the 2 cards over him, you can
Sure.
do the heal. I think all of them were pretty reasonable.
Yeah. But yeah,
I think my favorite play was Entomb, though.
Yeah, I think I favoured the Entomb as well. It's not like the range of minions that you get with Entomb against Druid is not very polarized. They're all kind of the same sort of quality mid-range minions. You're going to entomb something like an Azir Drake, Druid of the Claw, Ancient of Law, something like that. It's not a huge discrepancy between what you entomb most of the time.
Right. It does. I do believe the Ancient of War is the best card you can entomb.
Yes.
Though.
Yeah, absolutely. Which works out pretty nicely for him here. This is a more or less perfect turn. Shoots down the 2/2 with the hero power, entombs the 5/5, gets a extremely powerful card in his own deck that he'll hope to draw very, very soon, since he's kind of running low on resources himself.
Right.
And pushes a little bit of pressure onto the Druid here. And we see, wow, we mentioned the caster's formula for winning games earlier. The Druid plus Patron combo, and more so than that, Azimo actually even has. Whoa! Sorry, yeah, just finished the thought. Azimo even has the mind control tech in his Druid, which Admirable was sporting as well. But the immediate pickup of the Ancient of Law, holy crap!
That was the best card in his deck.
Yeah.
Quite possibly, yes.
It's the best card in his deck because it's the one card in his deck that wasn't a priest card. That tends to be how these things work quite often.
Ouch. Picks up the combo.
That's lethal, right?
Yep.
Yep. So the priest looked to be in complete control of this game the entire time, and then druid combo happened. And druid.
I think he was only in control up until the moment where he very he was like, I'm winning too much. Let me give you a chance. Oh, like a nice circle.
Circle your own board, yeah. I get the impression you weren't a big fan of that play, Trump.
I was not.
No, okay. So the druid has been checked off. So Asmo just has his warrior left to win with, and if he has been following the admirable formula down to a T, this is going to be patron warrior, and there it is.
There it is. Who else do we have that's going to be a caster who's going to be playing maybe in tomorrow's heats?
I believe Frodan might be making an appearance at some point.
All right, yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't strike me as a type who would run druid plus patron, but maybe.
All right, turn 1, Finley, and he's been offered Warlock, Mage, and Paladin. Warlock and Mage are both the top tier hero powers that you're looking for, so he has to decide between them here.
Right. Usually an easy pick for Mage, but it's worth considering here just because he is up against Priest, one, so there's not much aggression, he can tap much more often, and two, he doesn't actually have anything that synergizes with Fire Blaster right now. So he does end up picking the traditionally better choice, but
Yep.
I think that tap was a very strong choice as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just going to continue to curve out here with his minions, and I kind of like this line because that Battle Rage in his hand can be quite quickly turned into reasonable value here, as long as he has a couple of minions in play.
If he doesn't draw anything key right now, I think the best play is the Fire Blaster face. I really like Fire Blaster face.
100% with you, Trump. I would absolutely shoot myself in the face right now. Yep.
Nice. Good play there.
Wow. As Hearthstone goes on, things you thought you would never see. Fire blasting in your face being the correct play and being executed correctly. That's excellent.
Fantastic.
So now that Fire Blast himself in the face play has set up an incredible turn.
Oh, he's gonna miss a card draw, and then Finley.
Wow!
Azuma, what are you doing?
No! Poor Finley wants to play card draw games too. Come on. Oh, hi. That's
Wow. Okay.
I mean, do you Whirlwind? Would you rather just have a 4/9 against Priest? I guess you would.
Yeah, actually, you do. I can't get deathed. Don't really need the damage right now.
The Shrinkmeister draw there would have been the world's greatest top deck. Shrinkmeister Shadow Word Pain on a naked.
Ooh, this kills the Akanai Soul Priest.
It does, yeah, and it also just leaves a very, very angry Grommash Hellscream on the board.
Is this the moment of regret?
I think Andrew may be reevaluating all of his life decisions up to this point right now. Yep, just ends up with the
That's a
Orkanite
pass.
cards. Yeah. So I think at this point we have to get greedy for the 10 damage. So Fiery Warax, will he ping his own Grom here? Is he going to go to clear out the Orkanai? Okay.
Yeah, the Ghoul plus the Axe kills it perfectly, so I like that. It also draws a card, it also does 6 damage. That's good.
Yep. So forces 10 more damage to the face, picks up a second Fiery Warax, which probably isn't going to be too relevant, but he is cycling through his deck. But not really too much more he needs to pick up at this point. He's already kind of cemented his pressure. Looks like he's playing Shredders as opposed to Korkron Elites, which would be fantastic draws at this point when he's forced so much pressure to the opponent. Yeah, looks like Light Bomb is going to have to come down here purely just to deal with the Grommash, and we'll draw another card off the Acolyte of Pain here. So the dream 3-card Acolyte for TJ.
Yes. Battle Rage, that's another 3-card Battle Rage if he wants it. And I think he wants it here. When he can play it in combination with the Shredder.
No, looks like he's going to turn it down, value the 1 extra damage to face from the ping as slightly higher, which I certainly don't hate when you're this close to lethal.
Yeah.
He's trying to decide what his best defensive option is here. He can Cabal Shadow Priest to take damage off the board. He can Shadow Word Pain, but pretty low value targets for both of those cards at this point. And I think in the end he managed to find the right play there. Trump, what do you think?
That's the right play.
All right.
Azumo TJ Sanders QT manages to get the Grom out of the Deathlord. Pretty good pick. But good plays, including Fire Blasting the face. Definitely not something that you would have thought would be even possible pre-League of Explorers.
Right. Yeah, Fire Blasting yourself in the face being the right play. Probably didn't end up making too much of a difference because of the incredible swing of the Grommash coming off Deathlord, but it's kind of the double-edged sword of Deathlord, right? You put it in a deck like Priest deliberately because you have so many things like Light Bomb and Entomb to deal with those worst-case scenarios, but if it happens that early and with that big a minion, then yeah, not much you're going to be able to do. So TJ, very impressive, keeping up the 100% win rate for the professional casters so far in this tournament. Moving his way through the bracket, and hopefully we'll have another game lined up for you shortly. In the meantime, if you're not quite sure what you're watching, this is the One Nation of Gamers event being held at PAX South. It is a series of individual heats. There are 4 heats played out on each day, which each crown an eventual winner. And then at the end of the day, those 4 players play off against each other to win a $200 prize and be crowned the champion of the individual day. Then at the end of the whole thing on Sunday, all of those individual champions will play off against each other for an extra $500 grand prize.
Right, and Azumo QT, TJ Sanders, just finished off that game in such ferocity that we're going to need a bit of time before the next challenger wins. So we're going to head to break. See you guys to see whether or not the pro caster team can make it to another finals.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the One Nation of Gamers event here at PAX South. Apologies for the slightly extended break there, but Asimo just crushed his opponent in such record time that there were no challengers waiting to face him in the next round. But luckily, James has now stepped forward to accept the formidable challenge of trying to take down Mr. TJ Sanders. Trump, how do you fancy his chances here with a Priest and Warrior?
It's going to be the expected one to make it through since he's casted so many Hearthstone events, and his buddy Admirable has made it. Azumo QD, also known as DJ Sanders. He's got a pretty strong lineup. Would be tough. I don't know whether or not he's running a Tempo. He's wearing a Tempo Storm shirt, but it didn't help the last guy. So Azumo QD is kind of with a Druid and Patron Warrior. If it's Control Warrior will match up well against Patron. If it's Patron, it'll do about even against the two, and Priest can do well against the two as well. So it'll depend on whether or not James decides to circle of healing the right side of the board.
Oh, still harping on about the Circle of Healing, Tron. Let it go, man. Let it go. Come on.
I am full of Vindiction and what else? And Spite.
Nice. All right, that's a good attitude for a caster to have, I think. In my experience, that works pretty well, but we'll see. Looks like we are about ready to start with the game here, so let's see what James is bringing to the party to go up against the Patron Warrior, the Doomsayer Control Warrior.
Oh man, it looks like a Fatigue Warrior or Arena Warrior based off the Doomsayer and the Death Lord.
Mm-hmm. So an even and Druid of Azimon. And the PAX special is back. Control Warrior.
James is rocking out.
Yeah, James is really feeling it over there. Damn. This is for how much energy he's portraying. This seems to be an unnecessarily slow-paced deck. Doesn't quite match his level of energy right now.
The good news is, if you're playing against a Druid deck, then you have to have that energy. Bring it, because it's going to be a tempo-oriented matchup. Zuma QD off to a poor start. There's the Reno.
Okay. So quite often the strategy for Druids against these extremely slow fatigue Reno style warrior decks is just to kind of hoard combo pieces for Emperor and then Emperor double combo. And it's kind of hard to win through fatigue when your opponent is holding 22 empty board burst damage in their hand.
Yeah, typically a pretty good matchup for the Druid because you can disperse them, and the minions tend to be pretty sticky, or you have just a lot of them, and it's tough to deal with all of the Shredders, and the 4 damage from the Death Spite, the 5 damage from the Death Spite just doesn't quite hit the 4/6 and kill them.
Right.
Just a lot of different reasons why the Druid typically is thought to be favored here.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of it will come down to like what the extra cards are that James has teched into this deck. He's gone for a lot more removal options, things like Gore Howl, Bouncing Blades, etc. Those you can kind of one-for-one yourself with all of Druid's minions and try and run them out of stuff, but it's a very, very uphill battle because, like you said, they just have such an endless supply of aggressive minions backed up with that combo burst damage.
Tough choice by Azumo to play the big game hunter there. He just didn't want to skip a play, but this looks like Control Warrior right now, so there's usually quite a few targets for BGH.
So a little twitch of recognition from Asmo there as the Death Lord came out, but I kind of like the BGH play there because he was trying to get the Death Lord, the Death's Bite off the board since his next play was Azure Drake, and he didn't want that just immediately challenged by the Death's Bite. So it kind of paid off here, but James picks up a really nice play to fill out his curve after using that 1-mana Execute and drops the Elise Starseeker into play.
Fantastic. The Thorstand coming down, a lot of tempo. Also, a big reason why this matchup is wow, there's the map. That's going to be pretty spicy early. So, big reason why Druid's kind of favorite here is because of the Ancient of Lore. That card is just so good. Like you mentioned, Warrior can just 1-for-1 a lot, but usually the Druid will end up hitting a little bit with his minions to do a little bit of extra damage. That Ancient of Lore usually 3-for-1s.
Absolutely, and James is using his premium warrior removals here very, say, liberally would be a good word. execute on an Azure Drake, which is a fairly mid-tier target in terms of what you have to execute, and then Shield Slam just as drain life there, basically armor up Shield Slam for 3 mana, deal 2 damage. He does have the Gore Howl to back this up, so it may not be a terrible idea for him to use his removals early, and since he has the Gore Howl to come into play soon. But those 1 mana removal spells would have been very helpful to start removing 2 minions a turn once he has the Gore Howl equipped.
It would have been, yeah. At the same time, though, I think he's playing... I think he's got the right idea, because Druid is a very tempo-oriented deck, and it's very tough to get more than that amount of armor at any time. He's just playing this fast, and that is good for 2 reasons. One, I think in this matchup you do want to play it fast. 2, you do have the Gore Howl in hand to be able to maybe 4 for 1 if the game goes long enough.
So as you said, Ancient of Lore comes down, massively important card in the matchup, picks him up 2 more very, very aggressive, hard to deal with minions, resistant to removal in their own way, Piloted Shredder through the Death Rattle, Lower Theb because it just automatically locks out removal spells from being used against it. And he's going to go ahead and use the Wrath here for 4. Could have cycled and traded in with the Keeper if he was going to get very, very greedy, but he might have the suspicion in the back of his mind that Fatigue may be a game plan for the Warrior that he's facing against, since he's already seen Anti-Killbot and Deathlord.
Very unambitious play by Azuma there to unveil the Shade when there's a axe on the board.
Yeah, may have just been expecting a brawl and wanted to make sure that Shade at least dealt some damage. His board was obviously very, very vulnerable to a brawl at that point.
It's true. Right now it is still difficult to peg this as either a Reno deck or just a control-heavy deck. So Zumo could definitely have been expecting... There's been a lot of 2-brawl decks in this tournament so far. A lot of people brought 2 brawls to the first one. So... a good play to get the 3 damage in case of brawl.
So the spell-powered swipe here is looking pretty juicy. He can Drake for a double spell-powered swipe, but that still doesn't achieve anything. It's not enough to break the numbers so he would get to swipe face. So I think he'll just have to be happy with 1 source of spell damage, nice clean swipe, taking out both minions, and just pushing a ton of damage to the face.
Yeah, and a really good low thub here. You usually want to hit exactly turn 9 with it, because if you do it on turn 10, they can still brawl off of 10 mana, but you do it on turn 9, they get locked out of quite a few things.
That is his 2nd execute drawn in his Reno Warrior. An interesting choice to use 2 executes.
Yeah, I imagine that might not be the only 2 of in this deck then. And perhaps the deck did plan on going very late.
It looks like that may have punished him by him not being able to Reno Jackson there, but honestly the Reno probably wasn't enough to save him just due to how overwhelmingly behind on the board he was. And Azumo is going to continue his rampage through this bracket. Goes out to a 1-0 lead in this series after his 2-0 sweep in the former one, and he now has to just pick up another win with his Patron Warrior, which may be a little trickier than the last time, right? Which was kind of handed to him on a plate through the Gromash coming out of the Deathlord from his opponent.
That's right, the Control Warrior, or especially Fatigue Warrior. I'm not sure if Fatigue Warrior has a better chance than Control Warrior. Actually, I think Control Warrior has a slightly better chance, but late game Warrior tends to do pretty well against Patron. This Priest could also do quite well depending on the number of light bombs, and if you're running Elise and Deathlord, which look to be James's favorite cards perhaps, then you're typically going to be packing a lot of big AoE.
I mean, essentially, James has already lost this game, right? Because he drew Deathlord, so therefore TJ is just going to have Grom on the board on turn 4, so... We've already seen what TJ's Deathlord RNG is like in this tournament, so we'll see if it pays out big for him in this game as well.
Yeah, you can certainly get a lot. You can even deal with a turn 4 Grom, though, if you're prepared as a priest. James takes a slow turn 2 after having coined out the Norshire plus a Power Word Shield on turn 1, and I think I would have preferred to hold that valuable coin.
Ooh, Felon's Chosen not quite enough. Interestingly, would have been enough to deal with the Frothing Berserker if he'd have chosen to develop the 2nd Cleric on the following turn. But I think the fear of Fiery War Axe is what led to the coin Power Word Shield play, and what led to him not developing that 2nd Cleric on the turn afterwards. As you said, he could have just held the coin on turn 1, played Cleric, Power Word Shield on turn 2. A lot of different ways to develop through the game, but He just felt the need to get on the board early, get that 1/5 cleric rolling, try and draw some cards from it, and he's just going to hope this Deathlord is sufficient to wall out this Frothing Berserker this turn.
Yeah, James does have the ability to boost something with Valen's Chosen, probably take out the Berserker. Zuma gonna have to decide whether or not to send in the Death Lord here. It would deal 2 damage, but it would become a 4/2. He's gonna hold it back, and that's gonna let Valen's Chosen get a really good trade.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think watching the mannerisms here in the spectator client, I think James got as far as picking up the Valen's Chosen and pointing it at his cleric, which, if you're paying attention as Asimo, should give you a decent read on Valen's Chosen being in the hand. In which case, the attack into the Deathlord there probably would have been superior to the pass.
Very observant of you, Sottle.
See, I pay attention sometimes, not all the time. Sometimes I miss lethal or forget that lower third affects the coin, as people in chat witnessed yesterday. But sometimes I'm paying attention. So lower third comes down, but there's no answer to this enormous Deathlord right now. Obviously, execute would have been the dream, but no such thing in hand. And Deathlord, while it looked like it handed him the victory last game against Priest, is proving to be his main stumbling block this time.
This could be a really good Nova the next turn. Could clear the board minus the extra guy. Oh, never mind. I forgot about Lothar this time.
So yeah, it looks like he's just going to have to try and find some way to make some value trades here. He can go for a big cleric turn if he would like to. It looks like he's going to favour playing the second Deathlord here, possibly. Curator might be enough now just to convince him. He's going to play Curator instead. Fair enough.
Good choices.
Just goes for a nice, solid piloted Shredder, right? Never feels bad to see a Shredder come out of Museum Curator.
Will it be Gromish? Nope, Sludge, that's good.
Wow, that's an interesting inclusion in the deck, actually. Sludge Belcher in Patron Warrior. Not something that's seen in every build, but he is playing the slightly slower build with Pilot Shredders instead of the Small Cron Elite.
Right. Gets the Inner Rage on that card for 2 reasons, to draw the Battle Rage and also to dodge Cabal Shadow Priest.
And this is a very imposing board, and this is very much what Patron Warrior usually wants to do in this matchup. You want to get ahead on tempo and threaten a lot of damage each turn, but without committing things like your patrons and Dr. Boom to the board. The idea being that you sort of force their light bomb on a board that they don't really want to light bomb, and then you can move forward with your patron turns and stuff later in the game. The ultimate play to that is just to go all in as early as possible and hope they don't have light bomb. But this line is usually the more consistent. So Asmo finds himself
Zuma right now has a line that's possible of, oh man, if he doesn't have Light Bomb, I'll win the game. And that would be something along the lines of Patreon, Inner Rage, Whirlwind. It also draws him the card as a nice bonus.
Mm-hmm. And it's actually not the worst idea in the world, because even if the Light Bomb comes out, he's going to draw a card off the Acolyte to get some more options, but more importantly, he'll have the immediate Dr. Boom follow-up straight afterwards. He could also go the other way around and possibly play the Boom this turn, make some trades to take out the Orkanite, and then that baits the Light Bomb onto the Dr. Boom, and then he can make the Patron play as a follow-up to that. So there's a lot of different ways he could consider making this turn. It looks like we're going to see the Boom play. Yeah, I'm totally fine with this.
Looks good. Turn 7, strong play.
Yep. Boom was indeed green.
Let me change your
Cabal on a Boombot as an answer to Dr. Boom, not the most effective thing you can do, but not exactly the most miserable either. It looks like... What was he picked up here? I didn't quite see what card he picked up. The Death Spite, of course.
I wonder if he's going to take that as an excuse to go patrons. No, he's going to play it kind of lightly with just Whirlwind and Battle Rage.
And he's playing the Armor Smith here, just in case the Boombot chain went off. I think he'd rather the Armor Smith...
Not even the Whirlwind. Okay.
He's just going to completely hold on to his resources. That Whirlwind can be used as a Battle Rage activator as well as a Patron activator, or both on later turns. And this is definitely representing enough pressure here that his opponent will have to commit any premium removals they have right now, or just be under threat of dying.
Death does not scare me.
Yep. Ooh, this one's gonna be a little bit A little bit optimistic against execute, but that's a good pickup.
Okay, interesting. He's going to use the Cleric Circle here just to dig deeper in his deck, presumably for precisely Light Bomb. There we go.
Nice. And it's the reverse Battle Rage, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah, we both have the ability to draw cards for every damage minion. Who knew? So now Asmo's in kind of an awkward position because his boom has been dealt with, but he's also just seen his opponent draw a lot of cards that turn. So he may be feeling the pressure that the Light Bomb that he probably has a solid read his opponent doesn't have has now found its way into the hand with that Cleric cycling. But he's going to take the brave play here and make the commitment to the board. The plus side of this is it gains him a ton of armor, and he gets to activate the Battle Rage to draw a million cards with it as well.
Absolutely, yes, fantastic. I do think that he had to read that there was no there was no Light Bomb, but he also did note that James did draw a bunch of cards, so he wouldn't be surprised. Wow, he's running both Horcrux Elite and Shredder. Maybe one of each.
Yeah, maybe one of each. Maybe just playing one of them as a single copy as, say, like a third 4-drop. But
ooh, that's unfortunate.
Now that right there, my friends, is a Light Bomb.
Alright, well that'll mean that Azuma will have to win with exactly Gromish, and the Core Crown pretty much.
Yep.
That is a lot of flashing on the screen, watch out.
Yeah, it's always a kind of a strange animation when there's an Armorsmith or a Frothing Berserker on the board, and yeah, each damage effect happens individually to have the necessary effects. It does tend to take a while, but yeah, even though James has cleared the board here and managed to heal his way back up to 17, there is plenty of damage here between the Korkron, the 8 damage from the Deathbite, and then the Grom follow-up to still threaten lethal quite comfortably.
Mm-hmm.
So is there any possible answer we can see here from James, or any possible top decks that can get him out of this mess?
I don't think so. It's really tough to deal with both the 14 damage burst threat, as well as the 6 already on the board.
Right. Plays down a second Armorsmith. He's going to use Pyromancer here. So I guess we're going to see a Holy Nova this turn to draw some cards and deal with the majority of the board, but this just in no way. There's no way. This doesn't leave enough mana open to draw anything relevant to be able to answer the 14 damage that's coming in.
Mm-hmm. It's a hopeful play that Zumo doesn't have the Gromish, but that he does.
And having drawn so many cards, it's almost inevitable that he's going to have the Gromash in hand. That Battle Rage was huge, basically gave him all the answers that he needs to clutch out the game here.
Well, very clean 2 games by Zumo QT. He's looking good to take on Admirable, perhaps on Sunday's Grand Finals. He's made it to the finals of this heat, so we'll see who his opponent is. I wonder if that match is even complete yet, since once again, Zumo QT with a very quick 2-0.
Yep, he has a little ways to go before he gets to meet his casting compadre Admirable. He has to win this game first to crown himself as the winner of this heat. He'll then have to win the round robin at the end of the... sorry, not the round robin, the 4-man single limb at the end of the day to be crowned the champion of this day. And then he can move forward to Sunday where he can possibly take on Admirable. So he still has a little way to go, but he's certainly looking like he's in prime position. He is very, very calmly and collectedly slapping aside any competition that's being put in front of him so far.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we already have our next challenger's name, at least. It's Space Hokey. Let's see if Space Hokey can defeat Azuma.
Space Hokey, okay, and it looks like he is bringing Priest and Warrior, unless the classes have just not been updated yet. It has been a fairly popular lineup choice from people, so I wouldn't be entirely surprised if that is his lineup. But so far, it's not worked out brilliantly for the players who've tried to run that against Asmo so far.
Yeah, let's see. Man, it's just been crushing. I can't even really think of that many things that opponents could have done better.
No, I mean I don't think there's been really any fault from the opponents. It's just Asmo is a very, very solid player. He's someone that really did. He came into the scene as a caster, but he worked really hard after becoming known as a caster to really improve his Hearthstone as a player, so that he could provide more insightful commentary, etc. And it's really showing off here because he's obviously has a very, very solid understanding of these decks that he's playing. And yeah, the people that he're playing against, they really aren't having too many chances to show their stuff here because he's just crushing them under the weight of two very high quality decks.
Yeah, and good news for Azuma Cutie. He has that mid-range. He has that mid-range druid with mind control tech, which is likely most notably an attack on Secret Paladin, which is most likely what Space Hockey is playing. If it's Paladin, it's most likely Secret Paladin, not always, of course. And on top of that, Patron Warrior is very strong in Secret Paladin, so you've got the same matchup, but the Druid is teched a little bit against Secret Paladin, and the Patron is a really good matchup against Secret Paladin. Azuma QT looks to be the favorite here.
Yep, definitely looks like he's got the best of the lineup so far, and his form also suggests he's put himself in position to be considered the favorite here. But Space Hockey, can't count him out. He is here in the finals with Asmo for a reason. So he is obviously a very competent player himself. He's brought two very solid, very consistent mid-range decks, which can punish anything with the right draw. So if he gets a couple of strong draws and is able to identify the right plays, he definitely has an excellent chance of taking this game. But we will see. Looks like we are about ready to start. So let's see what the first matchup is here. It's going to be, it looks like Patron versus Druid.
Cool. Patron versus Druid. One of the reasons why I selected Patron is because when I was laddering, I thought it would be very strong against Druid. Through experimentation with just one of the Patron builds, though, I found it to be pretty close in terms of Druid and Patron.
Yeah, I think this is a match that maybe has 2 to 3% in it either way. I think you'd get arguments from both sides that each class would be slightly favoured, but I think it's somewhere between a 50 to 55% matchup for either side. Not a great deal in it anymore.
Sounds right to me. What do you think about this turn 2 play? Do you want to hit the opponent's face or do you hold back?
Against Unknown Warrior, I'd almost be tempted to do it at this point, but against Confirmed Patron, I would never turn to Hero Power them in the face. The 1 damage is just so much less relevant than the extra card they can draw off Battle Rage. Sometimes, the counter argument to that is that Druid players who do it will say that the Patron Warrior will at some point in the early game equip a weapon and start hitting my minions, so they're going to injure themselves anyway, so I might as well just take the 1 damage. But the risk of that not happening versus the very, very tiny reward of 1 damage, I would very, very rarely choose to attack on turn 2.
I like that analysis. Here, for example, Azumo did consider the Battle Rage for a moment, and if he didn't have the Aquablad of Pain, he would have Battle Raged, and then that would have been a very strong 2-card draw.
Absolutely. But this is a pretty slow, clunky start from the Druid player here. Not a great deal to do, didn't hit too much ramp. There is a lot of value in the hand, but it's going to take a very, very long time to get these cards out and onto the board. And in the meantime, the Patron is progressing through his game plan very, very quickly with the Acolyte in a rage, cycling some cards and getting some pressure of his own down on the board.
Yeah, this is pretty much exactly where you want to be as a Patron Warrior. Early game, you get the draw out. Middle game, you get even more draw. In this case, with probably Battle Rage number 2. You can kill that thing relatively easily. Oh man, he's got a Whirlwind and a Battle Rage.
So Frothing Whirlwind Execute looks pretty fantastic here to me.
Really good.
So many cards. It's one of the unique properties of Patron Warrior. This is the one thing that kind of hasn't changed about the deck. There aren't really any other decks in Hearthstone that are capable of drawing mass cards while gaining tempo in a single turn. That's almost impossible for any other deck to do.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of that turn, he spent turn 5 putting a 6/3 on the board. He killed a 4/5, he killed a 4/6, and he drew 2 cards.
Yep. Seems good. Not even a big game hunter in hand here for Space Hockey, which would allow him to have a reasonable turn at least of hero powering down the 3/1 Acolyte and then BGHing the Frothing as it gets buffed to 7. So it looks like he's just going to go all in on this Emperor here and hope that the discounts are enough to bring him back into the game afterwards. But he's going to need at the very, very least a swipe to come into his hand. Otherwise, he's going to have to start using combo pieces defensively.
Oh my gosh, on this turn, Azuma is drawing something potentially around the lines of 6 cards, maybe even 7.
I don't know about you, Trump, but Patron Warrior just makes me happy. When things like this start happening, I don't know. I just like to see powerful things happening in Hearthstone, and some of the things that Patron Warrior is capable of doing just seems so much more powerful than anything else.
It's true. You've got the turn 5 win sometimes with the Death Spite into Inner Raged Patron. This play happens to be probably the grossest example of massive card draw that I've seen in quite some time. That's in combination of Space Hokey having a poor start as well as Azumo just having... It's mostly his Space Hokey not being able to play something to one-shot these Acolytes.
Right. Living Roots is a reasonable pickup here. He finally finds an answer to that Frothing Berserker that's been causing havoc for the last couple of turns. But he is in a pretty miserable position right now.
That he is. He manages... He can clear the board, but he's going to be at 11, should he do so. Just enough to get Gromish down with the Death Spite. He's going to think about possibly innervating out the 4-drop instead, the Injured of the Claw.
Yeah, it seems more solid. Hero Powering the Acolyte doesn't really do anything, right? Because either way the Death Spite goes into the Drake, and either way the Acolyte hits you in the face. So, like, the same thing happens either way, whether you Hero Power it or not. I kind of like this play, just to go aggressive here. He's identified that this game is not going to be won on the board. He just needs to bank on that combo to clutch the game out.
Yeah, I think that's a very sharp observation from him. At least he set up a position where it seems like he can set up lethal the next turn if Azumo somehow misses despite having all of those cards in hand. So I think this is his best chance, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, we've seen the disgusting card draw from the Patron Warrior. Now we're seeing 2 of the other huge power turns that they're capable of, all rolled into one. The armor generation of Armor Smiths and the Mass Patron generation at the same time. So
in the back of Azuma's mind, though, he knows there's been a Thorson discount. It's theoretically possible for a Force Savage to happen here, and then he would be pretty sad.
It absolutely is, and the Charged Druid of the Claw on the previous turn would have at least set some sort of flag in his mind that there is at least a combo in hand. There's something there that's threatening to kill him, so it wouldn't be too surprising if he expects to get double comboed here. But thankfully for him, there's not quite enough damage to push through. He can only push 14 this turn, even if he did combo, which isn't even enough to really threaten to finish him off with the swipe the next turn. So he's pretty stuck for options here.
Yeah, looks like his best chance is to... Well, I mean, really the best chance is to concede, but I think he's going to just want to see what's in the box here.
Yeah, he's going to heal himself. I was going to say, even drawing cards, he doesn't have enough mana to hit a Mind Control tech, which, may be able to do something, but yeah, he's in a huge mess here. Just heals himself just to prolong the game for one more turn. And this is his big moment, right? This is what the tournament's all about, giving players like Space Hokey a big opportunity. So he wants to drag it out for as long as he can and milk his moment in the spotlight.
And now that he's done the heal, I can kind of see some glimmer of hope. If he had one more mana available, if he thought he could survive, then Force Savage is pretty good. But even if he did draw the Savage, wouldn't have enough mana to cast it. But worth hanging in there just to see whether... Because hanging in there is never a mistake.
Absolutely. Especially when you're, as a Druid player, when you have combo in your hand, it can sometimes make some miraculous things happen. We saw Azumo himself pull out a game that he wasn't really in command of just by drawing combo at the right time. So Druid combo can sometimes make some crazy things happen. So definitely nothing wrong with trying to push the game one more turn there, see another card, see what happens. But Azumo is continuing his quest here to join Admirable in the final playoffs of this event, and he has gone out to a 1-0 lead to be in a very, very nice spot to progress towards doing that.
Yep, looking good. He just has to get through, presumably, Secret Paladin again, which is going to be strong-ish against Druid, and the Mirror.
Yeah, so he has a probably, let's say, 50-50 matchup against the Druid, unless it's something like Aggro Druid. We can probably presume it's just a mid-range mirror, in which case we've got 50-50, barring a few tech cards or whatever. And then the Secret Paladin is a matchup that has some divided opinions, but never mind, because this is in fact anything Pally.
Yeah, oh boy. With humility, too. That's interesting.
Yeah, Humility is a card that comes in sometimes as a one-of. It doesn't replace an Outdoor Peacekeeper, but it comes in as sort of a third emergency Outdoor Peacekeeper, because Outdoor is one of the very best cards in the deck for the strategy of the deck, which is essentially just stalling the game for as many turns as you can to get to those big turn 10 combo wombos.
Yeah, reasonable looking hand from space, and Zumo has Wild Growth, Thaurissan.
Yeah, which is a pretty reasonable starting point as a Druid. But I do feel a little bit sorry for the anything Pally players that we have seen in this tournament so far, because both people who we've seen who have brought that deck at least out on stream have run immediately into a mid-range Druid, which is one of the absolute worst matchups for the deck.
It's brutal. I'm kind of curious about, you were about to say it, what do you think about Secret Paladin versus Druid?
I've played a fair amount of Druid in the last couple of seasons, and my win rate against Secret Paladin with it is actually very, very favorable. It's something like 71%. It was definitely low 70s. But I've talked to a bunch of other experienced players from both sides of the matchup, and it's another one of those matchups where it seems like whichever side of it you play more, you think is favored. In that situation, it seems to come out in the wash, and it ends up being sort of a 50-50 kind of matchup. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's somewhere around there.
Alright, that was basically turn 4 Thaurissan even without an Innervate. Pretty tough, gets 4 cards.
Wow.
Space is going to trade in 7 damage into it with 2 cards, so a very valuable Thaurissan indeed.
He had some additional options to deal with there. Could have gone with the True Silver, could have also gone with a cute kind of Pyro coin play to try and make some things happen, but he's just going to go straight up and just trade the Murlocs in, which, you know, doesn't feel great just in terms of the raw value, but the game plan of the deck is to get the Murlocs to die at some point anyway, so sometimes you can get a little bit too concerned with, you know, the value of what you're doing with these cards that are essentially in your deck just to die.
Right. Even though the Thaurissan hit quite a few cards, those are all answer cards, so Azumo needs to pick up something that's actively threatening. That didn't help, but it will help eventually. The Micro Machine is not bad also. That's going to represent a lot of damage over time.
It is, yeah.
Potentially,
depending on whether answers like Consecrate start to look particularly good, but we do see Pyro Equality or Equality Consecrate, whichever option he wants to go with. So he does have the option for the kill switch for the board that he can fire off at any point, but probably wants to look for a little bit more value with it against Druid than this, especially while he has the True Silver equipped. So it does look like one of these minions at least is going to get to stick to the board, but Acolyte is a pretty nice draw here. So he can chop down the 3-2 with the sword and then have a minion that the Acolyte challenges quite nicely.
Yeah, that's good. The Druid just not picking up quite that much steam here. Like you said, the Druid is favored against the Paladin, but right here, this is one of those chances for Murloc Paladin to win, because the Druid doesn't have that much on the board right now, and in the hand, there's not much to play.
And as nice as that Lower Theb probably felt for Asmo to pick up there, Lower Theb against anything Pally is very much like Lower Theb against Freeze Mage. It's a card in the late game that you can use to really ruin the autopilot finishes of the combo deck that you're playing against. Because usually, you know, most anything Pally games are ended by the second anything can happen coming down after the first one has been used to increase the number of Murlocs.
Very aggressive play there by Zuma. I love it. He just protects his Keeper of the Groves with Lotheb and just spends that turn doing as much damage as possible, setting up a kill the next turn. And I don't think that's a play that everyone would have made there. And if you don't lock this in, then you actually risk... I mean, locking this in seems now to have locked in a win, but it wasn't very obvious.
Absolutely, and this is of course the more standard utility of a lower third, which is just protecting your board from removal. Pyro equality in total still costs too much mana to be used there, so it's able to seal the game with the Savage Roar, pushes through, and Azumo is your Heat 3 champion and will take his place in the day's finals.
All right, wow. Good job, Azuma. I had just kind of almost assumed that he was going to make it at the last interlude because he was looking so strong. And once again, another 2-0, so he hasn't dropped a single game yet.
Yeah, very, very true. He's just stampeded his way through the entire bracket here, and you know the idea of this tournament from Onog and from Geico is to give players an opportunity to expose themselves as on the Hearthstone circuit, to live the life of a Hearthstone pro player just for a few minutes, you know, play a high stakes game for a decent amount of money. But unfortunately, big bullies like Admirable and TJ have come along and taken it all away from them. So hopefully someone can stop him from stampeding through the final four at the end of the day as well.
Yeah, there have been some pretty cool decks which have made it to the finals so far. Azuma will be facing some of them at the end, right after Heat 4. Heat 4 will provide another winner, and then those 4 winners of these 4 heats will then face off against each other. So, good luck to Azumo, see whether or not he makes it, and we'll be back with Heat 4. Anything you want to add right before that, Saul?
No, you, if you want to throw us into the break, Trump, you do it. We'll be
Tossed. Let's go.
Hello? All right, guys, welcome back to Heat 4 of the One Nation of Gamers Geico PAX South HS Open Qualified. That was a bit of a mouthful. But yeah, we're on the last heat of the day before we go into the 4-man single elimination bracket. TJ just stomped Heat 3 very quickly. And now maybe we have some more fair competition going on into Heat 4.
Yeah, absolutely. We were just discussing a little bit in the break. It seems a bit suspicious the way these casters have worked out, because we heard there may be 3 possible entrants, Admirable, TJ, and Frodan, and they all seem to be entering the tournament on different days. Seems like there might be a bit of a behind-the-scenes conspiracy going on here.
Caster conspiracies, huh?
Yeah.
We would never partake in such things, would we, Sottle?
No, we're men of integrity, Aqua. That's why, you see.
So we're actually in round of 8 of Heat 4. We have Captain Ant. Is that Captain Ant I can read?
It is Captain Ant, yep.
Versus Chimera.
Yep. We have Paladin Priest coming up against Mage Warlock. So full 4 class variation here. How do you feel about the way the lineups match up here?
Well, Freeze Mage should have a good time against Priest and Paladin, at least. That's if it is Freeze Mage. And we see Zoo. Secret Paladin. Oh, no, not Secret Paladin. I spoke too soon. I see another cheeky Murloc there. I saw you cast Murlocs the other time, and it once again ran into Druid.
Yep. But this is a slightly better match, but this is a very unconventional looking anything Pally list. He has a Knife Juggler Muster for Battle in his deck, which is very, very unusual. I sometimes see the mini-bots as a 2-drop, just because they are just so solid at controlling the board early, but Knife Juggler is very unusual to me.
Maybe he's trying to trick people into believing it's Secret Paladin, up until the point the Murlocs come down. But, you know, Chimera's got a really good start here with the Abusive Sergeant getting that 4-4 out, and the board's looking pretty sweet at the moment. Captain Ant's going to have to do a little bit of work.
He is, yeah. So he has a Murloc War Leader that he can develop here, but it really doesn't have any effect on the board. There's no way it's going to stick in play for that Murkeye to come down for huge value on the next turn, so I think I favour just the Muster for Battle here. Make inefficient targets on the board for that 4-4 to trade into. Doesn't really want to be dealing with 1-1s and then just trade into the 2-1.
I mean, all these 1-1s plus a weapon will be able to take out that 4-4 if he chooses next turn. Ink Gambos is a bit of a nuisance to play against as a Paladin without a true silver champion. But an owl might be something he'll use to deal with it after he's dealt with the 4-4, I imagine.
Yeah, Owl definitely isn't the worst thing here, but again, quite an unconventional card for an anything pally to be running. Don't often see an Iron Beak Owl, but it's sometimes a card I feel like the deck could need, because sometimes you're finally getting down to your anything turns. You think, okay, I've got this game won, and then a Sludge Belcher just hits the board that you can't push through with your charging Murlocs. So it doesn't seem like a terribly unreasonable card to put into the deck, but definitely an interesting twist on the deck from Captain Anthill.
Maybe it's a mid-range paladin that uses Murlocs as part of his mid-range bolt and then just has the anything combo at the end as kind of a finisher. Or it's just his kind of variation of the Murloc paladin.
Yeah, very possible. This is interesting. It looks like he's going to consecrate this board before owling the egg. Obviously, he couldn't do it all this turn, but he had a chance to owl the egg this turn and play a 3/3 Murloc alongside it if he wanted to, and then try and pick up value with the consecrate on the following turn. But he's going to go ahead and concede the fact that the 4/4 is going to come out here, which does beg the question of what he intends to use that owl for in this matchup now.
The sad thing is, even though he did land a consecration, the board is completely replenished.
Yeah, didn't really take that much damage off the board in the first place when you consider that the 4/4 came back out and the Imp Gang boss still spawns an additional 1/1, and now he draws the equality after having just used his consecrate. He's going to go ahead and cast it here, and then he at least gets one knife out of the knife juggler with the Bluegill Warrior, which he can also be used to charge in for removal. Takes out a 1/1, which is a pretty low value target, and he took an extra damage there, but that's fine. That's fine.
I was just about to say, wait, why are you doing extra damage? But
no, no, you have lethal. Bane of Doom face for lethal. Why? Oh.
You'd be surprised how many people forget Bane of Doom can actually hit face.
Yeah.
I've actually played in a tournament where my opponent had lethal through Bane of Doom, and he Bane of Doom my minion, and I actually won because he didn't Bane of Doom my face. And I told him after, like, why don't you just Bane of Doom my face? He was just like, you can do that?
Yep. It's a great feeling when you get it, though, because you get that BM demon at the end, because you still get the demon summon out of it, so you just kill your opponent with Bane of Doom, and then just like a random Mal'Ganis appears on the board to laugh at them. It's pretty excellent.
Or a Blood Imp to laugh at them. That's the last demon you want to be laughing at you. So a quick game there for Chimera with Zoo. Nothing out of the ordinary from the Zoo player. Some interesting card choices in the deck from Captain Ant. We might see it again, or we might see what his Priest has to offer.
Yeah, indeed. Bane of Doom, little bit rare to see in Zoo, but definitely not like a surprising enough card to make you sit up and take notice or anything. It just has mostly been rotated out at this point for make room for things like Dark Peddler as they were released in the most recent expansion. But as you said, pretty standard Zoo list takes the victory over the slightly more unconventional Anyfin Pally, and he is now just going to have to pick up a win with his Mage against one of these two decks.
And Freeze Mage is something we've seen a lot of, even a Control Mage on the first day. Have we seen Tempo Mage yet?
I believe we've seen at least one, yeah. Yeah, I remember, I think he had Duplicate in his deck. I think I remember talking about it. I think there has been one Tempo Mage that we've seen.
So yeah, this could... speaking of Tempo Mage, it is Tempo Mage, and he's going to be going up against Control Priest, by the looks of it, the Orkney variation, not the mid variation that Dog has kind of pioneered.
Indeed, Orkney Circle, always a dead giveaway. Very, very powerful combo, but very situational, which is why, as you said, Dog came up with a way of cutting those cards from the deck and playing more individually powerful versions, which is the kind of deck that I like to play when I play Priest, because I always get very, very frustrated about needing multiple card combos in my hand to make anything useful happen with Priest. It's a very, very frustrating class to play as sometimes.
Yeah, I can definitely relate there. Museum? A bit of word salad there. Museum Curator won't contest this Mad Scientist, but it might find him a free drop, and it did. Dark Cultist can be quite common since it's the only free drop for Priest cards that has Death Rattle, right?
Correct, yeah. It's, for Priest card, but there's Death Lord, of course, as well as a neutral that you can pick up. But yeah, because of the weighting bonus on Discover towards class cards, you actually get offered Dark Cultist a very, very large amount of the time.
Flame Cannon does clear that up nicely. 2 scientists down. It'd be interesting to see what secrets he has. A lot of tempo decks have gone for 1 entity, 1 counterspell over kind of the old school 2 entities. Oh, what? I was just making a point about something that's completely irrelevant now. It's yeah.
So that's an ice block, Aqua. Would we like to take a moment to talk about why there's an ice block in this deck?
Because he's afraid of dying. I guess that's it, right?
Very wise. Yeah.
Just afraid of dying, and
We have
2 more secrets.
Does secrets mage PogChamp? All right, we're in there. We've got the secrets rolling. So these 2 could like having seen the ice block come off the top of the deck. These 2 secrets that are in play right now could be literally anything.
Vaporize.
Vaporize, sure.
Spellbender, is it?
Okay, there's the counter spell on the Power Word Shield. Spellbender would have been significantly better in that situation. You would have got yourself a nice little 1/5 out of the deal.
And the entity, so kind of the classic. Secrets in Tempo Magus, this ice block is a little unusual, but then again, being surprising with your secrets can have a lot of benefit in a tournament atmosphere, especially Hunter. Hunter is someone who can, a class who can take advantage of that.
I'm going to be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed that those secrets were so standard after the ice block came out. I was hoping for something a little bit crazy, but no such luck. I think we're going to have a bit of a portal last moment here. Yeah, we are. But that's okay. We can move on here. Picks up an Ancient Shade, which he could have developed this turn if he'd have used it first, if he'd chosen to, but the rest of the mana usage seems so solid that I don't think he's harmed himself too much with the essentially drawing last play that turn.
Yeah, he kind of had his game plan in mind, cleared up everything and thought, you know what, I've got enough mana for a pull, why not?
Right.
So again, he can pretty much clear this Belcher quite nicely, chuck a Frostbolt down with the Mana Worm, start buffing that guy up, maybe drop a Missiles after a ping to clear up the token if he wants to, but to be honest, he's quite far ahead. And if this Mana Worm stays at this level, Light Bomb becomes a little bit more inefficient.
Yeah, having just traded with the Cultist there instead of using the Arcane Missiles, I don't think you can afford to commit this Ancient Shade to the board, because Light Bomb is just way too devastating at that point.
And Light Bomb will buff up the Mana Worm as well, so that's another thing to consider if he does decide to go for Light Bomb, and he just jams it down.
Light Bomb will buff up the Mana Worm?
Well, the Dark Cultist from...
Oh, I see. I thought you meant Light Bomb was going to...
Just gonna...
Like, no, Nick, that's not how Mana Worms work.
Oh, imagine if it did. That'd be crazy. Get buff space on your opponent's spell. Yeah, we don't need that in Tempo Mage.
Mana Troll.
Mana Trog, indeed. So, yeah, we got the nice little buff. Of course, 4 health. Not much of an improvement, really. Only gain +1 health, but still a 3/4. It's something another Light Bomb can't deal with.
And so Power Shield on a Belcher here, just looking for a little bit of defense, but he's going to have to keep finding ways to answer the board, because just putting obstacles in the Mage's way is not going to get him very far here, because the Mage is able to just keep developing every turn, keep removing minions. This is basically just Tempo Mage's entire forte, right? Once they have a couple of minions on board, you play minions, they remove those minions more efficiently than you played them, and they just keep going. It's just like the whole game plan of the deck.
Yep. Keep that tempo, keep pushing it, and... You know, with this card draw, always having something on board at the moment, Light Bomb was not effective, ultimately. All of them hit face as well.
Wow!
Captain Ant seems more disappointed with that than Chimera does.
That's outstanding. He is going to be able to buff this Mana Worm up to 7 damage quite comfortably this turn, though, so the Belcher not taking any damage is actually no big deal for him there at all.
Yep, and he can just develop. He could have played an Ice Block there and trying to ping that away to keep his Azure Drake healthy, but we've got to a point now, I think, where this Tempo Mage has just snowballed out of control.
Yeah, absolutely. I would have loved to see more spells cast that turn. He could have portaled, he could have ice blocked, he could have done many things, which all would have done more damage to face than the ping would have done anyway due to the Flame Waker, but very, very much a formality at this point. He's cemented himself very, very far ahead in this game.
Captain Ant's taking kind of an emotional response to everything he sees being played here. Just everything that's played by the Tempo, a shake of a head or a sigh. And, you know, it feels kind of bad for him because he's worked hard to kind of clear the board every turn, but being so far behind, just keeps playing stuff, keeps shaking his head. He's just not having fun.
He's pretty great to watch though. He reminds me a little bit of Alesh, if you've seen Alesh play in big tournaments. He's a very, very reactive player. But very, very famous game against Lothar, I think, at one of the DreamHack events where he had some rather emotional roller coaster Grim Patron Warrior games, which featured some reactions very much like what we're seeing from Captain Ant right now. But he's trying his best to hang on in there. He's got a Zombie Chow and a Dream right now, but I don't think that's going to be enough for him.
Dr. Boom, please, of all the things, why do you do this to me, Tempo Mage? And Chimera drops a well played and just looks to the side coolly, like, just doesn't care.
Wow, that's so close to being good enough. The Pyro Shadow Word Death. If the Flame Waker wasn't at 2 health, he actually had a chance of stabilizing there. But let's see if the Boombots just put him out of his misery. And nope, nope. Alright, we continue.
Just slam. Antonidas in the shade for BM. You're trying so hard, Captain Ant. I feel for you, man. I feel for you. And this is a situation Priest can find itself in against aggro, where it just reacts, and it's just never enough sometimes. It's just unfortunate for the Priest player. But yeah, Chimera's going to go through to the next part of the heat here. 1 health. You have bested me.
Yep, very nice 2-0 victory there from Chimera over Captain Ant. That was a round of 8 game of Heat 4, so he's going to move into the Heat 4 semi-finals, and I believe we'll either be following his next game or catch up with another round of 8 game. We'll await information on exactly what's happening there, but pretty solid play from Chimera. A few little mechanical errors that, you know, meant he had slightly less advantageous positions in games that he was already ahead in, but his strategic understanding of the matchups and the playstyle of his decks is what put him in that position to be ahead in the first place. And generally, like the strategic understanding of Hearthstone is a more important skill than perfect mechanical execution in the game most of the time.
Yeah, and he can develop that over time, right? More he plays, the better he gets. The simple understanding, like you said, is the core fundamental of playing a deck, and then you just improve gradually as you play more and as you invest more time. And it looks like we will be following his journey through the next few rounds. He has Dr. Hutchinson coming up next, so we'll have that for you guys very soon. And if you are coming to PAX on tomorrow, I guess I don't know what time it is in the States, so going there, I guess all the rounds have been filled in, but if you are going to tomorrow, you might have an opportunity to play in this event at the Geico booth, so be sure to check it out if you are popping over to PAX tomorrow.
Seems good. Yeah, but lots of great stuff going on at PAX, but not just at the Geico booth, but everywhere else, of course. So plenty of stuff to check out if you are there. But we are just waiting for this next match to come along in the thing that we care about, which is this One Nation of Gamers and Geico event being held here at PAX South. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the circuit as a whole that's coming up, Nick?
Oh yeah, so for this summer coming up, much like they did in 2015, they're going to be doing more tournaments, the summer circuit they call it, 10 open tournaments which anyone can enter, so any of you guys are eligible to sign up to that for $1,000 as a prize pool. And last year they had kind of very similar kind of setup to this. So they had it streamed a lot. They had the top 4 streamed with casters. So it's a nice way to get some exposure. And then if you win one of those, you go off into a feature tournament. And there's 5 of those where there'll be invited players. So it gives you an opportunity to play against a pro player with $6,000 worth of prize money. And then if you win that, you get to go to PAX Prime Finals with $25,000 up for grabs. So lots of money involved and lots of experience. If you want to become a professional Hearthstone player, this is a good opportunity for you guys to get invested.
Absolutely, and we've seen our screen graphics updated here, so we have information on the classes, although the names, I believe, are incorrect, because we have Chimera versus Dr. Hutchinson. Captain Ant was the player that was eliminated, if our understanding of what we were watching was correct. It looks like Dr. Hutchinson is bringing Warrior and Druid.
And Chimera has become Dr. Hutchinson.
Yeah. Yep. Some slight errors here with the graphics and overlays. I'm sure we'll get those tidied up nice and quickly, but what's important here is that we have Chimera going up against Dr. Hutchinson, and he has his Zoo in the opening matchup against what appears to be a mid-range Druid from Dr. Hutchinson.
So he's already queued into the good matchup. Good start as well, gets a 1 drop down. He has the Egg and a Power Overwhelming to follow up. However, an Innovate Shredder is going to be a nice way for Dr. Hutchinson to start answering the early pressure from Chimera.
Yeah, absolutely. Turn 1 Shredder, turn 2 Wild Growth. The key to playing these early turns as Druid is very much to look at all your different ramp effects and see the best artificial curve that you can create by using them all. And turn 1 Shredder, turn 2 Wild Growth, turn 4 Swipe definitely looks... turn 3 Swipe looks very, very solid here indeed. Unfortunately, this Shredder is going to get answered pretty nicely by this Power Overwhelming here from Chimera. He has the opportunity with the Knife Juggler to be able to take out a nice minion that drops out of the Shredder as well with the knives being thrown. So we will see what comes out of the Shredder here, whether the Knife Summon alongside the Divine Shield is going to be enough to take it out. And the nice 2-1. Easy trade for the Divine Shield, and he dominates the board quite comfortably.
Yep, nice and easy, nice and clean. Swipe will be able to deal with a little bit of this. Takes the Juggler down to 1, so potential hero power coming on that. But Implosion has no target, and it feels good if you have a Knife Juggler. Oh, speak of the devil.
Yep.
There's another one.
Yep, after whiffing so hard with this clunky hand, and with Implosion in hand right now, that is pretty much the best draw he could have got off the tap, because this Belcher is about to get annihilated by Implosion.
Daggers and Imps, the worst combination.
4! Let's do it! Oh, come on. It may even live. It may even live. No, looks like it's going down. It's gone down. Okay. How anticlimactic, right? Double Knife Juggler Implosion. How many times do you get to see that? It could have just rolled 4, just for entertainment value.
Force is a force of nature here. Has to clear those jugglers, and you know Chimera must be very happy with that. Keeps an imp on board. Does have Dr. Boom follow up on 7 after he plays the Imp Gang boss. He just has everything he needs. Although Dr. Hutchinson does have a Dr. Boom of his own.
So I was just going to say that defensive force of nature looked particularly strong there because of the fact he has such a powerful follow-up as long as the board isn't overwhelmingly against him. So the defensive force of nature thinned out the pressure, and then he was lucky enough that Chimera didn't really draw big plays to be able to refill on pressure. And now Dr. Boom is able to dominate the board, but it looks like he might be favouring the Ancient of War. And yeah, I like the Dr. Boom a lot more here, just because it's slightly less vulnerable to counterplay from things like Owl. It does present some nice trades for the Imp Gang boss into the Boom bots, though, which I guess is the downside.
You know, and Voidcaller might be able to pick up a Doom Guard, which is always awesome. The one thing I think Dr. Hutchinson does have in his favor is a big game hunter ready for Mal'Ganis or even Dr. Boom, but having both of them available is kind of tricky because he gets to deal with one and then the other comes down and then he has to find another answer. So although it's nice to have that big game hunter available, it's still kind of rough.
Yeah, absolutely. He plays Dr. Boom first before dealing with the Boom bots. Looks like he was trying to get his own Boom bot snipe there, maybe deal some damage to the Dr. Boom. But the big game hunter is an excellent answer here for Dr. Hutchinson, and the Shredder is an excellent pickup just to be able to develop some more tempo with it. And I like him now deciding that he's the aggressor in this matchup. This is vital against Zoo. Picking the right turn to flip the switch on them and become the aggressor, and now seems like a great time to do it, especially with that Savage Roar in hand.
Yep, playing to the strength of his hand there, recognises that Savage Roar. Couldn't find him a win next turn if this board sticks around. I mean, he still has to deal with a 7/7, and he still has to deal with 2 pieces of a Shredder, so it's not easy. The Owl will make the Shredder be able to be taken out a little easier, but it's not going to make a difference, is it? He needs to kill the Boom and clear... Well, he needs to clear everything, right? As long as the Boom stays up, things are tough.
Absolutely, yeah. So these Boom bots are going to be key here. All right, now has a chance for the 4-roll or a 3-roll here to be able to take it out cleanly with the Boom bot. 2 is disappointing. Again. So now he's going to need a 1 in 3 for this Boom bot. Doesn't get it, and that is just going to be game 1 to Dr. Hutchinson with the Savage Roar.
Speedy games ever since Heat 3. I think TJ set up kind of a standard that these players need to play at. We just need to destroy each other as fast as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. People have looked over their shoulders at TJ steamrolling people and say, "Oh, that's how you do it. You just play quickly and you just hammer people." Right? Okay, got it. Let's go. But yeah, very very quick series. The previous heat and the start of this heat has just been going past very very quickly indeed.
I know, and Heat 1 and 2 were quite slow because we had more control decks, but it seems like yesterday was quite similar as well. Heat 3 and Heat 4, we saw more Secret Paladin, more mid-range Druid, and Heat 1 and 2, we saw more slower control decks, so it's quite strange. We got a bit of a pattern going on here.
Right, absolutely.
Maybe people are seeing the control decks of the first two heats and thinking, well, I don't want to be fighting control mirrors, I'm going to bring faster stuff and see if I can win.
Yep. Now we're going to see Zoo versus Patron, which is a pretty reasonable matchup for the Patron Warrior as long as they hit those weapons early enough. Zoo has no real way of dealing with a quickly generated board of Grim Patrons, so if we see a Death Spite come into hand within the first 4 turns to supplement this Grim Patron, this could be another quick game here for Dr. Hutchinson.
Yep, if he can get that Patron down, get some whirlwind effects going off. The Patrons generally interact with a lot of the lower minions of the Zoo player quite well, generating more patrons, and it's just a nuisance for Zoo to deal with without the specific answers or having a board. You need if you don't have a board in that situation, you're probably going to lose.
Right, and the problem that you run into is that the things that the Patron Warrior use to generate patrons are just so effective at clearing Zoo boards. You know, if they do something like, you know, Death Spite, Whirlwind, to generate 4 patrons on the board, that has a good chance of just knocking out a bunch of your minions at the same time. So
nothing on turn 3 from Dr. Hutchinson, no weapons yet. He does have a Shredder for 4, which is nice, followed by a low feb. So he does have a curve going in, whereas Chimera's it's a bit slow at the moment. You know, he hasn't developed that early pressure that you'd want against a Patron Warrior.
yeah, and this is something that can happen with this sort of slower Voidcaller Mal'Ganis build of Zoo, and it's one of the reasons why people have switched back to favouring the quicker Zoo with that just tops out a Doomguard, is sometimes these really slow, clunky draws can happen. And these are the kind of draws that get punished really, really hard by something like Secret Paladin, which is incredibly common in the meta. And it's a reason why most Zoos have switched back to quicker versions, either the Flood Zoo or just the outright old-school Fast Zoo.
That was a nice owl, combined with the power of Overwhelming. Took out the Shredder cleanly, and now he has board, so he's starting to build up a situation where he can start fighting the Patron. However, you know, Patron just needs to develop one strong board, and he does have Inner Rage and Whirlwind as expense, with a weapon as well, start clearing up some of the other minions. So that's really important, having that weapon ready.
That Fiery War Axe is absolutely key, because now he's knocked the Voidwalker out of the way, and now next turn he can attack into the 4/4 using the Fiery War Axe second charge, and then Grim Patron Inner Rage Whirlwind will clear the board that he can see as of now. And wow, Chimera has chosen for a very low pressure development strategy, so now after these patrons are going to get generated, there is only going to be a 1 power Hornet Creeper left on the board in terms of damage, and he's going to have 4 patrons in play.
Yep, this is looking like it's going to be Dr. Hutchinson's game, unless he can get the board back. Like you said, he went for a kind of a passive play, didn't put any big minions down to fight the patrons. Stuff with free attack like the Void Callers. And he'll be able to clear the 5/1, which doesn't really matter. As long as one patron sticks around, generally, you're pretty happy.
Absolutely. So the 5/1 will go down, the 3/2 will go down, he'll get another 4/4 on board from his Nerubian Egg, which under normal circumstances, this would be an excellent Zoo turn, but normal circumstances do not apply anymore, because Grim Patron is a card that throws rules out of the window, and you are just no longer allowed to have low attack minions in play. And now he can just start spawning all the patrons he wants. He has Battle Rage to just draw all the cards in the world. And just fantastic, delightful patron things are about to happen, Aqua.
Yep. I don't know about hitting the 2/1 there. I think I would have hit the 2/1 ones. And then if you find a Whirlwind, you kill your own 3/1, right?
Yeah, I also would have hit both the 1/1s, but very, very small margins. He has the lower Theb to come down here just to prevent any silliness like Power Overwhelming or Implosion, which could help to deal with some of these patrons. And he's just starting to build such an overwhelming board here. Even if there was a Mal'Ganis inside this Voidcaller, he has now the Cruel Taskmaster Execute to deal with it perfectly.
Yep, and even if the Mal'Ganis doesn't show up, Cruel Taskmaster can once again generate more patrons with the Inner Age as well. Grom is sitting in hand ready if he keeps holding Inner Age to do some burst. So yeah, it's looking really tough. And again, it's looking like a quick conclusion to this game unless we see, I don't know, something... What could you pick up that could help him win this back?
A random Hellfire that's in his zoo deck for some reason would be helpful. It's like it's not something that's never ever seen in zoo, but it's extremely rare. But I like his line here. He's identified the fact he's not winning this game on board anymore. So I love him flipping the switch and trying to be aggressive. But with as many cards as the Patron Warrior has drawn here, you would expect them to pull together some Armor Smiths by this point. But actually, Dr. Hutchinson has had no such luck, so he maybe if there's a series of clutch, Doomguard, power overwhelming type draws here from Chimera, maybe he has a slim chance of pulling this game out, but still seems very, very unlikely.
So I guess you take care of the 4/4, right? You don't want to pop open the Void Collar on its own.
So is this Loatheb his last attack? I've lost
Yeah.
track of what he has left to attack with. Yeah,
That's
in that
it.
case, I don't see the merit in dealing with the Void Caller for sure, but this Grom should probably now trade with the 4/4. Yep, let's play. And he has not left himself dead to Power Overwhelming Doomguard, which is probably the reasonable level of burst to play around at this point. Power Overwhelming Doomguard would be 12, so he's left himself nicely at 13, which means you're then requiring a 3-card combo from a 4-card hand in order to die, so it seems reasonable.
Yeah, I don't think there's any coming back at this point. Overwhelming will let him deal with the Grom, but leaving Grom on board is pretty rough. He just clears a patron. That's not going to be enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, just a little token BM patron kill at the end there. It's like, screw that Grim Patron specifically. It's that one that's cost me the game. I'm killing that one.
That dwarf's getting kicked out of the tavern.
Yeah.
It looks like he's even going for some even more damage.
Yeah, why not, right?
Oh, I should have checked the Inner Rage on it as well. Why not?
Yep, seems good. So very, very quick win again for Dr. Hutchinson. Nice clean 2-0, and I believe that was a round of 4 game, right? So he will now find himself in the Heat Finals.
Yep. So we'll definitely see Dr. Hutchinson coming up next. His opponent we don't know. We're going to take a quick break before then. But yeah, these last 2 heats have been like lightning fast. What's happened, PAX? You were the control guys
Right.
yesterday.
Yeah. Day 1 was all Control Warrior and Doomsayers and Tournament Medics and Heal Bots, and now we're just getting all the mid-range Patron Warriors and the mid-range Druids just drawing the damage, flooding the board early, pushing through with the Savage Roar, pushing through with the Grom, and just finishing these series super quick. So these heats are now just flashing by, but we are going... okay, since we're progressing through so quickly, we're actually going to jump over to the other side of the bracket and see the other round of 4 game, but we will be doing that after a very quick break. So don't go anywhere, and we will see who gets to meet Dr. Hutchinson in the final right after this quick break.
All right, guys, welcome back to the One Nation of Gamers Geico PAX South booth. We are in the round of 4 of Heat 4, and we have Twesticles returning to the stream, and he'll be facing Rail. Now, we got to see a bit of Twesticles yesterday. We were just discussing what decks we thought he played, and I think it was Freeze Mage and Druid, but I think he's dropped the Freeze Mage for Warlock this time.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident he had Freeze Mage as part of his lineup. I specifically remember a play involving a Blood Mage Thanos, and I can't think of too many other decks he'd be playing Blood Mage Thanos in, so I think he has dropped the Freeze Mage here and picked up a Warlock instead. So we're going to have Warlock Druid from Twesticles up against... ooh, look at this. New class.
One of the best classes of old Hunter. I never thought this class would ever become a bottom tier deck. A bottom tier class. I never thought it would happen in the history of Hearthstone, but it has. And so the first Hunter of the entire event. I wonder what it's going to be. Maybe it's Trump's mid-range Hunter.
Yeah, it's not just the first Hunter of today, but the first Hunter of the entire tournament. We didn't see any yesterday either. There may have been some in the matches that were done off-stream, but we certainly didn't see any. So he's decided to bring Hunter and Paladin. And yeah, Hunter has just kind of got a bit of a bum rap since League of Explorers, because they were really not given anything in League of Explorers. Explorer's Hat isn't really a card that synergizes with anything that Hunter wants to be doing. Desert Camel looked promising to some people, but it turns out pulling your opponent's Zombie Chow out of their deck for them is not particularly powerful. So yeah, they just weren't really given a lot of powerful choices in the League of Explorers expansion, and they've just fallen off because of that. So be interesting to see what he's going with here, whether it's a face hunter, hybrid hunter, mid-range, or some sort of wacky late-game control hunter. That I'm rooting for particularly, but we will see. Looks like we are very, very nearly ready to go. Twesticles was a player that we saw perform reasonably well yesterday. I think he progressed quite far into the brackets. Can't remember quite where he got to. May have been round of 4, possibly round of 8. But he's come back for a second chance. Of course, you're able to sign up into one of these heats every day, so you can come back on each individual day and re-sign up to try and fight your way all the way through into the final tournaments. And Twesticles is going to return here, and he's going to bring mid-range Druid against what looks to be a Secret Paladin.
With a Nerubian Egg, strangely enough. And now Nerubian Egg did pick up a bit of popularity at one point, because I think Silent Storm was running kind of like Egg Secret Paladin with like Double Keeper of Alderman at some point. And I think he was using, I can't remember what the card's called, the one that gives you Divine Shield and +3 attack.
Seal of Champions.
Seal of Champions. So yeah, he was running a variation of Secret Paladin with those cards. So maybe it's that. This we'll have to see. But Walgrove gonna come down on the coin there, which is kind of weird, right?
Yeah. So there is a general rule that you're not supposed to coin Wild Growth unless you have 3-drop or Innovate 5-drop in your hand generally. But there may be an expectation from his part that he was going to have to Wrath on turn 2 anyway. So he wanted to get that Wild Growth over and done with in order to be able to play his Shredder on turn 3. Sorry, yeah, Wrath on turn 2 so that he was able to play his Shredder on turn 3. So it's not quite as silly as it looks in the first place if you're aware of that general rule, but the fact that it's a Nerubian Egg that comes down here and not a Wrath target means that it has left him looking a little bit silly with Coin Wild Growth into Hero Path.
But then again, your expectations are going to be a Knife Juggler. But Shielded Minibot can't be Wrathed. Yep. Or you can Wrath the shield off, so I don't know. Maybe that's why he's just hoping that a Knife Juggler won't come down. You can Wrath that. Must have a battle came after. So if that egg was a Knife Juggler, he would have not got suffered as much at the hands of the Muster. But it was an egg, and he does get his Shredder on 4, so he does get some form of a board.
This is definitely a pretty unconventional looking Secret Paladin we've got going on here. Not only do we have the Nerubian Egg, but also Murloc Knight is not a card that's seen in the deck all of the time. And that Armor Smith is pretty high tier for 2 drops that he could have got that turn.
Especially against Paladin with so many tokens in play. This is going to be a token slayer for the next couple of turns. If it sticks around, then Nerubian Egg might take it out. True Silver is definitely an option next turn to clear it up. He does have access to Loatheb, or he could play a Shredder. I guess he needs to think about what he's going to do about this egg. This egg is pretty problematic.
Right. The Keeper of the Grove top deck there would have been the dream for him, but without access to that, He's going to have to find some way of punching through this 4-2 and then a 4-4 hardstyle, and the best solution to this is probably not to interact with it and make the value that is kind of inevitable for your opponent at this point, at least make it slow value, make your opponent have to push through. And because of that, I kind of like the not developing anything play this turn here, because it means that he can't immediately trade that egg into something for value and then pick up even more value by popping it into a further 4-4. So I kind of like this line of play because it makes the value of the egg slow. It's going to take time for it to develop here, and he has one more turn to try and pick up an efficient answer to it.
Yeah, and Murloc Knight's going to come down. Although this egg has cleared up all the Shredder, so it's kind of gone 1 for 1. Well, 2 cards for 1 card at the moment, because you had to play a Blessing of Kings on it. So that's not too bad, I guess. However, once it dies, you have to deal with the 4-4 again. And like you said, he needs to find... That's an answer to the Murloc Knight, at least. It does pop up in the egg. Can he innovate anything else? Yeah, he can innovate a Shredder. That lines up perfectly.
Yeah, that's actually a really, really nice answer. And he gets rewarded for his play there of not putting anything into play. But he can use the egg to get value, denies some of the value with the swipe, and then puts down a nice minion to contest it. Unfortunately, he gets the sad news that the secret is Competitive Spirit, which makes the trade slightly more effective now for the Secret Paladin player. We'll see where he goes from here.
True Silver seems pretty obvious here. Clear out the Shredder, see what comes out, and then he can decide if he wants to ignore what's inside the Shredder or go face or start trading again. Let's see what he gets. It's a Nerubian egg! Who would have thought?
So he does have the Savage Roar in hand that he can choose to pop this egg with at some point, but Savage Roar this turn will mess up his curve entirely, so it looks like it's time to just play Big Boy Boom here, which sadly for Twesticles is going to get answered immediately by this this Keeper of Older Man, a card that you revealed you weren't a particularly big fan of yesterday, Aqua.
Yeah, so it's not something Paladin needed. It's a bit too much. Paladin had everything they needed, I felt, or mostly everything they needed. And Keeper of Alderman just seemed a bit overkill, especially with its stat line as well. 3-4 that does this. Turns a Dr. Boom into a little guy who's easily cleared up. He does have an owl. He can make this egg a little bit less effective, but the one thing the egg will do, I think, is he's gonna want it to stick to the board unless he consecrates it, which might follow with an owl, and Rail may not consider that can add to combo damage.
Right. So he looks like he's gonna opt out of the owl here, so he's gonna let some potential value come out of that egg here, and then now he does have a decent curve play with Savage Roar if he wants to make that happen. Savage Roar on a Boombot and an egg is about as high a value Savage Roar as you can get. Normally Savage Roar is a burst card, but you can make these plays where Savage Roar represents value, and using it on a Boombot and a Nerubian egg is about as good as it gets, and he has the perfect curve to just drop Lower Theb alongside it and put a big imposing minion into play.
Yep, you can use his face to clear up the 1-1, run the Boombot into the Alderman, hopefully get free damage onto the Nerubian from the Boombot.
I would like to see the egg go into the Nerubian first, and then use the 3 damage from the Boombot to clear out the 5-5, and then you have a high chance of the Boombot explosion clearing out one of the other minions for you. He does do the latter half of that play, but he doesn't give himself the chance of hitting the 3-3 Keeper of Alderman. If that happened, he would have been able to develop Lower Third that turn instead of the Shade. So I would have liked to have seen that sequence of attacks that he ended up with happen first, but otherwise I agree with his sequencing there.
Yep. Tyrion coming down. No. Oh wait.
Oh, hi.
Spoke too soon. Oh hi, Tyrion. How are you?
Yeah. He didn't even manage to get out the no answer in his hand. The keeper just came flying out and said, "No, let me just stop you right there, Aqua. There is in fact an answer in hand."
Wow. So he takes the board, but Dr. Boom comes to Rail's hand, gets to slam that guy down, but Big Game Hunter sits in Twesticle's hand, waiting and itching to shoot that goblin.
Yeah, these two guys are having a real Q&A session here. There is just question after question being asked by the Secret Paladin player, and the best possible answers are all in Twesticle's hand right now.
Gets the Ancient of Law first, so fish for some more cards. Maybe find some more combo pieces to start crawling towards a win. 2 5-drops is definitely not terrible. Gives him 2 things to play next turn, and even be able to draw another card. I guess he wants to see where this Boombot goes, and that's pretty decent, I suppose.
It's pretty solid, yeah. I'd like to see the 5 damage go face. Twesticles agrees, and then Big Game Hunter Just comes in like a big party pooper, taking huge minions off the board.
Big Game Hunter definitely has things against goblins. I bet he shoots goblins more than he shoots anything else, right?
That seems very, very likely, just purely based on Dr. Boom. And so Coghammer doesn't really have a high value target here. He can play something like the Sludge Belcher first to try and get the Coghammer to hit a decent target, but obviously he only has a 1 in 3 chance of that happening. But Coghammer seems like a necessary play this turn to try and tidy up some of this board, but we're going to see what happens with the Boombots first. That is not particularly helpful. He can send that and the Coghammer into the 5-3 now if he'd like to. Preserve the 1-1, but he may just try and get the value on the Sludge Belcher instead. No, he is going to go for the Divine Shield on the 1-1 to protect it. Oh, interesting. Chooses to take out the 4-2 instead and leave the Divine Shield intact on the 1-1 so that it soaks up 2 attacks. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. He could have given it to the Belcher, like you said, but just trying to get as much value from the taunts as possible. We're in the turns where Druid can potentially kill you from hand, so just trying to create as much protection as possible. And Drake comes down first, and probably a Druid of the Claw unless he finds, I don't know, Keeper of the Grove to silence something.
Keeper of the Grove, definitely a solid option here, but that Ancient of Law on the previous turn was just so key, because as you mentioned, it just immediately picked up those 2 5-drops for him, and double 5-drops is generally one of the most powerful things that you can do on turn 10, or turn 10 and beyond, so it just gave him the security of having a powerful play this turn no matter what, and it does look like he's just going to choose to develop those 2 5-drops this turn. And that is a pretty imposing looking board right now.
Yep, that is scary stuff. Blessing of Kings. Oh, wow. Blessing of Kings can go on the Divine Shield. He can clear up the Druid of the Claw and then use his weapon to clear up one of the 5-2s. But you're getting really low at this point. You must be in the back of your head thinking, is there a combo in hand? What can he do here? That feels good, because nothing looks good to me.
Yeah, I mean, Blessing of Kings on the Divine Shield, this was obviously the risk of not dealing with the Divine Shield minion this turn, but I think Twesticles has correctly identified that even Blessing of Kings on a Divine Shielded minion here is not terrible for him whatsoever. And as you say, there isn't really a great feeling play. Like, everything he's doing this turn is fine in terms of just isolated value, but it's not doing enough to reverse the state of the board, especially when there's a second Keeper in the hand that can just silence this 5-5 straight away.
Yeah, the Keeper's going to be great. Follow up, ping that with the silence, and then it becomes a 1-1 again, and once again, he loses. I mean, he hasn't even won board back at this point. He loses it straight away. I can even cycle first, see if you can find a little bit more damage. Savage Roar would be really nice here. Close the game for him.
It's pretty easy to fish out lethal here. He's only 1 damage off lethal at the moment with Keeper, Go Face, and Hero Power, so lots of draws here that would give him potential lethal. But he doesn't hit it. Gets Ancient of Law, which is another nice card if the game does continue for a few more turns, but it looks like he's just making a push for the victory here, and I would not be at all surprised just to see full face here.
Yeah, what are you really worried about from the Paladin at this point? Blessed King's True Silver is 8 damage, right?
Right.
It's not enough.
There'd have to be some nonsense like a Quality Consecrate in Secret Paladin, which is pretty rare. Honestly, I would have even liked to see that Hero Power go face there, so even if the worst case does happen and your board somehow magically disappears, you just Hero Power him in the face again next turn.
Alright, so Twesticle takes the first game. Rail smacks his own face into the low-fab with a smile on his face at least. He didn't look as shocked and horrified as some other players who have played today. I can't remember who it was, but he was just shaking his head constantly as he was watching stuff happen to him. Amusing for us, but not so amusing for him.
Yep.
So yeah, Twesticle shown again. He has what it takes to get far in these tournaments, and it looks like we're gonna see the Hunter, and it's looking very hybridy at the moment with that Abusive Sergeant.
Yeah, a hybrid or mid-range, but Abusive Sergeant not a card that's commonly seen in mid-range. It's sometimes teched in. But yeah, Gladezuka seems to confirm that this is an aggressive hunter, but things like Shredder seem to suggest it's not outright face hunter, so hybrid seems to be the right call here. And with the Gladezuka in hand, I think you want to play a minion on turn 1. It's just whether you play the Abusive or coin out the Juggler. And coining out the Juggler seems solid here, especially if he kind of has the read that he's playing against Reno, because there is literally 1 Dark Bomb in the deck that is able to deal with this Knife Juggler if he coins it out on turn 1.
Yeah, and now he gets to jam the Gladezuka. and start putting pressure on that life. Reno is sitting in his hand, which can be very problematic for the Hunter to deal with, but he still needs to find some removal before Reno becomes super effective. That's an ooze, which is
an
going to be
ooze.
very good against that Eagle Hornbow when that comes down. Of course, a Demon Wrath as well. Going to be able to clear up a lot of minions.
Yep, and he chooses to could just continue the play on curve here. He could have just slammed the ooze now to reduce the damage from the Glaive Zuka, but just prefers playing out his curve. And as you said, Twesticles will probably feel relatively confident that an Eagle Hornbow will come out at some point in this game, and he'll be able to get value with that ooze in the later turns.
Down to 16 health on turn 4. Hunter doing what it does best at this point. So Demon Wrath might need to come down here.
Yeah, Demon Wrath looks pretty tasty right now. No damage to his side of the board, kills the Knife Juggler, allows the clean trade into the Misha, and it will just put him in control of the board, which is where he needs to be. He doesn't care about how much damage he's taking right now because he has the Reno in hand. All he cares about is that he doesn't lose the board. Because playing Reno when you don't have board, that's the time when you can Reno and still lose. If you Reno once you're in control of the board, then you have an incredibly high win rate.
Highmane's a good pickup for turn 5 now. Very sticky minion. A bit of a nuisance to deal with. We've all suffered at the hands of Highmane over the last 2 years or so. That card has haunted many players. But like you said, Twesticles is picking up the board here. He'll be able to Reno quite efficiently at the moment. But we do have a Freezing Trap Eagle Hornbow option coming up.
Yeah, interesting. Twesticles does have the ooze to deny the value of this Eagle Hornbow if he wants to, but he might feel pressured enough to have to play Reno this turn if this goes full face. We'll see what happens. He may even Rail may even choose to forego the Freezing Trap just in order to press the hero power, just to be threatening lethal even harder. So obviously he doesn't know that he's staring down a Reno from his opponent here.
The thing is, if you do decide the Freezing Trap, you need to clear the Imps, I think. And that's 7 damage you're putting into 2 little 1/1s.
Exactly. Ooh, he's actually going to take the board control line here, which will end up to be a reasonable decision because the Reno has been drawn and he has that Highmane in his hand that can try and cement the board for him. So I'm a big fan of the play here. That's some decent recognition of the matchup situation.
Is it Reno time? It kind of feels like it is against Hunter. I mean, all he needs is a quick shot and a kill command, and with the weapon combined and the Shredder, it can be enough to take him out.
Yeah, I mean, even if you traded your entire board into that Shredder, sort of the average power that's going to come out of it is somewhere around 2. So you're facing down 2 damage from the Shredder drop, 3 damage from the bow, which you which you may or may not be using, but then still the hero power, a potential kill command. This seems like a very, very scary situation, and I believe it is in fact time for Mr. Reno Jackson.
It looks like the Ooze is going to come down instead and go for the Argus play, so hoping he doesn't have any direct damage. Does clear up the first part of the Shredder. Oh, that's pretty good for Testicles.
Alright, so his risky play here is going to pay out. He's going to be able to get some extra value out of Reno later in the game, but Savannah Highmane is going to come down next to a Flame Tongue Totem, which Aqua opens up a pretty nice answer on the side of Twesticles.
So the Flame Tongue Totem actually was worse than just being... Like, the totem itself wasn't great because it didn't give you a minion to put pressure on, but not only that, it has made it a BGH target. So this totem has done double wrong to Rail so far. Yeah, that's not good.
So I'm not quite sure what Twesticles is thinking about here. I would like the big game hunter is almost certainly happening this turn. He has the full clear for the dropped hyenas as well, so he doesn't have to be worried too much about kill command afterwards. So this seems like a straightforward Twilight Drake big game hunter to me. So I'm wondering what other lines Twesticles is considering right now.
Yeah, but you played the Drake first. Yep.
There
we go. He was about to go for it, but then he thought, wait, I want to get +1 health. Big game hunter, like I said, clear up the hyenas. The only
Oh no!
Whoa, no! You
kill the beasts! Kill! Oh my god! Okay, this is now scary. Now there are draws.
So is it just quick shot? Does it? Another kill command?
Yep.
Silence.
Silence will do it. Yeah.
but he doesn't get it.
Doesn't hit any of those, so he's going to have to try and make some sort of play for the board again here. He could decide to just go all in, kill command face while he has the board here, while he has a beast here, and just hope that there's no healing. That's the play that will get crushed by Reno Jackson. But when he's staring back at his Warlock opponent only having 4 cards in hand, this is, if you're going to pick a time where you think he doesn't have Reno in hand, when they only have 4 cards is a pretty solid time to pick.
He could go for abusive, trade into the ooze and just develop another Jaime. And then if Twisticles doesn't Reno after that, he's a very brave person.
Yeah, that is a very, very... This is the solid line of play, the vanilla line of play, if you like. But I wouldn't have hated to see the kill command go to face there. Obviously, we can see the full game situation, and that would have been the losing play. But based on the situation of the game, blind as in the player's position, I think that would have been a reasonable consideration to try and win the game.
Gets the tap first as well. Find another card. Reno does come down at last. Rail wasn't able to capitalize on some greedy plays from Twesticle, and
yeah,
it's not looking good.
Yeah, and the little eye roll there from Rail, I think we have just about all had that exact reaction when we've been Reno'd. It's definitely an eye rolly feeling.
Yeah, as soon as you hear him talking, you're just like, all my hard work. Yeah, I've been there, but I've played a lot of Reno myself, so I've been on the other end of the board going, ha ha ha, Reno all along. You thought you could win.
Yep, and the hunter is well and truly out of steam here. The high mains did not have the impact that he would have been hoping, primarily because the first one was able to be big game hunted, which is just usually not a possibility whatsoever. He quite rightly identifies that he has to kill command for board here to be able to consolidate presence. So good recognition from him there. If he's going to win this game whatsoever, he's going to win it through board, but unfortunately, the Knife Juggler and the Leponome are not going to be sufficient to be able to take him down that line, and Mal'Ganis is just yet another insane value pickup from the Reno lot now.
I mean, he's got Siphon Soul for heal, Mal'Ganis for life protection, and even has a Jaraxxus for a heal at some point. There's just no point the Hunter will ever come back. And it gives Twisticles opportunities to just kind of push for face damage and then force Rail to start trading if he decides to keep going forward with this game. It's just really rough, unfortunately. He had two opportunities where he could have capitalized on Twisticles not playing Reno, but he just didn't draw them. It was just really unfortunate.
Absolutely. And Twisticles is going to take an aggressive line here, choose to forego playing the Zombie Chow since he's so close to lethal himself, loads up the Sylvanus on board, which is now going to get punished by this freezing trap. So we do now have an opportunity for the Hunter to start pushing back some tempo. He started from square one all over again, but we can work through this 30 health. All we have to do is press hero power 15 times. It's easy, right?
Yeah,
is it 20? Is it 20? That's 10 hero powers. We can do that.
Only 10.
Yeah.
Oh man. So Dr. Boom? Let's go for Mal'Ganis.
I like the big boy Mal'Ganis here. I think it's threatening lethal. The Hunter can't afford to face tank it if that's his way to draw extra damage. So if there's no answer to it, like a Hunter's Mark or another kill command or something like that, then there's just no way out. And Rail accepts his fate, face tanks the Mal'Ganis like a man, and goes out with honor. He is going to go out, unfortunately, 0-2 to Twisticles, our returning hero from yesterday, who is going to make it through to the finals now.
Yep, Twisticles' opportunity to get into the top 4. We'll have the finals coming up very shortly. I don't recall the name of the player he'll be facing. We've had quite a bit of a break waiting for... Dr. Hutchinson.
Dr. Hutchinson was the guy who's waiting in finals, yeah.
So yeah, we'll have those two guys coming up. The Hunter made its debut today on stream, and unfortunately fell a bit short without getting the right cards, the right draws to finish off the game when he had the opportunities. And Hunter's a deck which we discussed has kind of fallen off because it didn't pick up anything useful from League of Explorers. However, Orange did win a tournament with Hunter in his lineup recently.
Oh, yeah. Was he playing aggressive hunter or mid-range hunter? I don't actually remember.
Yep, I think it was hybrid.
It was hybrid? Okay. I know Orange is a big fan of hybrid hunter. He's been running it for a long time. So yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all. I saw him post his deck list on Twitter. I took a quick look at them, but I don't think I actually watched the tournament itself. But yeah, Hunter just in a pretty sufferable position at the moment. It's not the right word, is it? You get the idea. Just yeah, like you said, didn't get anything from LOE. He's just in a miserable spot. Just needs a bit of help. We need to help out our face hunter friends again, right? We need that deck back being done. I don't know.
Considering like I used to play so much hunter back in the day, I'm not too bothered where hunter is right now. It's kind of shaking things up. The two classes that concern me the most at the moment are druid and paladin, I think. Force of Nature Savage Draw has been in the game way too long for my liking, but that's my personal opinion. And of course, Paladin. I do enjoy the fact that Paladin has options for like Murloc Paladin that's picking up, but you know my hatred for Keeper of Alderman, so
Yeah.
just little things. Anyway,
yeah, I think it's important that there's one like outright aggressive deck in the meta. I think that's healthy. It keeps things balanced. But we still have that with Face Shaman, so there isn't like the necessity for Face Hunter to be good as well. So I don't think there's any great need. You know, there's no mandate that says all classes have to be powerful at all times. You know, there's a healthy balance in the game and a cycle where classes become weak and strong over time as things are adjusted, and that's just perfectly fine in a card game. And long may it continue. But moving on, we now have our finals of heat number 4, our final heat of our finals of our final heat of the day to find out who the final player will be in our 4-man finals.
and one of these will be a finalist, right?
Yep. Yeah.
And it looks like we're going into a mid-range druid mirror, and both of the players have had wild growth. So both of them off to a winning start. Both of them have Shredder as well.
Yep. Both players have Wild Growth Shredder, and both players have a 5-drop to follow up. But the Druid of the Claw is going to outstat the Azure Drake. And a lot of this matchup, when both players do ramp up, it's just going to be who gets the best stat-for-stat curve. So Twesticles will find himself a little bit ahead, also combined with the fact that he is going first, which if both Druid players do draw Wild Growth, you prefer to be the player going first because you're then the one with initiative dropping the minion each turn, and then that allows you to be the one hitting face each turn because you're then adding a superior minion on the same turn. So he's going to be the one pushing the aggression here, just purely based on the fact he's going first.
Yep. And we might see a coin through the claw to try and stop that initiative.
Yep.
Make him have an answer to this. Try and combine like maybe a spell, not drop in something like a Druid of Claw of his own. And now they're just going to be staring down at each other. We might see a Shredder come from Dr. Hutchison, and then we've got like a mirrored board. Both of them waiting to strike.
Yep, there's a couple of options here. He can play the Azure Drake on curve. He can use the Keeper to shoot for 2 to be able to get the value trade on the Druid of the Claw, which is a reasonable option now that he has 2 of them. Or he could just play the Shredder here for stickiness. All of those options are valid. We'll see what he chooses to go with.
So Twesticles has 2 Ancient of Laws, so he has a lot of card draw. Whereas on the flip side, Dr. Hutchison does have access to his Emperor coming up, where he'll get some reduction. What would you consider as the most powerful hand at this point? Which one do you like the best?
I think I would like to be in Twesticle's position in this game. Ancient of Law is a huge card in the mirror, and yeah, if this trade, okay, choose to go with the Shredder. So I was going to say, looking out for opportunities to tempo Force of Nature will be important here for Twesticles. And he's found it here. Hopefully he's able to pick up a value trade into this now. That's nice. Perfect. Yeah, kill that to deny the value to take out his 4/2 bear. And now he's 2 minions ahead on the board, and he's able to follow this up with Ancient of Law, which is fantastic.
I mean, even if you ping with the Keeper now and Hero Power the Shredder, you still have to deal with the thing that comes out of the Shredder, right? So you don't necessarily gain board back because you're only putting a 2/4 down, and so now he has to kind of figure out what he wants to do. I mean, the straightforward thing is just to ping Hero Power, but I mean, it doesn't reset the board. It kind of makes it neutral again. But the problem is Twesticles will have initiative, so he'll be able to play a 5/5, draw cards. Looks like he's going for his own Force of Nature, so he is actually resetting the board. But Twesticles has initiative as far as playing cards go.
I mean, this This is the definite way to guarantee a board clear, because nothing will come out of this shredder with more than 4 health, so the 2 trees will always be able to clear it. But you could have easily sent 1 tree in and had a very, very high chance. You would have been able to kill anything up to 3 health by then innovating the hero power afterwards and taking less damage. So he went the completely safe route. He went the route that would have dealt with Millhouse Mana Storm, for example, whereas the other route wouldn't. But unfortunately, it all ends up very much the same, and Twesticles gets to play Ancient of Law on an empty board, which is more or less the dream in a Druid mirror.
Not only that, he has another one to follow up, and then a Forason. He might go to Forason on curve and maybe throw a Wrath in, or something else, but yeah, Twesticles just seems to have the amazing Druid hand at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this just seems totally fine. Oh, he is going to Emperor here. I think I would have just liked the 5/5 try to just play the second Ancient of Law. And Twesticles just reacts because he just completely missed hero powering that turn for no reason. But I think I would have just played the second Ancient of Law, because you can then get 2 more cards into your hand next turn to discount with Emperor. Yeah, just trade the 2 5/5s, replace your 5/5 with another 5/5, draw 2 more cards, and then follow
not only
up with
that,
Emperor on the following turn.
You might bait some removal out on the other Ancient of Law, and
Right.
then that might make your Forason even safer. I mean, he's gone for the ping with the Keeper on the Wrath. If he did that on the other Ancient of Law, Forason might have been a little bit safer. But he did get a decent discount after all. What could he play here? He could go like Loatheb into Druid of the Claw. That seems pretty strong.
Yeah,
So much power.
Loatheb Druid of the Claw seems reasonable. You can even charge Druid of the Claw for an immediate value pickup if he wants to, but there's also not a lot wrong with just drawing 2 more cards this turn. Yeah, yeah,
More cards.
Because he still has the mana left over now to Wrath Hero Power the 2/4 if he would like to. And it looks like that's the line we're going down here.
Look at the hand difference.
Yeah.
It's just incredible.
Yeah. And this is just kind of what I talked about at the start of the game. Like, they had very, very similar opening hands, but because Twesticles was going first and had initiative, we both saw them make the same play on turn 6, which was Force of Nature to clear some minions. But because Twesticles was going first, his Force of Nature effectively enforced tempo to protect minions that he still had in play, whereas the player going second was then forced to Force of Nature just to clear out the board and just sent the initiative back to his opponent. So it's just the power of going first sometimes in a mirror match, that you get to be the player that has the initiative.
Yeah, they were pretty much mirrored up until the Ancient of Law came down. I think it went different ways, like Shredder, then Druid of the Claw, then Druid of the Claw into Shredder, Force of Nature, then Law. And then from that Law, everything went into Twesticles' favour. Like you said, because he had the initiative, he went first, and he had the advantage when they were going play for play.
Right. And so again, so many options for Twesticles this turn. The Azure Drake is a minion that's very, very threatening. Feel like you have to remove just because of how much of a buff it does give to swipe. It's one of those things with swipe that when you get spell power swiped, it feels worse than other spells getting +1 spell damage on it, right? Like the 5+2 swipe just feels so awful compared to just like a general like consecrate for 3 or whatever. Something about 5+2 that just makes it so backbreaking in a lot of situations.
Yeah, it's decent in some specific situations, but overall, in this matchup, it's not going to make much of a difference unless it hits like an Ancient of Law.
Yeah.
And we've already seen 2. I think we've seen all of his 5 health minions. 2 Ancient of Law and a Forason. Oh, and Loatheb. Loatheb's the last one. But if
Loatheb is not going to get Azure Drake swiped. So,
he's not going to get swiped, is he? So
Yep.
he's protected. He's not included. So yeah, Druid of the Claw does clear the board again. Dr. Boom, he's green. Just play him. Hope for the best.
And we do see, despite all the cards that have been drawn by Twesticles, there is no big game hunter to easily snipe down this Dr. Boom, so he's going to have to find some way of dealing with it. Putting up a 5/10 wall does also seem like a reasonable way of dealing with it, but he has swipe options here to clear the board. Invest 4 mana in swipe, and he still has 6 mana left over that he can use to develop 2 minions, Aspirant and Loatheb, for example. Seems
Yeah, I like
pretty
that.
solid.
And once again, Twesticles takes the board, and this is a problem. Dr. Hutchinson's, and he's just always been behind on board. He had a moment where he mirrored the board, but yeah, it's just been really rough for him. He doesn't go for the aspirant.
Interesting.
I think a 2-3 body is pretty decent at this point.
Yeah.
Because think of the Belcher. Belcher comes down now. You clear the Belcher. You had the 2-3 to deal with the token. But Ancient of Law is going to be a bit of a nuisance, I think, for Hutchison to deal with as well. Might even see a silence. Just to cleanly deal with the Sludge Belcher, depending on what else he draws.
Yeah, it definitely seems strange just not to play the aspirant there. It's not like there's any harm when you're at 10 mana in playing an aspirant. You lose the mana crystal, you just get it back immediately afterwards anyway. So, yeah, very, very strange. Wonder what that aspirant is waiting in the hand to do. But as you say, Silence can come down here and efficiently deal with the Sludge Belcher. Wrath is able to efficiently deal with the 2-3, and he can even develop a second keeper for pressure here if he wants to. But it's like he's decided that this is time for the Darnassus aspirant.
Yep, and once again, Savage Roar being the only thing in Hutchison's hand. What can he draw to win this game? I don't think there is anything. Swipe just prolongs the inevitable at this point. He gets a swipe below Feb, but the other two guys do stick around. And then Twesticles can go for the baller 10-5 Ancient of Law if he wants to.
Yeah, I mean, there is a full clear here with Swipe, I believe. No, there isn't, because it would involve Hero Powering and Savage Roaring 2 separate targets, which doesn't work. But if they're clearing the board here is your best opportunity, because you can hope that your opponent just has situational cards like Innovates and half combo pieces in their hand. I believe Dr. Hutchison still has both laws left, so if he's able to keep the board clear, he might be able to find a route to victory just by drawing Ancient of Law into Ancient of Law and refilling. But unfortunately for him, that's not the reality. The reality is Ancient of War. There is very, very much more proactive plays to come, and there is that Ancient of Law, but just way too late at this point.
Although a Black Knight would have been hype off that draw then. I would have liked to have seen a Black Knight.
That is true. I have not seen an Ancient of War get Black Knighted for 18 months or something. Yeah, it's pretty glorious when it happens.
And double Savage of Roar and a Keeper. Add insult to injury. So Twesticles is going to take the first game here. And he will be playing with his Reno Jackson lock into the next game. So Hutchison does have a good matchup going with the Druid again. What was the other deck Hutchison played? I can't quite remember. Was it just Secret Paladin?
I believe it
was Patron.
Did he play Patron? I thought he was playing Control Warrior.
I think it was Patron.
Okay, well, we'll wait and see. One of us.
Oh yeah, he beat the Druid player with the Patron with that. No, the Zoo player where he just had crazy stuff.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, my memory sucks. Confirmed.
So yeah, Reno Jackson versus Patron. That doesn't feel good at all with the AoE clear, but you're more of a Patron specialist than me.
I actually think it's a good matchup for Patron, because if you're able to push the Patron board early, get the turn 5 Dream, they're basically sat on one Hellfire in their deck to deal with it. Because just the nature of Reno decks, that's the only answer they have. And you can also just tempo them out of the game by getting a solid minion draw into Shredders and that sort of thing. So I actually think it's a pretty solid matchup for Patron if you play it sensibly.
Alright, so what would you say is 60-40 to Patron?
60-40 might be a little bit ambitious. 55-45, I think very, very slightly favoured. 60-40 at max, let's put it that way.
Alright, so Zombie Choke come down first, and what does Hutchison need then? He just needs an early Patron board, not have a Hellfire answer from Twesticles, and then kind of snowball out control?
Yeah, you can do it that way, but you also have the opportunity. So with this hand that he has now, he can get some Frothing Berserker tempo early, and if he picks up something like a Shredder or a Core Elite, depending on what he's running in his list, he can then start to demand answers from the opponent with those minions, and then fill up with a Patron board later after he's seen the answers happen. All of those things are possibilities. One of the things that will work against him in this matchup, though, is that Ooze that we see in his in Twesticles deck that he's teched in probably for matchups very much aimed at Warrior. So that will stop the Deathspite Dream from happening.
Yeah, it's good he kept hold of it. He could have got rid of this Fiery War Axe, but he seems like a player who knows what's going on, and he might have seen Dr. Hutchison play previously. And knowing Deathbite is just a better target in general, right? Because it has so much utility.
Whoa.
No Throbbing Berserker.
Yeah.
I'd say it seemed like the perfect opportunity. How does Arena Jackson not deal with that?
I think Dr. Hutchinson may have missed the memo that Frothing Berserker can't be charged anymore, because this is a card that you now have to play on the board first to be able to get any action out of it, and there is no better time to play it on the board than turn 3. Very, very strange looking play, but okay.
So he's thinking about execute. Is this a good execute target, would you say?
It's a fine execute target. Most of them aren't playing Mountain Giants anymore. If he's been scouting out Twesticle's deck, he probably knows that like 1 execute has to be reserved for Mal'Ganis in terms of huge threats. But there aren't that many huge minions in the deck that can't be dealt with like Death Spite size removals. There's a lot of mid-range minions like Sludge Belchers and Gang Boss, Healbot, etc. The sort of stuff we see in his hand right now. So there aren't too many important execute targets, especially if you're able to manage the damage around Molten Giants effectively, because you don't have to push too hard. You can threaten lethal from a long way out with Gromash anyway, so you don't have to immediately put them into Molten Giant range.
We'd be in such a different situation if Throbbing was on the board now. Because he'd be like 4-4, wouldn't he? And he wouldn't have any answers to it. He'd have to drop the Belcher, kind of hope for the best.
Okay, we are going. Well, no, actually, from Hutchinson, he's going to be thinking, okay, we've got the patron set up here, but the ooze is going to come down to answer it, which is a little bit unfortunate for him. But I would struggle to see Hutchinson taking any other line than Death Spiting down that Sludge Belcher. He may choose to coin the slam, though. Yeah. So he's going to slam it, pick up another card draw, and then use the Death Spite to push through. Sets him up in perfect position for 6-mana Patron plus Whirlwind next turn. But the acidic Swamp Ooze from Twesticles is going to shatter some dreams here.
Ooze can come down with the Imp Boss. Oh, that's even better with a Void Collar. So, yeah, gets a nice mana efficiency there. And with Mal'Ganis in hand as well as a possible target. That's even better. Imp Boss is not... Well, he might play the Imp Boss first. No, he's just going to go for the Void Collar.
Yeah, this is fine. I mean, if that thing death rattles into Imp Gang Boss, that's not the end of the world. There's no need to get completely greedy with it and get the Mal'Ganis into play, but small blessings, I guess, here for Dr. Hutchinson is that the Whirlwind effect means that the Armor Smith now trades effectively with the Acidic Ooze, but there is the issue now of the Void Caller to deal with. And again, it just feels like we would have been in a very, very different situation if that Frothing Berserker had been in play this whole time.
Yep. He is a free drop now, you just play. No charge, like you said. And he can kind of get out of control, even just as played as a free drop. If he sticks around for a little while, he can demand stuff like BGH and like immediate responses. Twesticles does have an owl in his hand, so he did have a way. What do you think of this?
It's interesting. He's basically demanding 1 card from his opponent. Also, 1 removal. So that can be many different cards. It can be Siphon Soul, it can be Owl, it can be Dark Bomb, or he can just have the Hellfire, Shadow Flame, AoE thing. So normally when you generate patrons against a Reno deck, you want to make them need 1 or 2 specific cards. And in this situation, there are many, many more outs to deny it than that. He does have the backup patron that he can use to go again with later, but he doesn't have an activator for 4 patrons for that patron. He only has 1 more Whirlwind again. So I think this was a little bit liberal usage of the patron board there.
Alright, Mal'Ganis can't be dealt with at this point. He is just going to sit there. That execute was using the Twilight Drake. He's going to need to pick up another one. I was curious of Twesticle's kind of line of play, because he wanted to go for the Owl originally until he tapped into the Demon Wrath. I think it probably would have... luckily it worked out for him, but I would have played the Imp Gang Boss first, then traded, then guaranteed the Mal'Ganis, then went for the Owl, but it did work out for him. It was kind of a strange order, I felt. What do you do here as Dr. Hutchinson?
Yeah, having used that execute on the early threat of the Twilight Drake, you're kind of in a little bit of trouble here. Struggling to find any sort of winning line here from this position. He would have needed something like a Battle Rage this turn, or precisely Battle Rage this turn, more importantly, just so he could cycle it on some of his minions with the Whirlwind and try and pick up an execute. But in this situation, he has no way to cycle, no way to draw cards, so that Mal'Ganis is going to get all the value it wants.
Yeah, he's going to stick
And,
around for a bit.
Yep.
It goes for the Patron Whirlwind, so he's just trying to create 2 minions that he can hopefully trade into this Mal'Ganis, but as we can see, Twisticles can just Siphon Soul one, and that protects it. Yeah, he's just kind of in the driver's seat. He can even owl one of the others, so he can guarantee there's going to be no more patrons spawned at this point. Yeah, you definitely do the free to, right? If you're going to Siphon Soul.
Well, you probably clear both of them regardless, right? So it doesn't really matter which one you Siphon Soul.
Oh yeah, so, unless he's going to
use-
leave it up and just smash face.
Yeah, I mean, he can owl one and then do it that way. In that case, I would like to see him Siphon Soul the injured one so that the healthy one is in play. Actually, it doesn't matter because he can trade back into the owl anyway. I'm just thinking of reducing Battle Rage value, but if he left the 3-3 up, the 3-3 could just trade into the 2-1 and get Battle Rage value that way. So it's actually not a big deal which one he chose to do then.
So he's sacrificing his Mal'Ganis here, but it doesn't really matter. I think Mal'Ganis has done its job. He does have Dr. Boom coming up, Molten Giant, saving Siphon Soul for more threatening targets, Grom being one of them. So yeah, Mal'Ganis has done an excellent job so far, and he doesn't have an immediate answer to Thorson either. So he either chooses to kill the Thorson or he kills the Mal'Ganis. And is he going for the Thorson?
Looks like no. He's going to use the Taskmaster to take out the owl. So the Control Warlock player is going to get 2 ticks of Emperor Thaurissan here, which is usually a game-winning position for any type of Control Warlock. He has a couple of pretty powerful options here. He can just straight up Siphon Soul that 5/4 Frothing Berserker. That's one of the ways he can keep his Emperor alive. The other way is using Defender of Argus. So goes ahead, trays out the Armorsmith first. Looks like he is going to go ahead and use the Siphon Soul here to take out the Frothing Berserker. Now his second tick of Emperor comes into play, and the tap that turn brought him Reno Jackson, which now gets discounted to 5 mana. He can Dr. Boom Reno in the same turn now, Aqua.
That is disgusting.
Yeah.
I think Hutchinson's just run out of steam here. He's going to keep fighting. This is his tournament life. The winner of this is going to go into the 4-man single elimination for $200. And yeah, Twisticles is already 1-0 up. Is it? There's just no way you can win, right? With that hand.
No, it seems extremely unlikely. There isn't a super clean way of dealing with the 10-4 right now. He'd have to do a pretty inefficient Shadow Flame if he wanted to get rid of it right now, but honestly he's in such a comfortable position with Reno Jackson and Healbot and Argus and Molten Giant in his hand. Honestly, he'll probably just say, alright, well go ahead and hit me in the face with this Grom again next turn, and then I'll just play my Molten Giant for free and Reno. Like, it just seems fine, right?
What's he going for here?
Looks like he's going to do the Healbot Shadow Flame thing. As I said, it takes a quite inefficient Shadow Flame play to clear the board, but it is a possibility. There's nothing particularly wrong with this line either. It just makes that Molten Giant a bit dead. It's going to drag the game out a bit longer than the aggressive line, where you just tank a bit of damage first and then aggressively load up the board and play Reno. But this is fine too. He's just starving his opponent of cards and using his resources to tap and just outvalue the opponent in the long term.
Yep, and he has the option of Dr. Boom Argus next turn. He may draw into something else, which is Hellfire would be great. Oh, sorry, Hutchinson. I didn't mean to do that. Twisticles expresses my apologies as well.
Hellfire.
And Dr. Boom. Oh man, this is so rough.
And yeah, Fiery War Axe is kind of past the point where it's useful. Before Patron got nerfed, many of the combo Patron decks were only running one Fiery War Axe, because it was kind of a card you wanted in your opening hand and then never really wanted to see again. And you can see there that the second Fiery War Axe drawn late in the game is just really not that effective at all in a lot of matchups. And there we do see the Molten Giant, Reno Jackson, Defender of Argus play. That's what Emperor Thaurissan does to this game sometimes, and that should be more than enough to bring out the concede here from Dr. Hutchinson.
Overkill, right? Thaurissan overkill. Yep, and that's it. He chooses death, and Twisticles will be going into the 4-man bracket, which will be coming up very shortly. So who will be coming up? We have Asmo QT playing the winner of this match. So Asmo QT is going to be playing Twesticles, and then it's going to be Vow versus Neo. Now,
No, Val versus Neo will be played simultaneously off stream, and then
okay.
we'll go straight to the grand finals after that.
Now, I think Twesticles played Admirable in the finals yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Not the grand finals, but the semis of the four-man bracket.
Is that so? I didn't think Twesticles made it through to the final four. I may be wrong, though. I think he was eliminated in his heat. I'm not entirely sure.
I can't remember who Admiral played. We've seen so many matches over the last 2 days. But yeah, he's going to be playing against someone with a lot of experience. Oh, it was Jumpy and Jason, and it was Rini, wasn't it? Rini played. Yeah, so once again, one of the casters is in the top four.
Yep,
and
absolutely.
he's going to make things unfair.
Yeah, and Asmo absolutely steamrolled his way through his heat to get here. So Twesticles is going to have his work cut out for him to counter the really powerful-looking Druid Patron lineup that seems to be the favoured weapons of choice of the casters. It's the same lineup that Admirable was successful with before, and it's what Asmo is bringing here. And like we said, he is going to match up against Twesticles. That is the game that we will see on stream. Neo versus Val will happen simultaneously off stream, and then we will bring you the grand finals.
You know what? If Frodan plays tomorrow and he uses Patron Druid, I'm calling Illuminati. It's a conspiracy.
It does seem suspicious, right? That the three possible casters who could enter all seem to be entering on different days, and then they all have the same lineup. Like, ooh, it's a bit suspicious. It's a little bit suspicious.
Let's see. Well, we'll see if Frodan lives up to our conspiracy theories tomorrow. But until then, like we said, Twesticles and Asma QT is going to come up next. I think we're going to be jumping to a break. I'll just confirm that for you guys soon. But so if you are joining into the stream, this is a Geico One Nation of Gamers PAX South booth. It's a Hearthstone Open tournament with 48 players played through 4 separate heats of 12-man brackets in single elimination, best of 3 conquest. And now we've come to the end of the day. Each player who had won that heat got to this point where they played in this 4-man bracket, and the winner of this will get $200 and the opportunity to win $500 more in the grand, well, kind of the grand championship at the end, which is a round robin. That's Admirable, who is a caster, Hearthstone caster, well-known Hearthstone caster, and had some good success as a player as well. He's already qualified, and now we're looking for our second qualified player through this bracket. And if TJ does win, yeah, conspiracy's confirmed.
Absolutely. So we will see whether TJ, aka Asimo, can keep up the 100% casters win rate. But before we do that, we are going to take a very, very quick break. And the moment, Twitch chat, the moment you've been waiting for, Trump will be returning to cast out the finale of this tournament. So stay with us 1 minute, and 1 or 2 minutes, and we will be right back with the conclusion of day 2.
Hello, guys.
We have
Welcome
no
back.
time for games and intros. Here we go. Whoa, what just happened?
Did he just won? We come back and he just wins straight away. Wow, that was the quickest game of my life. I've never casted
What a
such a
game.
quick game.
Wait, that was turn 3. Wait, no. Never mind. I was just looking at the mana there. It was 3. Anyways, good job, Twesticles. He takes one. Wow. Okay. He takes one down. So, Azumo, QT, Twesticles, 2 others. We made it to the finals here. Man. That was
Yeah. So game one's already over, guys. Sorry, they won it too fast. It was the fastest game of Hearthstone I've ever casted. The screen, I didn't even say anything. The screen came up and Trump was like, "What is happening?" And then he had won, and that was the end of it. So yeah, wow.
I mean, I was thinking those were like 2 saplings from the living roots or something, and then like an early Savage Roar had happened, but wait.
Oh wait, what?
Okay, we were seeing the wrong match, so here we go to the actual game. Twesticles didn't actually win yet.
Wait, Twisticles doesn't have priest or a druid hand. What is this?
Well,
Just bare confusion from me right now.
it's okay. It's up to us to navigate the madness. It is probably his turn 2. Yes, because the druid has cast a wild growth. So Azuma off to a strong start with wild growth in the shredder.
And yeah, so Savage or Ancient of Law in Twesticle's hand as a priest, apparently. I don't think this is Twesticle's playing. He didn't have a priest in his previous game. He had Rena Warlock and Druid.
That's right. Well,
Mass confusion from us here, guys. But we'll try and cast whatever is going on right now. I don't know what's going on. It's just Druid versus Priest.
it is worth mentioning that in this top 4, we are having the other game also be played at the same time. So this might be the other game.
Now we're going to find out right now. So yeah, this
Here's-
looks more like it. So Twesticles
Yeah.
won the first game in lightning fashion, and now TJ's queued in his patron warrior to try and fight back. And we're already 5 turns in, so these guys have been playing pretty fast.
I don't think necessarily. No, they have not actually won a game yet, probably.
They haven't.
So here we go. Actual game: Druid versus Patron. First game. Players fold. Grumble, grumble. These guys jumped the gun, but
All right, so yeah, that lightning fast game was the other match that's going on at the same time. So yep, TJ didn't get slaughtered in a couple of seconds. He still got time. He can still come back.
yeah, let's take a moment to look at what's going on. He has the heal ability. Probably not his top choice, but heal is pretty good in Patron Warrior. He does have Patron Inner Rage, so he just needs one more piece of this combo, notably Whirlwind.
Yep, and that could be enough to kind of snowball the game out of control for the Patron Warrior. You know, this druid is really struggling with patrons in the past, and it hasn't changed even with the nerf.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to whether or not he gets an enabler, Azuma, for the Grim Patron. If not, though, then the Druid's looking in fine position, since Azuma would basically have nothing to play other than just Berserker Axe, which would not do much. Deathbite's a good draw. It's slower than Whirlwind, but it'll mean Azuma is going to try to get the combo off next turn.
Yep, it gives him an opportunity to set it up. He is considering, I guess, wanting to develop the Throbbing just to get a minion on board, but Deathbite is just too good right now because, like you said, once you get those patrons down, it can be really tough for the Druid to come back, and that's the important combo that Asma QT is going to be looking for.
Yeah, even better. It looks like Twesticles would have the board. He's going to have some minions to deal with Patron, and that's what you want to be at if you are a Druid. However, the Deathbite is going to be able to take down whatever Twesticles plays. It looks like Lore would be the most reasonable one. So there's going to be 4 patrons up against a shade, is what it looks like the situation will get into.
Although the shade does go face, so he's just trying to get some damage down. Try and set up that lethal with the Force of Nature if he picks it up. But like you said, this weapon's going to be able to take it out. I bet you, as we could see, was hoping for an execute. Execute would have just been perfect going forward, but he does develop quite a threatening board.
Yeah, that's a very risky play by Twisticles in the sense that execute would be really good, but if he manages to pull it off, he manages to attack twice with one of the minions. So a good call by him is going to be able to get another attack with Ancient of Lore because of his attack with Shade, which means it's going to be a lot of damage coming up. He does have Force Savage, a really good pickup, but 1 mana short.
Yeah, he can force on this turn if he wants. Maybe clear up the patron with Wrath. You can deal the board and still... Oh, no. He'll still need a hit face with at least hero power. No, because he can heal to 15. Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, if he can hit face with hero power, play Forison, he sets up combo for next turn. But what we do see is Loatheb sitting there ready. So he does have an answer to stop that.
Yeah, this is going to be a really key series of turns for Twisticles. In his mind, he knows he's won if he doesn't get Armor Smith and then Massive Whirlwinded or Loatheb. So what he needs to do is play around this Loatheb as much as possible. He is going to go with the Thorsan and the play. The thing is, if Loatheb blocks him out, that is quite possibly 2-turn lethal from the patron. So Loatheb is going to be a key swing here.
Goes for the draw over killing the 3/3. I guess he just wants to get rid of the 5 damage on board, which is fair enough. Now, Loatheb, like you said, is going to have a major impact now. But then again, Asmo needs to deal with the board because Savage Roar will be able to be played after the Loatheb. So that might be enough damage if the board is left up.
Right, and that's just the key play Twisticles made earlier. I'm not even sure if I would have done it. Reveal the Shade and do that 6 damage in. Because Azumo just didn't have the answer to both the Shade and the Ancient of Lore on the same turn. And that's caused this situation to come up where Twisticles might be able to get lethal even through Loatheb.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, if he goes for the Grom and decides to clear... Yeah, this is what I was thinking. He's probably going to go for the Grom, get rid of the Ancient of Lore, then run 2 guys into the Forison. But the combo is sitting there, and Twisticle gives a smile and a nod, and he knows it. Well play's come down, and that's going to be game number 1 for Twisticles. And the caster conspiracy is being broken down at the moment. Like TJ needs to win both games and get to the finals if the caster conspiracy is going to follow through.
Right. I left a little bit early yesterday. Did I hear something along the lines of Twisticles was competing yesterday as well?
Yes, he was. He didn't get to the final 4. He got knocked out. I think it was like either in the round of 4 or the finals of a heat. So, yeah, this is his second attempt playing at PAX South.
All right, and what a great attempt it is because he has made it past his heat stage and into this match where everyone's being like, oh my gosh, there's a conspiracy. Zumo Cutie is, of course, going to win. He's a caster. He's really good. Well, that's one small step for Twisticles.
Although Twisticles does have some work to do now, he does have 2 decent bad matchups. Not bad matchups, but a slightly unfavored matchups. One being the Patron, which me and Sottle were discussing is kind of 55-45. But the Druid, on the other hand, can be really terrible for the Warlock.
Wait, is it 55-45 in favor of
The Patron?
Reno luck? It's in favor of Patron.
Yeah, that's what Sottle was saying. Do you disagree?
Well, I don't know if he was talking about this matchup, but I think that Reno versus Patron, Reno lock is favored something like 80%.
This is Patron?
Yeah, maybe 75%, yes.
Oh, interesting. Well, this matchup is a bit different. I mean, the Druid... What would you say the Druid against Reno? Would you say it's 70? I think that's quite high.
Yeah, this matchup is terrible for Reno. It's something like 25, 30, 35%. But yeah, Azumu is favored in this one by default because of Dex, and I think Twisticles is favored in the next one.
Yeah. So, Asmo, the thing with Asmo does have the innovate. You can get Dr. Boom out on 5, but he hasn't picked up anything else. I think he really needs a Shredder going into the next turn. And then he can kind of innovate into Dr. Boom if he chooses. He has low fab. But he doesn't have an efficient play next turn without using innovate and being a mana inefficient with a low fab.
Yeah, he's really looking for a 6-drop or a 4-drop here. Or a 5-drop, I guess. That's a 4-drop, but it's not the one he wanted.
Yeah, swiping a peddler doesn't feel good. Especially with Implosion sitting in his hand. Might just be a hero power and a trade here.
Yeah, that looks good.
I mean, I guess you could go face. I mean, you've seen the Mortal Coil. He might just run his own peddler in, but I don't think that is that important.
Difficult because if you play the Lotheb, and then that 2 damage goes into Lotheb. Certainly, you might not be able to cast a Hellfire or a Dark Bomb on the same turn, but just being able to woo into the Lotheb down to 3 health is very useful in the future. So I like the trade there. Azumo takes a slow turn, which is exactly what Reno needs in order to potentially catch up. Reno with the Leper Gnome pick. Unlikely that that's good because that's usually just a 1 mana 2/1, but it was the best of his picks, presumably.
Yeah, he had a Cog Master in his picks, and I don't think the other thing was very good either. So just taking the 2/1 for its power was probably his idea. And Dr. Boom is a perfect answer here with the Big Game Hunter, and he could even use the 2 dudes he has on board already to deal with the Boom bots to make it a little bit more efficient. And then if the Ooze sticks around, he has quite a threatening board. And it might force a swipe.
This is going to be a big boom bot. And it does hit. That's unfortunate.
So now this gives Asmo an opportunity to test the boom bot, and then he can decide what he wants to do then. Oh, that goes phase 2. That doesn't feel good. I guess it's Druid the Claw time, right? Or do you have to hero? No, you can't hero power. You need to develop a minion.
Yeah, almost. Well, it's tough because if you play the Druid of the Claw, you're basically playing a 4/2 since the Big Game Hunter could be killed anyways. However, a 4/2 is better than not a 4/2, I suppose.
Oh, these 2 implosions we've been seeing so much today. No one's rolling 4. It didn't matter in that case. But getting more imps is always better, right? Mm-hmm. And if he did get an extra imp or 2, he could clear this Ancient of Law quite nicely with the Demon Wrath, but he does find the Dark Bomb.
Yeah, that looks to be a decent answer to this Ancient of Lore. As Reno Lock, you're generally trying to keep the board as clear as possible. Defender of Argus into Dark Bomb is one possibility. There's not many cards bigger than Ancient of Lore, so the instinct to go for Siphon Soul immediately isn't bad either. Defender of Argus is pretty good right now because it's rare to be able to get 2 things against a Druid. So, choices. He's going to go with the Defender of Argus play.
Yeah, I prefer this. You just keep putting minions down that pose a threat. These pose more of a threat than the 1/1s. Siphon Soul can still find something quite nice, like a Forsen. Maybe an Ancient of War if there's one in the deck. I know Twesticles was running one in his deck. So yeah, and this is the Siphon Soul target.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to do anything other than Siphon Soul here.
Alright. Does deal the 1 damage, just in case he needs to use the hero power next turn, or throw down a swipe to clear up the rest of that board. Siphon Soul seems like...
I was just about to think, what is a Frodan swipe? But, I get it. To throw down the swipe, yes.
A throwdown swipe.
It's like, is that some kind of special setup? But it all makes sense now.
That's just us Welsh, throwing words together, mashing all. We don't speak very well, right?
I think it's lovely.
I don't even have a Welsh accent. This is as far away from a Welsh accent as a Welsh goes, so it's more English, I suppose, because of where I come from in Wales. We used to be part of England at one point in history.
Alright, and Azumo decides to go with the hero power over the Wrath in order to dig a bit deeper. He's currently looking for Force of Nature. With Force of Nature, that is 20 damage.
20.
20. Twisticles boldly taps into 20 range. I think I would have given it a bit of pause before doing such a thing.
Nah, he just wants that forcing down. He wants to get the discount. He does not care. Is he going to go
Yeah.
for the draw? Yep. Another Drake, which lets him clear up with another draw, which is quite nice.
Yeah, wrap for 3 and draw a card. That's a good card.
I like it. What's he thinking about here? Low-fab? Maybe push some damage?
Going for the
I like this. I
living
like...
roots. Yeah. That's a pretty good board to protect. And Azuma has been really key on point with these low fabs. I saw it the last game as well, where he made a very aggressive play, like something along the lines of keeper, low fab, and he had the Savage Roar behind it. And once again, he's pulled it off. There's not much that the Reno lock can do to counter this, other than play Reno or heal. Will that be enough though?
He's kind of trying to heal tank it, but like you said, not sure if that'll be enough. He's got another draw coming from this Wrath, even if he doesn't find some direct damage.
Okay, he didn't get any direct damage, so this is only 21 damage. 22 of the hero power. Wonder if he'll go for it.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you can Wrath.
Wrath
Alright.
gives quite a few outs. That is not one of them, though. So Zuma's going to have to do a tough call between either doing a lot of damage, but then possibly getting destroyed by Reno Jackson, or to keep going with the board.
I like keep going with the board at this point. You don't have the damage to finish him off, so no point playing into Arena and leaving the board up. You can get rid of this. You could even kill the Imp Gang boss and hero power, but I also like Ancient of Law because you're drawn into those damage options that you want. Swipe being one of them, Force of Nature, of course, being the key finisher here. So even if he does have Reno Jackson, it might not be enough at this point with this board to save him.
Yup, Lord Jiraxis not very good against Druid. 15 is not a safe point. Right now, Azumo's board represents 34 damage, so that's a lot.
Yep, that's pretty good. I don't think there's anything he can do if he taps. Tapping is just not safe at this point. He could use Demon Wrath, but he hurts his own board, which doesn't matter. He only clears one Drake. The 2/5/5s will stick around, so he doesn't even need Force of Nature. He just needs a Swipe or a Savage Roar to finish it off. He's gonna run. What's that gonna accomplish? Oh, he gets the spell power buff, of course. Yeah, that's pretty good. So yeah, he is trying to do some damage control, but unfortunately it is not going to be enough. And Asma's going to tie this up 1-1. So the Caster Conspiracy is still intact.
Druid's the natural foil to Reno Lock. But we're about to get right after this. Oh man, even more overkill. We're about to get after this though. Are you sure Sottle thought that it was this matchup was favored for Patron against Reno?
Yeah, the way he sees it is you only have one solid out for a Patron board, which is a Hellfire, which is a one-off. Shadow Flame, of course, is another way to deal with it, but you know you do require a minion down, and the minion's got to have the right attack. But yeah, he feels like you can just put enough pressure on the Reno Lark. But of course, like, it would be interesting to have you two cast this game. Different conflicts of opinion on the matchup.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about Hearthstone, that there are so many different styles, and naturally, perhaps, it's coming from my experience, but my Reno deck may have, and is constructed differently than other Reno decks. This one is more of a rombo. We got the Faceless and the combo, which is going to be a bit less favored against Patron than the one with just demons.
So you feel the demon version has a better chance with the Mal'Ganis and stuff, whereas the combo might suffer more to kind of the tempo from the patron. Is that it? Like, you have more ways to protect yourself from the patrons with Mal'Ganis and such.
Right, precisely, and then you can just draw a card each turn, just put down threats. You'll get the Hellfire, you'll get the Shadow Flame, you'll get the Twisting Nether in time.
That's a nice answer to the zombie chair there. It goes for the tap as well, so you'll be able to find what you'll be able to tap, match him with taps, and maybe find everything he needs to take him out.
Sun Fury Protector, a little bit unusual in the Rombo deck.
Yeah.
I don't think there was enough to taunt when I was trying to get my Reno stuff going. Not even with the demons.
That's kind of the flexibility when it comes to deck building a Reno deck. Like, there's so many one-offs. You can kind of squeeze things in like Sun Fury. I played mainly the VLPS combo list when I played Reno. And I think I squeezed an Elise in there because I just wanted to use her. She's a pretty fun card.
Yeah. I tried her out myself. I found her to be a bit too slow. I think even though there are a lot of one-ofs though in Reno Lock, you do end up drawing a lot of your cards, so every single card that you put in matters a lot. And this really goes to show player preference and where they're leaning. But it turns out every single card you put in, and this goes for every deck, but especially in a deck that will tend to draw out most of their cards, every single card is important.
And that's why I think Reno Warlock has become the most consistent Reno variation at the moment, because I don't think you really suffer at the hands of having one-ofs as much as some of the other decks, because you get access to draw more cards for your hero power. Whereas if you've got, like, obviously the one-offs in, say, a Paladin or a Warrior, it kind of has a consistency issue, which Reno Lock can dodge through the hero power.
Sure enough. So Zuma is set up with a Despot with a charge left and an Inner Rage, so he is looking for the Patron. Sometimes you can just win with that if the opponent happens to have no answer, which Twisticles doesn't. Of course, when you're playing Patron, you still are always in fear of that Hellfire and Shadow Flame.
Yeah, the fear is there. He doesn't find the Patron just yet. He does get a Dr. Boom and a Loatheb. And a Loatheb can be a key card into winning this game, locking out that AoE.
It can. This Sylvanas is looking pretty good. Zuma is going to have a tough time clearing her without losing something, and Twisticles is behind on the board, which is a little bit rare. He has a few options right now. Dr. Boom is a natural option, but Azumo does have 12 damage represented right now, and something as simple as Corcoran plus Inner Rage would kill him. So he's going to take it a bit safer, play the heal.
I guess it's where the Sun Fury comes in handy a little bit, forcing him to deal with Sylvanas and being able to steal something. And so setting up a bit of a security, both getting a heal from the heal bar and a bit of a taunt wall.
Yeah, that's kind of like a heal for 13, since there's 5 health of taunt now. In addition, taunting Sylvanas is pretty annoying because, well, you have to get through Sylvanas. In addition, there's a Shredder in play, so there's always going to be something stolen. Zuma is going to kill the Shredder first in order to have Sylvanas steal a minimum value minion. Since the random 2-drop is going to tend to be worse than this Armor Smith.
I think she's got the Armor Smith though.
Yeah.
Yep. And what does he get? Oh wow, 4-3. So Armor Smith not too bad. Of course, the Death Rattles resolve based on play. Sylvanas being played before the Shredder. So Patron's gonna come down here and gonna see if he can keep this board intact. Fearing some AoE, but just gonna go for it. I like it. Test him, see if the Warlock has the answers he needs.
Yeah, Azumo doing a quick head shake. He's along the lines of, this is just gonna get wiped. It's just gonna get AoE, and this is the fear of Patron. But this is Azumo's lucky day. There is no Hellfire or Shadow Flame in Twisticle's hand.
He has an opportunity to draw 2 cards. He could find one of them. Nope, that's not it.
Not yet. Even with just Mind Control Tech and Dark Bomb, though, there's a lot of clearing that can go on. But yeah, tap first seems like a good option.
So many possibilities.
So yeah, Mind Control Tech. Yeah, that's a good point. Mind Control Tech, Dart Bomb. may not be too bad if he doesn't find the clear.
Right.
Does
It
he
would-
clear all the patrons though? That little ooze does stop one of them being cleared, right?
Justicle's crossing his fingers. He's going to go for it here first. I was thinking of doing the 2-2 against the 4-2 first, but it seems like he wanted to include Succubus in the RNG.
Alright, Dark Bomb onto him.
Oh, I
Hey.
see what he was going for. He was hoping to steal a full health patron, then he could kill all the patrons except the 1 health patron.
Oh, he goes for a faceless. Interesting. But he does leave the board up and gives Asmo an opportunity to play low feb now, and potentially another whirlwind on top of that, which will protect his patron board once again. So
Yeah, on the surface, it seems like Twisticles only played a 5-mana 3-3. However, due to the nature of Patron, it's kind of like a 3-3 with Taunt. So that'll
forcing some
take either the
trades, right?
5-1 or the 3-3.
yeah, he's forcing Asmo to use his active patrons to perhaps deal with the patrons on his side, trying to stop him from dropping some whirlwinds down. But he does have Fiery War Axe, so that's going to deal with one, and then he can low feb, kill the other, and then drop another whirlwind. Probably presumably using the 5-1 to clear the other patron, and then more patrons are spawned, and he's protected by a low feb from, say, a Twist and Never.
Yeah, Twisticles really needs to dig into this deck for the Hellfire or the Shadow Flame.
That's just looking good.
Hellfire can still be played through the Loatheb, so can Shadow Flame.
Alright, let's
Or
see.
not anymore. So
Oh,
can
that's
Hellfire.
That's a good heads-up play from as.
Oh.
There it is! There it is! Ah, Asmo saved himself.
If
there with
only
that
he had
trade.
tapped the last turn, then he would have had the Shadow Flame. In time, I believe? Yes, because that was the card he would have tapped into. And now that's 11, 14, 17, 20, 23 damage showing. But it's not over yet. It's over.
Oh, it's over.
It's not over yet. It's not over yet.
23. Oh yeah, he's not. He needs a little bit more, and he hasn't got any card draws. So, yeah.
The thing about fighting Reno Jackson is if you don't kill him on one turn, that Reno Jackson is gonna potentially come out. And Zuma's got to be thinking, okay, he didn't have a Hellfire, he didn't have a Shadow Flame. That's pretty lucky for me. Can I be so lucky that he also doesn't have Reno Jackson? And there's been a lot of cards sitting in Twisticle's hands for a while. And what card sits in a Reno Jackson hand for some time? Reno Jackson. So Azuma is going to be thinking about doing as much. He's going to be thinking that Reno Jackson is a very viable play.
Yeah, he's got to consider how many resources he wants to put on board here. Can he just sit on this board he has now? Or do you feel he has
that's pretty good? He's gonna commit even Dr. Boom in. Wow. Okay.
Dr. Boom's Shadow Flame from Twisticles looks pretty juicy. Or even a giant. Maybe
Yeah, or
squeeze
even
in something
just
else.
BGH Shadow Flame, and then you can Dark Bomb the 5/5 off. There's a lot of good options here.
He seems to agree with that.
You get to get the Molten Giant out too, most likely.
Oh wow, that is dangerous. So
Sure
one
is.
whirlwind effect from Grom
Yeah.
can close this out. Yep, giant comes down. So you're
Ooh,
gonna
he
go for
could
the
do the
Siphon
Siphon
Soul.
Soul. That would still not save him from Gromish, though.
Nope, he still has the Fiery War Axe in play. So
Yeah, I
still
think
15.
better may have been Drake Bomb, but he stays alive. And he's really looking for Reno Jackson now. If he can get Reno Jackson, that pretty much locks in the win. But without, it's going to be tough. Azumo does have 2 executes, so he's got a big answer to the Giant and the answer to either Dr. Boom or some other card.
In a Rage is what I was hoping for there. That would have been lethal. Yeah, I figured he was going to go for this. Hide a patron behind Unstable Ghoul and kind of hope for the best. And now Twisticles gets 2 draws into Reno, which is really tough for Asmo.
Defender of Argus looks like a really good draw. However, the 2 executes,
Say
they
otherwise.
cut him short a little bit.
All right.
Tap.
Ooh. It's going to go for the tap. Nope. Just
Oh
goes
my
for the
goodness. No taunt on this turn. Also playing the Drake a little bit out of order, but never lucky is Azumo. Doesn't get the damage, but he can still tap into Inner Rage and punish Twisticles.
Yep, Inner Range is the only thing he can get that will win this turn. He won't be able to play anything else.
Wait, there's another play. He can, and that's what Azuma is thinking, he can do Gromish and then Fiery War Axe into a Boombot, and then he had a 50-50 chance of winning.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That would have been really good.
It depends on whether or not he thinks he has a higher chance than 50-50. He realizes his opponent didn't Reno, and he didn't taunt, so he reckons that he doesn't have Defender of Argus. So I think Azumo makes the call to not take a 50-50.
Again, hiding behind the Throvin. He thinks he has it for next turn with that Whirlwind. But that... Oh, yeah, clears up Drake. That's good. Well, he needs to play something else to go with the Argus,
This
right? So the
might
Imp
be
boss.
lethal for Twisticles. Depends on whether or not he wants to take a chance here. So it would be the Boombots. Did the Ghoul come into play before the Boombots? No, he just
Came in
played it.
after. Yeah, it came in after.
So he needs a Boombot to hit the face for 3. Or no, for 2. Because of the Defender of Argus. Might as well tap first then.
Is he gonna? No, guess he's not going. Well, he can find out now, right? Before he commits a Hellfire.
One.
Oh, is this Boombot gonna go? Whoa!
Wow.
Wow.
There he goes.
Feels bad cheating. Oh, that was a close game. Very close. And
Yeah,
Twisticles-
really close. Azumo, Twisticles, they both let out a sigh of relief / anguish. Man, what a close one. Azumo had the chance to take a 50-50. Don't know if he realized he could have taken a chance, or maybe he made a calculation that, okay, I'm fine, I have an execute, I can get past anything. And Twisticles dodging the Whirlwind effect, dodging the Inner Rage. Man, what a close finish.
Yep, Twisticles' second attempt in this PAX South tournament, and he has an opportunity now to win and go into the grand finals tomorrow. So, he's been working hard. He's been returning to PAX every day so far to try and get that qualification. Maybe he'll be rewarded in the next game. We are going to go straight into the finals. We saw a glimpse of the other semi-finals when we started, and we saw that Druid just get destroyed. That was the previous game. So Neo and Twisticles now. Neo, I believe, is one of the Tespa players.
I think that was the one who brought the old school Dragon Priest and Secret Paladin deck. So Neo is the one bringing the more standard lineup, I believe.
Yeah, I remember Neo playing really well, making some really good decisions. And I think Neo has Patron as well, if I remember rightly. It might be a bit fuzzy in the memory. We've cast a lot of games. Yeah, there is a warrior. I don't believe we've seen any control warriors. We saw a Worgen OTK warrior right at the start.
Right.
But yeah, I think it's going to be Patron, mid-range Druid. Admirable has set up kind of like a standard now. Bring these decks and you can win. And yeah, Neo's going to go for it.
Well, I know what deck list I would bring against Patron and Druid.
Reno Jackson?
Reno would be one. And the other one, let's see, what else did I have as really good against both Patron and Druid? Let me consult my spreadsheet.
Well, Reno Jackson isn't good against Druid, but it will find a win against the Patron. This is Conquest, so you have to win with all your decks.
Exactly. Well,
So
I'll get into my handy-dandy magic spreadsheet. I think that the correct deck to bring would be Reno Warlock and Patron Warrior.
Patron Mirror?
Yeah, I mean, you Patron Mirror and then skid against the Druid. Or you could even try out something like a Dragon Priest. That's pretty good against these two.
All right. There we go. You heard it here first. Trump has given you the advice you need if you predict Patrons and Druids in best of 3 Conquest in any tournaments you go to in the future. And it looks like we're kicking off with a Patron into Druid. So Neo does find that good matchup, and he's rocking that cool cap from earlier. I think that's pretty cool. That must be custom made. Is that official merchandise?
Oh, I haven't seen it around, but it reminds me of Ash Ketchum's hat, and it's kind of like gotta catch all the cards or some such.
Well, the Pokemon TCG was very popular back in its day. Yeah, enough about Pokemon. We're here with Warcraft themed stuff. So yeah, let's have a look at these hands. We do have potential for an Innovate Shade if he wants to go down that line, but Innovate and Coin always feel really good with Forison.
Twesticle's in the tank, which might tip off Neo to knowing that there's an Innervate there. One of the things that I have to personally do better is when I'm on turn 1 as Druid, I need to rope more often if I don't have Innervate in my hand in top tournaments.
Make the mind games, right? That you're considering your Innovate play.
So Tosticles figures out that the best way to spend his mana to divvy it up is going to be start with Azure Drake and then go into Shade, and then he has the 4-drop in either a Swipe or Keeper.
Yeah, I like that. That's really good. No Despite yet, unfortunately, for Neo. So this Armor Smith will probably be dealt with. He could go... Whirlwind Battle Rage doesn't seem great. Taskmaster drops a minion down and... buffs up the Armor Smith, not making this Drake have an easy time at least.
I think this line or armor up into Despite the next turn to kill the 4/3 were both reasonable.
Alright, so Despite gets to play the Dread Corsair as well.
Yeah, kind of the problem with this play is that the Despite does not get that much value. It hits a 4/1. But there is a 2/2 out now in addition, so this is a more tempo-oriented play. However, Neo is running low on cards.
Yeah, he needs to get a good Battle Rage off at some point. The Whirlwind effect from this Despite might be what he needs, but if Swipe comes down... Well, if Swipe comes down, he still gets to draw 2 cards. What is he going for? Is that a Wrath? Yeah, that's a Wrath. He could kill the 2/2, but I don't see much point at the moment.
Right, the 2/2 is neither damaged, and I think breaking the Despite just to damage the Taskmaster isn't worth it for the Battle Rage. Though Neo may feel differently because, I mean, he does have the Ghoul, he can draw 3. That seems completely reasonable, otherwise you just run out of cards. Wow, I'm a little bit surprised by this, because he's missed his chance to draw 3 cards, and if he doesn't get the chance now, he may never get the chance.
Yeah, he seems to value the Despite more going into the next turn, trying to clear up something. Druid of the Claw, if it came down, would get taken out. Forces a Swipe, and the Swipe is going to clear up everything from the Ghoul's effect, and like you said, he missed his opportunity to draw those cards, and this hand is really clunky.
Yeah, this was a little bit of an optimistic play by Neo. If he did happen to top deck Grim Patron, then his play would be lauded as genius, because he would then be able to Patron and then save the Whirlwind and the Despite Whirlwind effect. But it's a subject of odds, and I think that the Battle Rage drawing 3 cards provides a more consistently good result.
Yeah. You would just want to draw as much as possible, especially with a hand like this, because you haven't got anything going on. 1 card Battle Rage comes down into a Slam, so both Slams are useless at this point. and he's forced to play really passively, just armor up, and given the opportunity for the Druid to kind of take the initiative on board. That Shade is already growing, and now he could just drop a Forest if he wanted. No, can't because of the Death Spite. So you can just drop Druid's Claw and kind of force some removal on that, and then you might have a safe Forest going into the next turn.
Right, that's a good call by Twisticles. It looks like Thorsan is... I mean, Thorsan is the better card on curve, of course, but it does die immediately to the Death Bite. In addition to that, there's not that many things that are getting reduced by Thorsan that would be useful, because all of the cards in Twisticles' hands, except the Force of Nature, are answer cards.
Exactly. So Slime gets to draw Mikazu, he gets to go further into the deck. Second Death Spite's not too bad. I mean, he does have a weapon to charge up his patrons if he draws it in the future. Do you think he'll use a Whirlwind at this point? I think it'd be a good idea to kind of reset the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Whirlwind to kill a growing Shade. Now I can use Inner Rage instead. Hard to say whether an Inner Rage or Whirlwind is a better card. I think the Whirlwind is the slightly worse card, so I would have possibly used Whirlwind there instead.
Yeah, because you're going to get a Whirlwind effect from the Death Spite. Maybe the Inner Rage will be able to buff something up. Maybe like the Gromash, for example, at some point.
Picks up the Patron. It's a little late, but it might still get the action. The Patron is also another card where the Inner Rage would be superior to the Whirlwind, since instead of getting a 3-2 off of the first charge, you get a 5-2. It becomes a 5-1, and it turns out to not matter that much, but it also costs a little bit less mana.
So what do you do here?
I think you absolutely need to develop the Death Spite in order to play the Patron next turn. Also, the Death Spite can kill the Thorsan on the next turn. Neo's feeling a little bad that he's going to have Thorsan tick twice.
Yes, I don't think there's no way you can expend both the Whirlwind and the Death Spite into the Thorsan at this point. You want that Patron board to come down. Luckily for Neo, I mean, the Thorsan hasn't really hit lots of cards that are relevant. The Force of Nature, obviously, is the bigger out of that group of cards, but the other stuff, it isn't too brilliant, so lucky. That's kind of lucky for him. And he does go for just a tank to the face. Clear up next turn. Wow, that's a good draw.
Yeah, that's a double discount from Thorsan and a discount on 2 new cards.
And another Agent of Law for next turn. Ouch. So execute? No, he doesn't have one. He can find one with a Battle Rage.
Yeah, that Battle Rage is an excellent pickup, and if he does draw the execute, he is in this game. Just attack one of the cards, Thorsan, and Whirlwind, and then Battle Rage, and hope to get the execute. Twisticles does have a lot of cards in hand, some of which have been discounted twice. I wonder if he has the answer to this board.
I mean, if he doesn't find an execute and this Ancient of Law sticks around, he may have potential lethal on his next draw as well. So,
It's true,
he
may
gets
be
it.
Slightly dead, but he does pick up the execute. Let's see, if he just picks up Savage Roar, it's still lethal though, because of the double discount. Unfortunately for Twisticles, he doesn't. So now he's got to puzzle what's the best way to clear the board. A swipe will always take out a 3-3 and a 3-1, so all he needs to do is take out the 3-2 and the 3-3, which Keeper does 2, Druid Claw does 4, so he's good.
Yeah, he could double Keeper if he likes. Ping the 1, the 3-2, silence the 3-3, then swipe. He does leave a 3-3 up, but it's not going to get any more effect at least.
That's true. That's another possible way, and then he can save the Druid of the Claw for the charge damage. However, I think at this point he's just looking for Savage Roar in order to finish with the Force of Nature, so just clearing the board as much as possible seems to be best. He's going to take the Silence Path.
Into the swipe. Can just develop the Aspirant as well. So just trying to chuck down as much as possible to try and finish him off next turn. He has a lot of potential to do that with the Druid of the Claw and the Force of Nature. Oh, another execute. So low fab might ruin some plans here. And with a Fiery War Axe to boot as well, he can clear a minion. Can even execute a 2/4 if he feels it's necessary.
Yikes. Yeah, in Neo's shoes, he's got to be thinking, he's drawn so many cards, he's gotten so many discounts, there could be any number of charging, Savage War is lethal, so the Loatheb is almost a given, but then again, you have to ask yourself, if you play the Loatheb, how can you win? And maybe one of the ways to win is to hit face with the Axe and the Grim Patron. That would set the opponent down to 15, and then you Gromish, plus you activate the Gromish with maybe like an Inner Rage, and that's 12 plus 3. So it's at desperate times like this where you have to make desperate plays. He plays it a little bit safe, but I worry that by doing so, he may not even have a chance to win.
Yeah, it's like the play to win or play not to lose. And playing to win is usually better. In points like this, I mean, you definitely want to be able to set something up soon because this druid is going to be able to kill you next turn. And you're possibly going to have answer to this board anyway. So if you lose board once more, there may not be another opportunity to win at all. And it looks like Twesticles is going for the play to win.
Actually, this is a play to lose by Twesticles. If Neo draws Whirlwind, he wins. Or, oh my gosh, that's a Whirlwind! He just, oh my gosh, Neo threw!
Oh wow. And Twesticles realizes
Sad there.
he should have cleared the board, ideally, but maybe he felt like he needed to go for something now. Tournament nerves come into play, perhaps. You know, this is the grand finals for $200. You know, these two guys have come to this event, and then they go home with $200 in their hand as well, which probably refunds them their travel and ticket and stuff. So, a lot.
It's a great thing to just when you're at PAX South, you might as well enter these tournaments. It's in the area. You get the experience. You get to feel what it feels like to make these plays. Maybe if he were at home, he'd have the time to like calmly think about, okay, how can I lose? Gromish, 10 damage. Testicles is still like shaking his head and nodding. Oh, yeah, that's a card.
Yeah, this is not the moment to tilt Twesticles. He is sort of smiling. It's kind of an angry smile. So keep it light, Twesticles. You know, you still got opportunities. Oh yeah, man. He's still shaking his head. He still feels pretty upset about that last game, but you can't let it get to you at this point.
It's rough, but you know what? This is a chance to grow. Like Neo knows through wearing that like kind of Pokemon hat-ish Hearthstone hat. Every game is a journey to improve yourself.
Yep. Come on, Twesticles, focus. No more face palming. Get in the game.
Yep,
So,
a strong start by Neo. 1 drop, 2 drop. Twesticles had 2 aspirants, which are good if they manage to stick. Neo has a big card in Ancient of War, and he's going to be trying to kill that aspirant. The bad news is he'll have to expend a coin in order to do so if he wants to play the aspirant, but that's a fair trade.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Develop his own 2/3, force an answer from Twesticles. Could go for the Wild Growth, which I think he's going for instead.
Oh yeah, the Wild Growth is a much more secure way of getting the Ancient War out. I like that.
Yeah, you guarantee Innovate Ancient of War on turn 5 now if you want to do that. So yeah, he's just giving himself more options into the next few turns.
He's set up his plan exactly for the Ancient of War, and he draws the Paladin Shredder to be good to play with the Darnassus Aspirant the following turn.
There is a silence in Twesticles. He could silence this now. He can't get rid of it though without a coin or an Innovate using that hero power. But the 5/10 becomes a 5/5, so it's much more manageable at this point.
Yeah, getting the silence on Ancient of War is very key in these Druid mirrors. Very tough to get rid of, to get through 10 health otherwise.
Alright, let's have a look here. That seems pretty good. get a 2-for-1 potentially with the Ancient of War in its silence form. You can even protect it now with a Druid Claw. I quite like this. Might be able to take it something a bit more threatening than a Shredder, like a Forsen or maybe an Ancient of Law later on.
Testicles here has the Thorson, but he's perhaps considering using a Wrath to clear the either the tree or just the bear. There's even an argument to be made for Force of Nature, with which he could clear the entire board and then leave himself with the Shredder. In this matchup, Force of Nature tends to, in my experience, Force of Nature tends to get played as 3/2/2s the most in this matchup.
Fight for board, get the board back, because the board is more important than holding on to a Force of Nature, hoping you might combo with it at some point. Especially at the point where both players are still at quite a high life total. But he might consider that Force of Nature being a bit more useful later with Forest, and now he has it in hand. I don't like Forest coming down, because the Ancient of War just smiles and smacks in the face, and he gets a 2-for-1. Druid of the Claw will protect his
Oh my
Shredder.
gosh, Testicles! The roach! Get it!
Has he done it? Is it being queued? He doesn't seem disappointed. Oh no, is he?
That is a look of
wow.
disappointment there.
And now
Oh
she's
dear,
happy.
Testicles. Well, the idea was there at least.
These nerves are getting to him.
You're on a new computer, and it is a great Alienware computer, but it may be a little bit unfamiliar with the way to move, given that you're used to your own rig. So you always got to account for that when you're in a tournament stage. And he loses his, he loses something to that tree for free then.
Yeah, I don't think it was too costly in the end, but yeah, it would have been a different case if he just had the 2-free on its own, and then he could potentially do something with it. But yeah, this is the problem with Twesticles, taking a little bit too long to make his overall decision. So yeah, it's tough. It's just tournament nerves, guys. It does happen.
It happens to the best of us, including me, including almost every single... I actually have watched quite a few tournaments, and I can't even name a single player who has not roped in a major tournament.
Yeah, it does happen, guys. With practice comes experience, and once you get that experience, you'll do it a lot less. But there was no clear-cut answer to what he wanted to do. They had a lot of different options. Swipe is going to come down. Going to deal with that very nicely. And I like the Keeper come down with this. Develop more stuff on board, more minions, and that card in hand. It's a big question mark for Twesticles at the moment. You may think it's a Savage Roar or something quite deadly. Oh, Twesticles on full tilt right now. Full tilt.
Well, that's a good one.
Card. This is your chance, Twesticles, to come back into this game. You just picked up a beautiful card off the top.
And Neo, fortunately for Twesticles, is holding the worst possible card to hold. Oh,
Hey,
that's
it's
unfortunate.
Ancient of Law for both of them. Hearthstone suddenly decided, let's make this more interesting. Let's give them both an Ancient of Law and spice things up a little bit.
Yep. To shock, the Innervate can't be used to play any of the cards drawn.
Yeah, if that was a Shade, that would have been really nice for now. If a Shade was among all that. I like just going face here. Just going face here can almost tell Twesticles, I have combo coming up. You're going to lose, and might force him to play around combo, which may not be his best option. So force him to trade at this point. You're sitting quite healthy. I do like this.
I like it too. And I like it especially because the Force Savage, if Twesticles had it, would only be 21 damage, which is not quite enough. And there is no chance for a Savage, double Savage Force due to 1 less mana.
Low fair, but I think it's going to come down. I think You would play Lothab at this point at 14 health, especially if you're afraid of the combo. A swipe could come down as well, even Innovate Forsen. But if you're playing kind of a defensive, if you're going on defense mode now because you think combo is going to be a threat, you're probably going to play the swipe. But no, he does go for the Forsen. I quite like this. He's taking a risk. Taking a risk here, trying to get a reduction of his own, just to see if he can pick up the key components he needs to finish the game.
This is good, because if you do the swipe and you only end up killing, say, a 2-4, that's not nearly enough. So you have to take significant risks right now. And those significant risks at this stage are probably not going to win him the game, but it is a step in the right direction.
Yep. Deal with Forsen now. And he's in the same situation he was in before with the Ancient of Lore, not enough to finish him off. Unless he has the double Savage Roar with the Innovate and the Force of Nature. But that is making sure that every card he has in his hand currently wins in the game. And it's very unlikely at this point.
Yep, and Mystical is going to see what's coming up next, but nothing is going to be good enough.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. You can swipe.
PGH would have been enough, I guess, yeah.
So he can Savage or swipe for a clear, but does he get to develop a shade as well? What's the is the Savage Draw reduced?
Yes, it's a 2. I think he needs to swipe first. Yes. Oh, he's playing the shade first and then swipe. Okay. Loses the shade, but he did want to just make sure that his Dr. Boom did not die because it needed to trade. I was thinking more along the lines of, or not Dr. Boom, but Lothab. The chances that the bombs kill the Lothab are not that great, but it would end the game if he hadn't, so he's playing a bit safe. The Shade, though, that was probably too valuable to risk, even though there was the chance that you just lose the game if both bombs hit your 5 health.
Yep, and it looks like Neo is going to take this. He gives a quick nod as he realizes he is going to be the winner of this, this day at PAX South. And Twesticle's probably feeling a little bit disappointed with some of the nerves that had kicked in. But no, he had a good run. He has an opportunity to come back tomorrow as well. You know, have a good night's sleep.
That's right, and he won his heat, so that is a good start, It's a good result. Like, I'd be happy with just, if I were to win if I were to participate, I would have been pretty happy just winning a heat. Of course, I would want to win this one and then go into tomorrow's grand final, which is so far Neo and Admirable.
He beat TJ as well, so you know he beat an established caster within the scene. He's had a lot of experience playing Hearthstone to get to where he is in the casting scene. So yeah, you know, Twesticles had a good run today. Didn't take home $200, didn't get into the grand finals, but Neo, you know, he played exceptionally well today. I remember his games being on point. So congratulations to him. Any final thoughts on the day, Trump?
Well, I think that there's going to be a little bit of disappointment that the grand finals isn't Frodan, Admirable, and TJ Sanders, but hey, that might have been a bit too much. So I'm glad that we saw a lot of cool decks, a lot of players who are just in PAX South and was like, oh, hey, this is a cool tournament. I'm going to join it.
I felt the level of play increased a lot today because we had the Tesla boys kind of getting involved, which is always great because high-level Hearthstone is always fun to watch and see the players' decision-making. So I'm glad. I'm also glad we had some variety of decks as well. We had like Dragon Priest show up. Yesterday we had combo locks. So, you know, we've had a nice mix of kind of unknown players bring some fun stuff and some new stuff. And then we got the established players bringing, you know, what they know works. So, yeah, I've enjoyed these 2 days so far. They've been really good.
All right, cheers.
All right, so before we go, be sure to check out One Nation of Gamers and Geico. They're the guys who brought this tournament to life. We have one more day tomorrow, so tune in tomorrow if you want to see the conclusion to the whole thing, because we'll have the Grand Championship with a round robin, sorry, and that was for an additional $500. So I'll be coming to you tomorrow. And of course, don't forget to check out Alienware as well. They provided the computers these players have been playing on. If you'd like more information, check out geico.onog.gg. So that wraps it up for us today. We'll be back tomorrow, me, Trump, and Sottle. So until tomorrow, guys, take care.
Toodles.